Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
This is bound to be a spicy series. Let's find out, ladies and gents. Oh! Tag is making them pay. Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Here he comes. Oh, it's Shotzzy!
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Oh my word! The aBeZy pounces.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. And that will be the game.
It is over.
New
New York versus OpTic, the biggest match of yesterday. And KiSMET pulling out the ace when they needed him most. OpTic, 4v2, bomb planted. And somehow, the Subliners get the best of them, and KiSMET let them know about it.
That was an insane round. Like, and that third kill, man, just so typical. KiSMET is a dog for that round.
Now we see New York at 3-1. In fact, let's take a look at all the standings here, Ali, because this is getting nutty. If you're looking at today's schedule, we have all 5 3-1 teams in attendance. We also are going to see OpTic with a 2-2 record today.
Yeah, and usually by this time in our qualifiers, we kind of know where everybody's going to land as far as winners and losers go, but that's not how it is. Today, things could still shake up and change.
Everyone is battling for the top seeds as we're heading to Texas next week. We're less than 7 days away from playing for a championship, and this is going to be an excellent week. Let's take a look at the matches, though, here on our final day of qualifiers, nameless. New York takes on Seattle, and what's crazy to me, we always see New York competing for the #1 seed, but Seattle, Major 1 qualifiers, 1-3 online. Major 2 qualifiers, 1-4 online. Now at 3-1, they have New York as their toughest challenger yet.
Yeah, and it's due to the improvement in the search and destroys, right? Like, this is a team that on the season is the #1 hardpoint team. They've never shaken there, but they had a big low when it came to S&D, and this time they've turned it around, but they're going up against a strong team in New York. We saw what they were able to do. The strategies are there. This team is firing all cylinders.
New York with a 3-0 over OpTic yesterday, despite that being 1 round in search and 1 round in control. They get the clean sweep. When it comes to the Surge squad, though, this is a team that has looked very clean, toppling a number of teams with 3-0s, and it looks like Sib, he's putting up the numbers, but now you got Mack in the mix as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we always talk about maybe that's the player to watch when it comes to these series, kind of that X factor when it comes to the Seattle Surge, is when Mack is having a great series, and it's not that he's ever a bad player, it's just sometimes the playstyle in Seattle can be a bit inconsistent, which makes him fall a bit behind. But recently, we have seen the Seattle Surge that we are used to seeing, and heading into an OpTic Texas major, they're looking incredible as one of the top teams.
Nameless, are you surprised to see Seattle playing for a #1 seed potentially today?
You know what? They're that team that when they struggle, it's like just S&D. And so I'm not surprised because they said they were going to take it more serious. We saw the video after the major, and who other than Mack to really be the guy to turn it around, the guy that said they needed to take it more serious. The guy has a 1.6 in search and destroy throughout this stage with a 3-1 record in that game mode. They look so good, and this team is just unbelievably talented. So no, to answer your question, I'm not surprised they're fighting for #1.
Also, while we were watching those highlights, quick reminder, London Royal Ravens were looking clean throughout this qualifier.
Yeah.
They're 2-3. They're not in our winners bracket, but look out for them down in that elimination bracket. Another team you got to look out for come Texas is going to be Atlanta FaZe. And in fact, if you're a Texas fan, look out today. This is going to decide what bracket you're playing in when we're at the major. And Atlanta FaZe, they're looking to play villain once again, Ali, especially this man, Mr. MacArthur.
I think it's hilarious that the storyline always kind of falls this way, where the Atlanta FaZe is always in a situation to like ruin a team's hopes and dreams. I mean, OpTic Texas are heading into their own major right now, and they're looking to stay into that winner side of the bracket, but they have to beat Atlanta FaZe to get there. And speaking of Atlanta FaZe, you have to get through Cellium to get there, who is just a powerhouse in all games.
1.22 across the board and a nasty snake no matter what map you put them on. On the OpTic side, this is a team that controlled their destiny yesterday against New York. You needed to go the distance in that series to keep yourselves out of a crazy 4-way tiebreaker. Now, if you lose to FaZe, you are going to lose that tiebreaker and end up in the elimination bracket. For OpTic to pull off the upset today, who are you looking at?
Man, I think I'm looking at the SMG duo, man. Like, when they were getting wins throughout this stage, it was the SMG duo that was taking over these games. And I feel like in the current state of this roster, fundamentally, they're making a lot of mistakes. You think about the round Huke just dives out of the window. You think about the decision to hit Scrapz on P3 on that Embassy map 1. So it's like they have to be more refined in those scenarios, and it starts with those two guys. Going up against Atlanta FaZe, this is such a tough match. You're playing the best CDL era search and destroy team of all time, right? So it's going to be so difficult.
And I think to that point, like yesterday, even though it was a 3-0, every single map was really close, and it was a lot of situations where OpTic was just beating themselves. You got to think back to the 2v4s, like Nameless's point, overhitting that old net map #1. It was a 3-2 loss on the Fortress control. So I think if they do have any opportunity here today, is Atlanta FaZe is also a team that struggles fundamentally.
let's say this though: the OpTic team has had the Atlanta FaZe's number in most recent matchups. Like it has been, I think 7 out of the last 10 times they've played, OpTic has won that matchup in the CDL era. So.
Was that a positive OpTic stat out of Nameless?
I'm just saying, like there is opportunity.
Right,
like it is gonna be. It's so crazy because this decides so much for the future of this organization and roster. This match today is massive. Do not miss it.
That's coming up at the middle of the day, 4:30 p.m. But we also have to talk about our closer on the day because LA Thieves dropped their opening battle against Vegas, and since then they've run the gambit. They're at 3-1. Their opponent also at 3-1, and they're featuring a new face this major in Beans. Let's talk about the man and what he brings to the team other than the giggles alley. He's got a nasty gun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, we were a little worried of that first debut, but now that we've truly seen some of what this team is capable of, they're looking like a strong opponent. Championship level, possibly. I think that's what this match will prove to a lot of us today, going up against a championship caliber team in the LA Thieves, which historically, Boston Breach has not been able to get one up on top of them, Nameless.
I was going to say, I'm a little nervous, though, for this team, though. You did lose to Florida in your most recent match, right?
That's what I was going to say. Like, I feel like we haven't seen Boston in like a week or two. That's just how it feels. And maybe it's because we all forgot how bad that performance was versus the Florida Mutineers. Like, we were looking at Boston like they were like a real contender. So I still think there's a lot to be desired from this Boston team. You really have to remain consistent. And Ali always talks about it. It's the SMG duo on this team that makes them so good. But also at times, that could be the duo that cost you games. So we got to see some consistency out of Boston Breach.
Potential to lock up a top 3 seed with a win today for Boston. The same is true for their opponents, the LA Thieves, who after finishing second at our last major, they slipped up a little bit early in the qualifiers, and since then they have been rolling, and it's not an individual when you're watching this team. It is a coordinated team effort. I feel like I'm watching the old school Call of Duty squads where it's evenly matched across the board when it comes to skill.
Yeah, I think LA Thieves look incredible right now. I don't know if they're at the championship level back-to-back that they were last year, but I mean, even though it was a 3-0 against Minnesota Røkkr, who was 0-5 in this split, I mean, they have hardpoint figured out right now. They are gross at that game mode. They're expanding their map pool right now. Their S&D looks all right now, and which is usually where they find the most struggles. So LA Thieves, I think they're on the up. I think they can still work on those games 2 and 5, but again, they're feeling good heading into that matchup today that historically they've always won.
I mean, looking at it though, like, who's had the most impressive performance so far this stage? LA Thieves, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
3-1 to Atlanta, 3-1 Surge, 3-0'd Minnesota after that loss to Vegas. That loss to Vegas, though, has me still scratching my head as you take a look at where we're at this season. LA jumped up the leaderboard with their performance at major number 2. Boston looking to cause some separation between themselves in the Surge with a win potentially in this matchup today. Excellent stuff is coming your way, ladies and gentlemen, and it all starts in just a few moments. We're opening the day. Seattle Surge versus the Subliners, Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic, and we close it out with our 4th and 5th 3-1 teams, Breach and the LA Thieves. Don't go anywhere. This is the final day of the Major III Qualifiers. When we come back, Subliners are getting heated up. They take on the Surge.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and then will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Let's get ready to party, everybody. The final day of qualifiers before we head down to Texas for Major number 3. And this is going to be an interesting day featuring our best teams, starting with 2 3-1 squads. New York Subliners taking on the Seattle Surge right now, both fighting for a top 2 position on our leaderboard. The loser of this, though, still safe. They're going to be starting in our winners bracket. But Nameless, I wanted to talk to you about the matchup here. How do you describe the showdown between 2 juggernauts of Major 3?
Well, one, I will say that it's 2 contenders. Both these teams have really went into the lab to work on the things that, they fell short at the last major, and they've improved a ton. We're looking at 2 teams who are new and improved in Search and Destroy, but also the number 1 versus number 3 hardpoint team that we have on the entire season. Both these teams play at a super fast pace, so it's going to be fiery, man, in these games.
Allie, it's been fun to watch because I remember back to Raleigh, it was all the Subliners in that grand final over the Surge. Then we went to their most recent meeting. It was the Surge with the 3-1 over the Subliners. How do you see this going down today?
Honestly, I'm kind of leaning a bit towards the Seattle Surge. I mean, we're talking about the best hold team versus a bottom 4 breaking team in the league right now during the split. And I'm talking about the New York Subliners, who has had a really strong respawn recently. But remember, Seattle Surge's losing streak in Search and Destroy, well, now they're top 3 in every single category. So to be honest, at least statistically, Seattle Surge has the edge.
It's going to be a nice showdown if you like a spicy game, especially taking a look at the SMGs. We talked about HyDra yesterday. If you missed the show, he is leading everyone in Search and Destroy. Tell me about this Subliner lineup, though, Nameless, because it's not just one guy.
Yeah, it's not just one guy whatsoever. I mean, we're talking about a team in KiSMET who is MVP at Major number 1, the guy that constantly is making plays. We saw it yesterday in that OpTic Texas matchup. When you need him most, he can get the big kills that you need. But, we also talk about the ARs on the squad, Skyz and Priestahh. These guys can take over games at any moment, and they're all on the exact same page. Every time we go to the comms with these guys, they're just vibing on another level. I feel like all these guys are now entering the peak of their career, and Priestahh somehow is re-entered it.
KiSMET having that nasty ace yesterday against OpTic, part of the 4-man crew that sent OpTic packing with a 3-0. Can they do it again against the Surge? Well, today we'll find out, because this Surge squad has been looking pretty spicy, but you're going to have to see the matchup against Priestahh, who's turned his numbers around. He's had some MVP-style performances back at Raleigh. Now he's got some numbers pointing upwards again here in Major 3.
Priestahh is one of the players that really shocked me, I think, going into this year. At the beginning, he's kind of one of the players that I personally got on top of thinking that, we need a little bit more of a superstar performance out of him. We hadn't seen anything from him in a while, and his ears must have simply turned red, because the second I said that, he became a superstar on this team. He became a really solid slayer on the board of the New York Subliners, and his pace just picked up so much. So I'm really excited to see him in this matchup today, matching up against Simp.
On the other side of this showdown, we have the Seattle Surge, who surprised a lot of folks. If you're tuning into Major 2's qualifiers, well, they got stomped out 1-4. Now they're boasting a 3-1 record as they are looking to lock in a top 2 position. Can the Surge get it done today? You look at the roster, and you have to think they've got the talent. You got Sim and Pred, the young guns in their sophomore season. You've got the old man accuracy on the lineup. And then you got Mr. Dirty Work, Mack, who has been putting in a ton of energy as well as kills this major.
Yeah, and in Search and Destroy, he's the guy who really stepped it up. I mean, you look at offenses for this team in S&D, he is the bomb carrier, and he has a 1.8 KD. So not only is he getting that bomb down, like he's getting away with his life, and he's finding the kills. So I think they're taking Search and Destroy more serious, safe to say. So the Seattle Surge team, definitely scary going into the major.
Allie, what do you love to see from the Surge today?
Honestly, I just want to keep seeing the Search and Destroys. I think that is when Seattle is a good championship contending looking squad. It's when their games 2 and 5 are looking solid. They went on a huge loss streak of Search and Destroy. They couldn't buy one even if they tried. And even at the start of this qualifier, we were worried. Well, now, again, like I said, they are top 3 in every category statistically when it comes to stage 3 qualifiers. And going up against New York Subliners, when we get to the maps and modes, they have one of their favorite S&Ds as well.
We got to talk about Lamar. Accuracy's teammates coming to his defense on Twitter, and now he's shown what he can do in the game. He's been on the rotations. He's been a Iceman in Search and Destroy. What do you like from the old man here today, Nameless?
Well, I will say he stepped it up tremendously, and also in their last matchup, at least in the respawns, he had a 1.16. So the man was doing his job very well there. I just really like how his capacity to stay mentally sound. He doesn't let anything get into his mind. He just keeps playing and playing his game. And when we get into these maps and modes, it's a bit interesting here. We see Seattle decided to play El Asilo instead of squaring up on Hotel, both of these teams' best control maps. And then also the hardpoints is an absolute square up. Once again, that embassy is going to be spicy.
A square up meaning you don't know who's going to win it?
Well, I will say this. New York is 3-0 on that map. The biggest money hill is Kitchen, and New York is by far the best team in the game when it comes to Kitchen in terms of plus minus, so Seattle have a lot to deal with on that map.
What about you, Allie?
I think that's so funny because it's also the map they prefer to veto, but they're 3-0 on it.
So they're good.
Their map pool is literally insane. But are we doing?
Are they big braining everybody? Let's go to predictions right now. Nameless, I want to start with you. Are you going Subliners? Or are we feeling Surge to start the morning?
I'm going New York. I got my Timbs on today, baby. New York can come in and take this one.
You're such
Final
a liar. He's literally
He's wearing
lying.
Crocs. It's disgusting.
No, these are
I'm going with the Seattle
forces,
Surge.
yeah.
You're going with Seattle Surge. Tell me about that pick. Why are you going with Surge, and who are you looking at?
Because like I said, I think when their S&D's on point, they're a championship contending team and top 3 in every category. And are you asking me for a player to watch?
Yeah. Because you're calling both searches, I guess, a Game 5 victory here?
Both searches. Watch Mack. Watch Mack melts with that bomb.
Mack melts. This game is about a moment away, so let's go ahead and bring in our casters right now to start the day. We got Brycey and Ton. Gentlemen, are you ready for this one?
Yes, Bucket, we are. We are ready for the last day of qualifiers before we head on down to Texas to see how everybody plays it out at Major number 3. But speaking of Major 3, this is the final from Major 1, Ton.
Yeah, and that was one that we were listening to the desk, and I was like, oh yeah, this was the final of Major number 1. It seems like we've had so much Call of Duty since then, to be honest with you. And fortunes have changed somewhat, to be fair, but both these squads still towards the top end of things. And let's see how things go. I think this is a really, really hard one to call. The New York Subliners, for me, looked fantastic yesterday. Can they carry that over? That is the question. Seattle Surge have kind of been up and down a little bit, winning some of the games you expect them, losing the ones you expect. We're kind of not seeing anything groundbreaking from Surge at this moment in time. It's a very, very difficult one to call. I think both teams on their best day, New York take it, but let's see, it's Call of Duty. It's whoever's been playing best on the day is typically taking it away.
Yeah, I can't deny with that one at all, and realistically, either one of these two teams putting on a good performance here could tell us how they do at the Major. They have been favourites before, but there's already a little bit of a shot from HyDra, and Tan, this is the great thing about it. Seeing these two teams go to work onto this will help us decide, do they have a chance of winning Major number 3?
Well, that's it. I think both these two teams have got to be in the conversation. That will be their expectation when we do head over towards Texas. They have to be there with the best teams in the game. I think a lot of people will have Atlanta FaZe on their lips, and I'd imagine so after game number 2, whatever happens there will have a good influence on that. But speaking of this game, P2 rotation looking nice from Surge. Gunfights going their way. Just want to try and get a hold of that car park if you can, but gunfights, as mentioned, looking pretty good for the side of Seattle Surge right now. Getting some decent time on P1. 13 seconds or so. We rotate around. Keep an eye on HyDra on this rotation.
They're waiting for it. KiSMET trying to move forward as well. Help them out. Both teams did a really good job of playing for positioning. Not about the P1, but it is about the P2. It is going to be Seattle Surge with a slightly better position out towards the back. HyDra's trying to do his work inside, but they're looking for him. Simp's going to find him as well, and he jumps down a toilet. Ducking and diving and eventually falling as he lines up with his teammate. Only KiSMET alive, but outnumbered.
KiSMET now all on his own. The rest of the team not in too bad of a spot, and contesting from this side is actually fine. Accuracy now towards the back, and he do much about it. He can find 1, 2, staying alive. Good job from accuracy. Will eventually get taken down, but slows down New York for only just a second.
Again, still battling over this P2 hardpoint. It does look like New York may come away with the winner. I think Pred's going to go for this contest. It will be all the scrap time for him if he can make it, but no, down he goes. We're over to P3. Accuracy's here first. Skyz going to try and take this fight. And he's found him as well. He got it done, and now you can see that New York not only grabbed the scrap time, they grabbed the next hill.
Yeah, New York just transitioned lovely. Over from top towards the car park side. Mack now coming in for the challenge up top as well. We'll find 2, can't find the 3rd. Good job from Priestahh. He will answer that one back, and for all that this looked bad for the side of Seattle Surge after that initial couple of gunfights go the wrong way, it's a lovely break coming on through. P3 has to be good for them here. It's already a pretty decent lead for New York. Surge can close that gap now.
Yeah, wonderful retake there, and actually though, he's starting to take some nades through. They need another trophy down, and KiSMET finds 2, and the 3rd, but accuracy's nade will eventually clean him up, but it's not going to be enough as Simp tries to stem the tide. New York flooding in here for their retake. And accuracy, it just wasn't working out for him. His teammates fell, and then the nades came in. And I say that's been an instant retake from Seattle Surge. The boat is tipping both ways.
For Subliners now, setting up towards the next hill. Lick your wounds just a little bit based on what just happened there. It was a good hold initially. But Surge very much coming back into this one, but a lot of Call of Duty to be played. Pred's in a 1 and 8. I'd imagine he'll change this here, and well, there you go. Those shots are not of the player 1 and 8. I've seen teammates in my rank play with 1 and 8 on their scoreline. You've been one of them. You don't shoot like this, Pred. Good couple of kills coming through. Is the cleanup going to be there from the teammates? Accuracy for the final one. Beautiful transition from Surge.
They are now in, but here comes HyDra trying to get through, but accuracy is wary. He's got it as well, and Seattle Surge will now be holding all the doors. They have to get through so many players. There's the first one down. Now comes the hard break. They have to get inside and find the right angle for it, and they can't, as Mack has found 2. That's already one route completely shut down. Pred's holding the other. Only Priestahh alive to try and do something, but without reinforcements, he has to be slow.
That's 2 hills in a row now. That Seattle Surge have broken far too easily. New York have been ruining their mistakes here. This could have been quite a substantial amount of points. Here comes the double channel. HyDra just about getting a hold of that one. Takes off of his health, and that will only be 10 seconds scrap time. Now, we talked about this hold over towards the kitchen. Can New York get themselves over into a better position? Currently, Surge are the first ones here, but it's mostly been New York on rotation. Surge breaking. Shoes on the other foot this time.
Mack's taking like that nade's going to get KiSMET in as well, and the life will come back. Seattle Surge have been on the ascendant recently, but so have New York. I mean, after that last major, who knows with these two teams?
Still holding here for the side of Surge. Is the break coming for Subliners? They're setting up in the correct way. You're just going to win your gunfights now. Skyz towards the back is going to be the catalyst. HyDra through the front door. It's a laundry cleanup. The Subliners will find a route through. Really nice break coming in from them. And honestly, if you looked at the game yesterday as well, they were out-rotating. They were holding well. Just a couple of little breaks coming in from the side of OpTic is what got them back into this. And it feels like Surge with 2 good breaks. That's all it's taken for them to find a lead here. New York need to be a little bit more consistent. And looking like another break could be falling the way of Seattle. Just a little bit too, I want to say, soft from New York. It's falling far too easy. The gunfight's not going your way. You've got to lock these down a little bit tighter.
No, I agree. But bearing in mind, this game, at the moment, as we go to the second set of rotations, really isn't that far apart. Just 22 points between them. As KiSMET looks probably to dive through the door here and take down Simp straight off this point. Looks for it. There it is. Sky's going to get it actually in the end. A few more points for New York. They're looking to maybe get a few more onto P1, but KiSMET just holding, waiting for the players he knows coming, and he has to get distracted by Mack. And eventually will be taken down. With 37 seconds left to go in this hard point, both teams will now be thinking P2.
As time goes on, we're seeing more teams pick up decent amount of time over towards P1. It's all about the top bridge control. It's all about top toilets control. That usually indicates whoever's going to win those gunfights is going to win some decent amount of time. But speaking of what we've seen from both these two teams so far, that's disgusting from HyDra as the rotation's starting to come in from New York again. New York are the best breaking team on this map. 50% of the time they're finding the breaks. Holds have been a struggle though, and we're getting good evidence of that so far. Looks like it's going to be a 50-50 gunfight as we head over towards P2 now. New York probably in the better position. No, they do have a hold of card part, but keep an eye on accuracy.
Well, Skyz will be the first one in. The rest of Seattle is going to fall. And accuracy finds 2. Pred will find a 3rd. And that is New York completely rebuffed. You are right about the breaking. We are keeping this competitive. But accuracy just finding everything on the flank there to crack P2 wide open.
The holds have not been good enough, honestly, from New York on the most part. Let's see if they can try and wake up a little bit here. 30 seconds to play for over towards P2. HyDra will find another, gets out the tack when needed. And for Simp here, what's the call? Do you start wrapping around over towards tennis courts? Do you hit it one more time? It's a big 20 seconds. Could be a bit of a swing if it goes the wrong way. Simp will happily take it, but for all of that, the rotation is once again being lost. New York Subliners will be the first ones there. Surge's breaks have been fantastic so far. It's going to be good again.
Priestahh takes that down as well. This is where it gets a little bit tricky. New York, one good time here on P3. Can they do a little bit better at holding than they have been? Pred into action, but gets down in orange before he can make any sort of moves. Him coming for the backup as well. New York have stacked this. They've got HyDra watching orange, and Simp's going to see an elbow, but he's not going to win the gunny. Mack will take down Skyz with the grenade as chaos erupts around this as Mack finds a second, but still nobody really in a position to get onto that point.
Yeah, chaos is just about right. I was thinking of that when I'm looking at the minimap. Everyone all over the place. KiSMET now will get taken down. It's a break here for Surge. Now the team really in control of that one, so I'm not necessarily blaming New York for what was a bad rotation or not. Now you're in a tough position though. Do you start making this push over towards P5? That's got to be the call, but HyDra may well just hit over towards Orange. He gets eviscerated as Pred will find 2. Rotation coming in. Big kills have to be found by Priestahh.
Needs it. Gotta get that one as well. And
Spawns.
even though oh my goodness, they're all at the back. They're all there. Well, Seattle Surge have just walked into the point for next, and they need to now try and get back out of it. Oh my goodness, it couldn't have gone worse for New York. They thought they had something, but they have been pushed out. They have been rebuffed, and the score is spiraling out of control.
Spawn out and inshallah and just hold on for Seattle Surge. It works out perfectly for them, but in the end it is going to be York Subliners locking it down. Accuracy just about coming in with another kill as well. Wonderfully played. I mean, Seattle Surge will count their lucky stars for that one. Subliners trying to find a route back in with what was initially a really good rotation, but again, the hold's not there. I won't necessarily blame them too much for that one. HyDra on the flank. Can he disrupt what's going on here for the side of Surge? That should be a clean break, and it is 3 from HyDra. You may well need to find the 4th to lock this one in. But now about the rotation over towards Kitchen. It's been fast and furious, Bryce. HyDra, 24 and 70.
They're going to need him more than ever. And with 14 seconds left, the scrap time may just go away. Pred's not even going to chat it. As we move towards it, KiSMET finds 1. They're looking now to put the squeeze on, trying to make sure they can get back into this game. It is still going to be relatively close as they close this net inch by inch. There we go. KiSMET going to back to the door. Oh, wait a minute. Door not working completely, and that gets him killed. Oh my goodness, Seattle Surge wiped the New York Subliners. They stacked for a break and found nothing.
Oh, this is a good 20-30 points without answer. You would like to think KiSMET and Skyz will find kills in the mid-map, but they've still got to make their way through. It's about 15 seconds uncontested. Mack steps off. Here comes KiSMET. Here comes Skyz. All absolutely dealt with. I just don't know who can do anything because it's HyDra, and he can. He finds 3. Still, the break is not here for Subliners. Surge, you are 40 points away. You're in the hill. It's still contested. 20 seconds to go. Subliners need this scrap. We need a good rotation to P1. We need everything from Subliners to be perfect now.
And this entire game, it has felt like New York are just a step behind. Can they find what they need to overturn this? The last bit of scrap time is falling here. But as we go towards P1, sometimes if you're ahead in this position, you can play the hill considerably. And that's what New York are going to have to worry about.
You play the hill, you start distracting them, thinking about the spawns on rotation. That's got to be the plan for Seattle Surge now. A few of them do fall. Pred inside the point. He'll get caught out here, though. Shots are going to be fired. I don't think he'll clean this one up. He'll be getting caught out indeed. Priestahh finding 1. KiSMET another. New York Subliners doing a good job of keeping Seattle off this. And also a rotation over towards P2. Going to start coming in momentarily. 30 seconds to play for here at P1. HyDra, cruise missile in hand.
Just going to play to keep everybody off P1 as much as possible. He wants that time, but it's not really worth dying. HyDra on 7th Street goes across. That nade will catch him. And this is where it is now dangerous. Not only do New York have a mountain to climb, they can't even really touch P1, but P2 is all the way on the other side of the map, and this is a hard break.
And now what is the plan? You got to find that kill towards the front. Pred will be able to find 1. Can he find the second as well onto HyDra? He can. And that's wonderful play from Pred straight out of top PD, and then he will find those kills on the break. HyDra, he needs to call this cruise in.
They need to get some nades and tack into this. Surely there's going to be a trophy on it. There is. It's going to be completely deflected. Accuracy is just having fun. Carving apart New York as they try to push for it. Accuracy still moving. Simp's got the outside as well. HyDra will eventually take him down, but it's been 22 seconds and New York haven't even seen the hill. They haven't got close. Pred finds 2 more. As a New York scramble, they cannot get near this hill as they are gunned repeatedly, and Seattle Surge put them to the sword on map number 1.
A wonderful performance from the Surge boys. And honestly, it was a tale of 2 halves, I want to say. The rotations were much better from Surge, and they were finding success in that sense, I want to say. And the second rotation of hills, but throughout the first, it felt like Subliners in control, but nothing to show from it. A really good performance from Surge. I don't want to maybe focus too much on the spawns over towards P4, but that was definitely a big influence on the game as well. You got a feel for New York in that scenario. Just, oh, okay, maybe didn't read it right. Can we put it down to them? Who knows? 250 to 181. big performance coming in from Pred towards the end specifically as well. We've seen him disrupting as much as he could over towards Kitchen at the end of the second rotation, and then when we went into the third, that play out of top PD just to shut down that mid cut. Everything from Subliners was in that. If you could find a couple of kills there, you could post up, contest as best you can. We're going over towards P3, but a really good job from Surge. The bricks were clinical when they needed to be.
Yeah, they were, and that's kind of what I was saying. Like, apart from New York having an early little bit of a lead here, you can see on the replay, it felt like they were chasing Seattle for the rest of the map. You never really saw Seattle out of it. There were times when New York got the rotation and never held it for very long. And that eventually kind of gets them out of it, especially when they accelerate, especially when that break come in late game and Seattle Surge just took more and more points away. New York had a really difficult fight to get back in it, and around that P1, P2 play, we've seen it many, many times. If you are behind going P1, P2 for the finish, it's difficult to play P1 and you probably won't get P2.
You're very right. It's so awkward to play around. HyDra does a good job here at breaking, but it was just too little too late. She finds a fourth, finds a fifth here as well with the help of his teammates. Did get a hold of that cruise, but yeah, it was just a solid wall from Seattle Surge at that stage because Pred's pushing out. The ARs are chilling. They can set themselves up. There's trophies everywhere, and you're going to run into the high ends of accuracy. Never a good place to be. Subliners probably not too happy with that, but will not be too deterred. There's a long series left in this one. Let's Seattle Surge looking a little bit more like the team that we've seen in a grand finals, of course, already this season. Yet to see a really consistent game from them across the board, but Hardpoint has always been pretty solid, and that's a solid way to start the series.
Yeah, I kind of want to show out. I think Mack actually had a really good time as well. Some of his kills were very, very influential. Pred started off really slow, actually. I think it was like 1 and 8 in the kill feed at the time, and then finishing 28-26. Showed that he accelerated that pace just a little bit. I think for New York, they're probably going to have to go back and watch some of that. From the breaks to the holds, nothing was perfect.
Got to change it up as we stay on aBeZy, but this time around for Search and Destroy. And yeah, you know, I kind of half mentioned it throughout, as that is actually New York's first loss on aBeZy Hardpoint throughout the season. They were one of the number one, well, they are the number one breaking team at 50%, which is quite far and above everybody else. But it was really them who was getting broke over and over again. Holds have been a problem for both these two teams. They're pretty much very average, both of them, but it was a really solid outing by the side of Seattle Surge. So big props to their breaking. That comes down from players like Pred, Mack, making those plays, sipping accuracy, then finding their way in. Really good job from the Seattle Surge. But aBeZy Search and Destroy coming up next. Both these two teams, it's a hard one to call. Last time around, we've seen Seattle Surge play us up against London. Was a 6-1 victory for them, so there will be confidence, of course, but Subliners need a bounce back here.
They certainly do, and they're going to be relying on some of their big hitters for it. KiSMET was once called one of the best players in the league, and obviously we highlighted Mack that last one as well. And this is maybe the difference between them. We can see here the S&D KD. Mack better in plants, better in KD, better in kills per round, and better in first bloods. Do you think that makes a difference?
Well, I think so. I think what's so impressive about these statistics is for the side of Mack, he is the bomb carrier and dropping a 1.67 in Search. That is pretty crazy. We see some big numbers from some players who maybe play around that, will make their positions to find those kills to help the team. I'll put them in advantageous positions, but Mack is that guy. He's getting the bomb down. He's making the plays in that aspect. He's being that objective player for you, and then also backing that up with some big numbers. Overall, in attacking rounds, he is dropping a 1.8 as the bomb carrier. Brycey, hold me. What are these numbers?
Hey, it's a Mack attack on S&D. It's fun having keep going. A big win here for Seattle Surge over New York. Will raise their stock immensely on the run to the major. For New York, nothing has been going quite as well as winning major number 1. And they'll be looking to put some haters back down into their pits if they can do it. But I'll tell you something, going into this major, it does feel very competitive across the entire league. But I don't know who's my favourite. Well, that's a lie. I think at the moment I'd FaZe the team to beat, but let's find out who else can do something.
That was a 3-man hit through the middle of the map from New York Subliners. A fat amount of grenades heading up towards top. I think they're imagining that Lamar's setting up that. It was actually Simp. Survives it though, nonetheless. But that does slow down this push. Mack with bomb in hand, of course. Sib will get taken down as well. Mack accuracy was able to answer. Pred just runs out and guns HyDra. Round explodes into life. 2 versus 2.
Now, slow and steady, looking for information. KiSMET in a great position for it. They are going to leave a bomb site open. Pred wants to get that bomb back, but he's worried about who's outside this door. As we can tell, nobody, but KiSMET might be able to see him if he pushes too far. Here we go, Pred, slowly but surely opening the door. I don't think KiSMET's sitting there. He just peeks out, gets the bomb, goes back in. The call is going to be made. They're going over to 8. Accuracy is on Overwatch.
Accuracy getting himself over here is information for Pred to, well, hot step it over himself. Information will be gained here from Subliners, though. The fact that KiSMET sees absolutely nothing over towards the B side. Yeah, the bomb's going to be going down to B. Here comes the pinch. Potentially first gunfight's important. It's won by Accuracy. But did he know where KiSMET is? The answer is no. Pred will be taken down 1v1.
Here he goes, looking for Accuracy. It's all about the gun. He's going to see toes. Accuracy almost catches him slipping, and he gets out of him. Oh my goodness, Accuracy went to move, and KiSMET held the iron. Accuracy was not expecting the chow from that direction. And now KiSMET with his dead silence going to allow it to run out probably before he goes for this defuse. Wins the 1 versus 2 after Skyz goes down.
It's easier to say now, but I'm not quite sure why he moved. You've got him locked down towards Vance. Yeah, okay, the reposition might throw him off guard, but KiSMET happy to take the gunfight on a minute's or a second's notice, if anything. Accuracy, yeah, a little shake of the head. He knows himself that was the wrong decision. Of course, it's easy to say that when you've lost the round already, but tough one. I kind of understand, but still, the result speaks volumes. Subliners find a round number 1. And for Seattle, getting the bomb down is something they don't do a whole lot often, especially compared to the side of New York. We'll delve into those a little bit more. The grenade was solid from KiSMET over towards that defensive side, and imagine Accuracy is brushing off a little bit of gunpowder now. KiSMET and Co now heading over towards B, but yeah, for New York, planting has really been a lot of their ethos when it has come down to these attacking rounds on aBeZy, as it always should be. Get that bomb down over towards B, you win the round the majority of the time.
Pred's in a really good position. Should be able to get a kill here, depending when somebody moves. But as you can see at the moment, nobody really going for it. KiSMET checking the windows. And New York are playing the burn time and look for a pick card. They've got Skyz on the sniper. KiSMET watching mid. Mack is going to fly across as well. The issue is now going to be time. They are going to have to move. The call has to be made.
35 seconds. And the ace in the hole that Seattle Surge have. Oh, it's Pred who's now just revealed these positions. Skyz is going to go for it. He doesn't get reach out. And now with the bottom toilets as well. Sib and Mack, though, doing the damage, which may have already been done by the time winding by New York Subliners. Pred now in a dangerous spot. Priestahh in an even more dangerous spot as he's already dead. HyDra all alone. Even he won't be able to pull this one off.
Seattle Surge playing that pretty much perfect. Patience. They never give anything away. Pred almost sold it. Took a little bit of a shot, didn't get the kill, got out of there though. Regained, and New York, sometimes that works. If you can find a pick early, it allows you to kind of pull the players away from the bomb sites, opens up some gaps. But Seattle Surge were giving them nothing. Nobody peeked Skyz. Nobody hit mid. And now, you can see the Seattle Surge, a clinical round from them.
Nicely done. And I think the thing is they think to themselves, okay, well, we don't really need to move. We don't really need to challenge. Look where Pred is. Like, he's in a position to shut down any sort of push that starts to come through. If somebody gets killed, he can trade that pretty effectively from that position, especially over towards the toilet side of PD. Pred now well aware of what's going on here. Subliners aggressive and will be paying for that one. Pred finds HyDra. Second will be good. Oh,
it's a gunfight inside. Mack rushes in. Can he stick him? He did. It's a trade. Skyz, 1 versus 2, looking for it. Not going to find Accuracy that time around. He watched KiSMET do it after he went down. Can he get another clutch for the New York Subliners? It's going to be difficult because Seattle Surge are going to dictate the pace of this now.
Oh, they're going to run into him here. Oh, he's going to get a little bit of bad timing. They line up, though. Simp takes the bullets but lands the last one. And I think because of where Skyz was when he fired those initial bullets off, you see Accuracy kind of back down. Skyz is like, okay, well, they're going B. Well, that's what they're thinking. But Skyz is just holding it down, saying, yeah, well, okay. Let's see which way you move with that one. Sib lands the final bullet. Scary one. Very scary one. That would have been a couple of 1v2s in the back pocket for New York Subliners. Never a bad thing to have. But the round will go Seattle's way. Just.
Yeah, it does. It is just 1v1's dictating this S&D at the moment. New York, though. Triple hit up top. All the way across. They're waiting for an aggressive push here. Is this the same tactic again? Are they going to play this passive and wait for Seattle to make a mistake? Pred has got hot feet. Dead Silence is popped, looking for that first blood. There's Priestahh, easy peasy. Didn't get the Dead Silence reset, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a tough one. There's plenty of information here, though. Everyone's stomping around above him. I dare you to chase me. I'm just going to hold this angle within SMG while it's HyDra. He is going to chase you and apparently going to gun you as well. Accuracy holding the cross. It's not necessarily the easiest gunfight, especially over towards the tennis side. I doubt you'll be able to kill him, but just staying alive over towards this ace side works out beautifully. Yep, he's got the information. Accuracy sitting here, ready and wait.
He's going to go for it as well. So he's going to see three. He's only going to get one, though. Traded before he can do too much damage. Down to a 2 versus 2 between these again. And New York wrapping back to the other bomb site. Here's Mack, though. He's going to find KiSMET already, trying to make sure he stays down. Will he see HyDra push out towards the bomb site? They are running out of time. They just have to go for it.
Does he get a hit mark? He doesn't. Has got no idea that the player's already on the bomb. So what's the play call? Well, those shots landing would have been the one. KiSMET now staying alive. Bomb down, 2v2.
Oh, this is so tense. The S&D is coming down at tiny margins again. Oh, to the Simp. KiSMET finds it. Another 1 versus 2 for him. Simp about to come through the door. KiSMET waiting with irons. Nobody blink. Nobody breathe. And KiSMET makes it again. The second 1v2 for the dog in this S&D.
Oh, and the positioning just works out so perfectly. 7-2 from KiSMET. Simp's never going to win that. There's so many different locations he can be in. As soon as he finds the first and survives the round, it's pretty much over. And the problem is Simp is already weak from the initial gunfight, which it looked like he had no right to win. What an S&D this has been so far, but New York Subliners looking like, you want to say the more solid team, but they're the ones who are having to clutch up on occasion. I don't know. Maybe it's just KiSMET. 7-2 from him. Hit marker coming through HyDra. Going for the peak. This is the first fast round that we see for a team. Was that a hit marker? Doesn't manage to find the kill. Accuracy finds another. It's a 2v4. Oh,
already gone down. There we go. Priestahh. 1 versus 4. Gonna find one. Is there magic written in the stars for him? He's watched Priestahh get a couple of clutches, but this is 2 steps further. This is a long chow around the corner. This is a horrible position to try and win gunfights from because there's too much cover against you. Sim's going to see him. Down he goes.
I don't know if did I see a hit marker on that sniper? Am I?
It may have been
production.
Look.
Now. Oh.
What did he hit there? His armpit? His elbow?
He shaved his elbow by the looks of things.
Oh, that's disappointing for HyDra. Especially considering he died very, very soon after it.
And that changes the round,
I will say this at this point, Tom, by the way. New York only have 2 rounds off of 2 1v2s by KiSMET.
It just always feels like, I don't know how to explain it. It feels like they've actually been doing pretty well in this and find themselves behind. I know you're saying the clutches are coming up, but Seattle's Edge, maybe just the cleaner rounds, Subliners, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. Okay. Not another repeat of yesterday, please.
It's on that 2 reel pack. And again, New York, passive on the attack, waiting. Pred in the toilets, seeing if anybody makes a mistake. New York look like they want to push towards A. They may see if they can get a wrap going on towards B, though, but at the moment, holding fast with 50 seconds.
New York can kind of push absolutely nowhere right now. Very little information. Are they getting any here from Pred, though? Walking ever so slowly. He might still hear you. Doesn't matter, though. We'll find 2. HyDra's able to answer back with an aggressive push that comes through. It's only his 2nd kill of the game. Dead Silence is popped. Needs to do something here for the squad.
HyDra flies out, goes for Simp as well, but oh, the sniper! He takes him down! I don't know if that was a quick scope, a no scope, or no hope. New York not having fun. And KiSMET, it's a 1 versus 3 this time for him. Surely not again. And down he falls to accuracy. This time does not leave the truck cover. And I don't know if we have that against Simp, but he is smiling ear to ear. What on earth happened?
Tell me we got it. Production, whisper sweet nothings in my ear and tell me you've got it.
Oh, we do. We do have it.
Oh, he's no scope!
I've just broken my chair by flying backwards. Oh, God.
And the thing is, if HyDra finds that kill, they're in a pretty decent spot. Yeah, KiSMET's over towards A, but all of a sudden you've got, well, P3 control right over the top of B. You can kind of dictate what you want to do.
Now, looking maybe for a fast plant here. Pred's already got out towards the back. Sib on Overwatch, just shooting everything. Oh, and Pred has found one, got away with it, running. Is Priestahh going to chow this? Oh my goodness, he's going to see him as well! Pred gets another! And now HyDra in a 1 versus 3. Down he goes. Seattle Surge are moving mad on this map at the moment.
I mean, it's just worst case scenario, isn't it? You start to lose control over towards the B side, and then all of a sudden Pred's run up mid-map and found a pick. Just disaster scenario for the side of the Subliners, who've crumbled here. Let's be honest, I think, you know, you're right. I must have been faded when I was talking about how it felt like they were maybe the ones in control, but I don't know if I've just seen a lot of KiSMET POV because he's playing pretty good. Rest of the squad, though, have not been at the races. 7 kills between them, with KiSMET 7 of his own.
And this time, again, it's the same tactic here from New York. It's not aggressive. This time, we are going to see HyDra maybe make a move. They can get this bomb down early. It could be a different round.
I don't believe we've really seen too much planting action going on from the side of New York. Simp has probably scared them off, though. The sniper has been deadly so far. A couple of kills falling his way. That no-scope, the highlight, of course.
It's better for Subliners. Bomb down, 4 players up. Who blinks first? Pred versus HyDra. Sib versus Skyz.
Accuracy on the flank as well. Pred's going to go with a stun. HyDra gets dealt with, but will trade it. Smart plays. Accuracy. Will find one of his own. KiSMET will trade it 2v2.
New York have done well in these before. Sib really wants to see if he can pick him. No shot. Waiting again, the diffuser's coming through. Is he going to be the right angle for him? Sib's going to get the kill. The diffuser's in! KiSMET goes all the way around. The 1v2, not that time. Seattle Surge win the S&D. The Ninja Diffuse was in. Unbelievable.
And it's the pressure from Sib Sniper. They're scared of it. Skyz doesn't want to check in case he gets picked off, because then, of course, the bomb's getting diffused. But because he can't check it, the bomb is also getting diffused. Seattle Surge 2 to the good. And deservedly so. Look at Pred. 11 and 5, those initials is where things are really coming down to it. 6 first bloods for Pred. Those are aBeZy numbers, Brycey. Ridiculous out of Pred.
It wasn't. For New York, maybe the passive attack needs to change, need to find something else a little bit differently. It just seemed like they were giving up an awful lot of map control to Seattle Surge, and that's definitely going to be one for the VOD review and to figure out later on. No matter what they really tried, it was never really going for them. And even on defense, Seattle Surge were being much more aggressive. Yeah, back to the drawing board for New York.
Yeah, and another caveat actually for Seattle Surge and how good they were in that. Those 2 rounds that New York won were 2 1v2s from KiSMET. So if you're going to find those clutch situations, just to find 2 rounds when you get beat 6-2, a lot of questions to be asked. That is very much a back to the drawing board one for me, as well as you, as well as the New York Subliners. That is a tough one to take, and 2-0 down this series now. Bryce, they need the reverse sweep up against Seattle Surge. Tall order. Very, very tall order.
It really is. Let's see if they can do it. Coming up after the break, the control between New York and Seattle. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for more action here on the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are heading into a control. If you are just joining us, Seattle Surge currently lead this 2-0 against the New York Subliners. A good hard point, but a better S&D. Do New York have any way back into this game, Ton?
Well, I mean, it's difficult because when you think about LSCLO control coming up, neither one of these two teams pulling up any trees in terms of the statistics. It's an uncomfortable map for both of them, so you would probably lean to the informed team, which right now is looking like the side of Surge. Looking phenomenal so far, but overall stats on control for both these two players, two of the most influential. And when it comes down to LSCLO, it's those little routes we're going to have to see, and that is going to come from these two guys. HyDra, Pred looking to try and cause havoc. That defensive KD, though, from the side of HyDra is what's standing out from me. Look at what he's going to do when he is playing that defensive side. He's comfortable with the attack in his hand. Expect him to be pushing into top green. Overlook to B, overlook to A. Can cause havoc from that.
Yeah, and this really is a meeting of the Titans, the speedy slaying SMGs. Some of the most exciting POVs in the Call of Duty League, and they've both been individual highlight reels. This time, though, Pred currently has the lead, but HyDra in the statistics could be a game for redemption, and I'm looking forward to it.
Hope we do get a hotel. I want to see some more matches between these two teams, because for all that Surge are winning, and I want to say looking relatively comfortable, they've been fun. A lot of fun. Initial hit, which way is it going to go for the Subliners? Back with a little bit of mid-map control. And I want to say one thing for the side of New York, defense has been a struggle for them, so some attacking rounds would not go amiss. They're sitting pretty low on the percentile side of things when it does come down to this map. It's about 2/3 of defensive rounds are won, whereas it's only 1/3 of the attacking rounds are won. It's mostly a defensively sided map, so you need to start locking some of them in. Attacking round would definitely help on the way. B looking like the initial objective for the side of Subliners now, as the push starting to come through. Looking like it is going to get shut down for Surge, but Skyz still here alive and kicking for Subliners.
Guys trying to find him, but Pred will shut him down before he can do anything. And for New York, it remains just to maybe to stop this clock for a few seconds. Try and find something.
So there's a temptation over towards the B side there, because accuracy actually gets ripped off the head. Priestahh with the initial shots. HyDra follows it up himself. We'll find a kill on the Mack. And it has tempted the New York Subliners. It's a tantalizing option. A couple of kills going down towards B. You find some kills now. You can find Skyz in a good position to lock down the spawns. Mack will struggle with that one. We'll have to go through the mid-map, but a little bit of control here for Subliners. And not a lot of time to lock it down, but if they can do, they're in a great spot. HyDra frying 6 spray from him.
And this is why statistics are so good. Everybody falls over and over again. 7 kills for him now. Cruise missile in the back pocket. And he's just putting bullets and running away. Reminds me of Black Ops 2 Karma, actually. He was very, very good at doing that. But now HyDra waiting for the rest of his team to make the rest of the kills before they move and execute on A.
Skyz is the crucial one here. He can start to cut off some of the respawns coming through, but he hasn't managed to win one of those gunfights yet. I mean, this is ambitious. Okay. That's his first kill of the game.
It's not always about the amount of kills. Sometimes you just need the right ones. And that's what they're looking for.
Gunning accuracy across the map with the SMG. Oh, accuracy, you want seconds.
All the stuns and nades, they waits for it. KiSMET finally gets into this point. It causes issues here for Seattle Surge. They have to send somebody to commit. They do have radio tower control, though. HyDra looking for the long-range gunfights. Almost turns the bird's accuracy, but KiSMET gets that first tick. Pred going to be in a good position to shut it down, though. And a fantastic play from New York, but just not enough.
They haven't really got a lot of control, but that's going to help things. HyDra now calling in the streak. Cruise missile going somewhere. It's going to be on the Simp, who has a trophy. Hard one to bet. But has that possibly opened the door for the Subliners to get a little bit of time here? Over towards the point. Big gunfight win coming in from Mack. HyDra on the flank would have been an issue. Now Priestahh in the mid-map. He's going to be the next one to deal with. My good. Mack melts not 1, 2, but 3. Right now just trying to survive up top. He will force them further back. It's a big play out of Mack in the mid-map. When B was gone, it was looking all but done and dusted. Subliners, one last throw of the dice.
And Pred's going hunting, because all he has to do here is burn out the time. New York, one last chance for this. They have to get in the point, they have to commit, but Simp is waiting for them, and this is the issue.
Still a chance.
They go through the door. Mack looking over, finds the first. Skyz will get it back, has to just sit on the point, cannot do anything else. 1.6 seconds, and now HyDra gets gunned by Pred as well. 4 ticks for New York. Will that be enough?
Oh, Mack, I would love to see that from his POV. We've seen him clean up the first on the HyDra who was flanking. There's a second one in mid barrels, even pre-aiming him. And he's absolutely spat on him. Impressive plays from Mack again. And he has been that guy for Surge in this series. It's felt that way, hasn't he? He's not necessarily set the world on fire in terms of numbers, but these kills that we're seeing are always important. He's always that guy doing the dirty work. 7 and 8, don't care. You could have 3 kills. Those 3 kills in the middle of the map won them around pretty much.
Well, let's see. Oh, New York can do a better job holding here. It doesn't really matter, but they're already in.
Oh, dear.
Oh my goodness, that's 3 down. Only Skyz left alive, and he finds Simp. Could be a fast A capture. Now, capturing A early doesn't always mean they're going to get the round or get more ticks. B is a difficult capture at the best of times.
It is. You can always see A, that is very difficult as well. And you can get a team to lock it down, but Mack is here again. The snapper from Sib. That's going to be A gone, surely. Priestahh will have a little look, but A now gone. Priestahh still putting the pressure on. If surely won't find a 30, will not. Sib will shut that down, but honestly, both these sides are hard to attack when it's solo. You kind of need to keep things bubbling on both sides if you want a really successful attacking round, but it's felt like A has got more difficult as time has went on, and B maybe a little bit easier as teams begin to understand. Mid-map cleared out from the side of Seattle Surge. That's what you're going to concentrate on. Nobody on the flank for Subliners. So it is a one-pronged attack, if you like, from Seattle Surge. That's going to have to come on through.
Long-range Vaz Nev, not going to work out for them yet. Big fight going to go down here as well as KiSMET gets it. Seattle Surge suddenly going back to the spawn. Only Pred left alive, but coming under fire from every single angle. Runs away, but runs straight into HyDra. Eventually is traded out by Sib, but it will mean Seattle Surge have to rethink this attack again.
Even that one kill coming in from Pred, though, is pretty influential because it slows down Subliners from finding a little bit more mid-map, more mid-map pressure. That's very difficult to say. Surge now trying to find a little bit of a way through that mid-map. Subliners couldn't let themselves lock down any more control of the map. HyDra will be able to find a kill, but still they can't really get out their spawn. The only person in a position to slow down Surge out of their spawn is Priestahh right now, and he's dead.
Pred looking for them off the respawn, but HyDra already into the cover. Will be taken down eventually. Accuracy actually takes it away from Pred. If they can find a few more kills here, this piece is looking good. Pred, though, has been stunned. He has been found. They just don't have the bodies to get it done. And New York keep taking control. They are 3 deep on B.
And just holding that pressure is so important. KiSMET now on his way up. Will get gunned. Good shots coming in from Pred. And that player towards the back in Priestahh. Accuracy is
a long way.
So deep.
This is a flank to end all flanks.
Yeah, there's a good fight one over towards the field. Oh, if you could have found that kill on the Priestahh, it's a dangerous position for New York, but looking like they're going to hold, Bryce.
They certainly are, and that's what I said. Taking A doesn't always mean you're going to get more ticks in the round or get it done. Seattle Surge looking for their last push. Priestahh guns one. Priestahh looks for the second. Skyz will get it eventually. Only accuracy left, but he's so far behind. He is not getting to this point in time, and it is looking like New York will have better of their defense. Only 3 ticks there for Seattle.
The struggles for Surge on their offense actually do continue. 29% of your attacks is what's being won. And both teams, I mean, they kind of have a struggle in the same sense. New York's attacks look pretty good. Surge's look pretty bad. Surge's defenses look pretty good. New York's look pretty bad. All about those defensive rounds coming on through so far. And it kind of felt a strange one because it never felt like New York had control of green or had control of field for the most part. It was just sit back, irons up, find your gunfights, and they did so successfully. Surge unable to break what was a very stiff defense from Subliners.
Well, New York will be looking to do a little bit better this time. HyDra looking for him as well, but Gun Mack has been winning so many influential gunfights in this game. KiSMET will eventually take him down, but this is about fighting for mid-map control, and he's already identified that Pred's probably behind. And HyDra and Pred going at it. KiSMET looking for Pred now, and while they have got it, no real progress has been made up the map.
There's an open door over towards B. KiSMET hears someone. That's going to be a Mack running through the mid-map. He's now being dealt with. This is looking good for the side of Subliners. B, the pressure is potentially on if he could have found that. Another nail in the coffin. But still the pressure is here. Skyz gets rid of accuracy on the flank. Still pressure for Subliners over towards B.
Every single member of Subliners got off the point then. Trying to make these kills before they commit to it as well. But Seattle Surge find all of them but KiSMET. KiSMET now jumps on the way. This is better to stop the clock. He probably won't be able to get this first one down, but he tries to stop as he flies out towards accuracy and hits nothing but grass.
I get a Mack POV in this map, by the way. Every gunfight I'm seeing him win. Doesn't matter what position he's in, doesn't matter what position the other opposition is in. It's looking so good from Mack right now. Pred now going to get dealt with. Pressure over towards A. Can Mack deal with it? There's one. Can't find the second. A little bit of a respite for the side of Subliners.
They clean it up fast as well. Not a single tick here for New York. They'll be looking for that first one at A. They're currently on 4 ticks from the first round. Now 5 ticks. At this point, I wonder if Seattle Surge give this up. Not going to look likely. Pred going to find 2. Never give you up. It's Rick Ashley in this one. Pred with 3! Almost finds the 4th, but can't. Accuracy's going to try and clean up against Skyz, and he will do. And a second on the HyDra. Seattle Surge are shooting today.
I mean, that man is just shooting universes, not even suns out of his tack at this stage. A little bit of a purchase, I want to say, over towards the B side. Pred, Mack will find kills, and of course, you've been gunned as well. Oh my god, Seattle Surge. Can I get a class check? God damn.
Yeah, those gunfights. Looking pretty crisp, pretty solid. Actually moves his gun. Doesn't even have a bullet missed there.
I don't think they missed a bullet the entire round.
But here's the tell. Can New York hold their defense? Now, if they can, we get to around number 5. Always still a way back in this game for New York. You would say at this point in the game, Seattle Surge look like the better squad. But we've said that before in the CDL, and then madness happens.
Make no assumptions on what's happened before when it comes down to any game of the Call of Duty League. 25 and 15 from Pred. An assumption that he'll put up these numbers is a fair one when it comes down to these games. Now waiting for KiSMET on this flank. Not much cleared out on the mid-map from the side of Seattle Surge, but they will still get these shots over towards it. Yeah, okay, feels like a turn on Pred already. Weak Priestahh always going to win that gunfight, but that's a nice one from Skyz. A lot better from the side of New York. Surge pinned back in.
Oh, Skyz almost takes down Mack as well. Super weak. HyDra probably will go for the chow here. Slow pick around the corner, and Mack with a better angle finds him. Dumps out towards it as well. And now bodies on towards A. Another early capture here for Seattle Surge.
Mack just happy to sit tight here. I wouldn't mind an extension, but I think he just wants to extend the time rather than push forward. Keep that pressure on. Now find himself up top. A couple of gunfight wins on transition as A is secured. Would be nice for the side of Seattle Surge, who are just flooding through mid-map here, Bryce.
Well, already, first push done. Here comes accuracy. Could be another legendary long flank. Priest has already found him. Accuracy running back into the map that some people have never even looked at before. And will fall. And already you can see HyDra has pushed up. He's going to be a menace to keep Seattle Surge on their toes.
That sounds pop from Mack, and we'll find the first to reset it. And crucially, HyDra needs to stay alive here. Okay, he's been taken down, so everybody from the side of Subliners is over towards the back side now. If you are Seattle Surge, just a few gunfight wins and you're in a good spot.
Mack in. Stopping the time. I mean, he's alone. Completely and totally alone. Finds the first time, will eventually fall. The rest of Seattle Surge trying to get in position, but not winning a gunfight, and Pred will fall as well. Back to respawn, Surge.
And that is just some good routes coming in from the side of the Subliners. Some great shots from KiSMET to take down Simp. You've got to slowly pick your way out of your Surge. You've managed to do so. But even when they find those kills, you think in a control round, oh yeah, okay, they should be pushing on and getting a hold of at least a ticket. But how far back they were. Subliners have now had the opportunity to set themselves up in awkward little positions. This would be a relatively big gunfight. If Priestahh can win it, he can. And just continues to slow Surge down. It's feeling like around 5.
It really is, but with 40 seconds left to go, New York cannot afford to put a foot wrong. HyDra versus Mack, and already finds that kill. Every single time New York do this, it puts Seattle Surge back on the back foot. They need players to convert B into a win. They are running out of time. Skyz again being a nuisance. And Seattle Surge cannot catch a break. They cannot find the wave of kills they need.
One decent push. That's all you need. KiSMET, good shots, but not good enough. Now HyDra in the mid-map. Can they deal with him? They're onto the point. It looks like they might deal with him. They've got him away. Surge are on.
11 seconds stopped, but HyDra still alive. Finds one on the flank. Looks for the long gun. Simp is going to fall as well. And that is the issue. You cannot leave HyDra alive. The push falls to pieces. Seattle Surge will only have 6 ticks in this one. So I think New York will get the defense.
The defense has been typically way below average, if that is the case. But with Surge's offense not being great either, I think New York will take your chances in round number 5 if you get a hold of the defensive side. Surge seemed to get one of the sites relatively easily, but then as soon as things turn and concentrate on only one of the sides, then it does get a little bit more difficult for them. Struggling to break that backline of subliners who are sitting quite resolutely. It doesn't feel it's actually subliners on the attack. Good nuts.
Yeah, I got
that's usually my job. Yeah, okay,
Here we go, looking for as well. HyDra, that's a huge first gun. Priestahh gets another one. Mack has to make sure that nothing else goes wrong. Already they're moving over towards B. This could be the difference maker. Mack somehow gunning KiSMET. That chain link fence is always a horrible gunfight.
Never one you like to see. Accuracy from winning a big one on the HyDra though. He can now slow them down over towards that B side. It's such a good spot for somebody with a good AR shot to just post themselves up in B and nuisance, get the shots down, make them weak as they start the onslaught over towards B still. Accuracy's still alive, but not much defense over towards this back side. You can see Priestahh overextending over towards the hillside, and that will spawn Subliner, sorry, the Surge so far away. KiSMET just taking this time up. 3 dead. Pred the only one here.
The superhero arrives, but it only gives them a brief respite. Priestahh now on Overwatch. Looks for the first. Gun down. New York are putting Seattle Surge way behind, and is already ticking up. The second tick is in. Does Seattle Surge have anything left to deflect this? I don't think they do. And B will be captured. It may be a long fight to A.
A long time, Bryce. 1 minute and 50 seconds you got to defend for. It's doable though. Oh my god, HyDra. I'd like to think that Simp was weak, but Pred wasn't. HyDra with the gunny. Now a little bit more pressure onto the side of Seattle Surge. HyDra's not slowing down now. Streak coming in from Priestahh.
He's going to catch. No, the trophy systems are always out. Seattle Surge. Life still in this. Priestahh looking for the player at radio. He knows he's going to be there, biding his time. Nade flying out as well. Does he actually have one down? He does, and that's going to be another kill.
Oh, that's big.
At the moment, Surge are holding.
That's big that those 3 kills come through. Just a little bit of respite for Surge. They can set themselves up a little bit better now. You can see where Pred is as well. They're all starting to push down that B side. KiSMET's still here and causing issue now. Mack needs to stay alive and find kills on top of it.
You see KiSMET looking for him. Desperately knows where this player is going to be. 1 minute on the clock. Plenty of time for New York to get this. KiSMET's going to be the first in, already onto it. Still going. Mack finds 2, Simp finds another one, and the last one will not fall. Skyz gets away. A lot of setup there for New York, but nothing comes out of it.
Mack just does a fantastic job again. Finds 2 inside of top office, which just slows them down. But look at New York just stacking it from the front. Is it going to be Mack to shut them down again? It isn't. Got to keep going. If you're Surge, you got to funnel bodies in here to get them off it.
They're going to chow. They're all going to chow. New York flying in. Simp finds one. Pred finds another. Pred finds a second. Looking for the third on the Skyz. Skyz runs. He knows he's being chased, and he gets taken down as well. New York committed with a full stack of players, but a full stack of respawns is all they find. And with 26 seconds left to go, Seattle Surge must not make a mistake.
Accuracy has read this. He's just holding them down the B side. You might have captured the point, but you will not pass the mountain. Accuracy holding down this side. It's still possible with subliners, but they've only got 10 seconds to do it.
New York, everything on the line as Pred is gunning. HyDra has fallen as well. They might be able to stop this. I think Priestahh's going to be on the point. 4.6 seconds, but no lives remaining. And they fly. Mack's going for it as well. And it was big gets yesterday for New York, but it's sourdough today as Seattle Surge take this 3-0.
It is a monster SMG performance from Surge. We said it was going to come down to it. And Pred and Mack drop a combined 70 plus kills on your forehead. It's a 3-0 for Seattle Surge, and that is a statement made heading into Texas. 40 for Pred, 33 for Mack. That is a 4,400. Excuse me? My goodness, Pred.
27 non-traded kills. I think the record we saw was Havoc earlier in the season on that map.
42, 43, something along those lines. Yeah,
could have
not
beaten
far
it.
off.
Unfortunately didn't, but hey, the 3-0W will have to be enough ton.
And I said it's a statement, man. It felt like Surge in control the majority of each and every one of these maps. 70-point win in hardpoint. It's a 4-round win and Search and Destroy. Those 2 rounds you lose are 1v2. So, I mean, if you had to take any negatives away from Search, just brush up on your clutch situations. But you win your defenses in the control, which is ultimately what has been the strength for you. You look at New York, they've struggled in their attacking rounds, as have Surge. It comes down to these defensive rounds, but ultimately comfortable for the side of Seattle Surge. That will give them a lot of confidence heading into Texas next week.
Oh, it certainly will. Both teams obviously sitting happy in the winner side of the bracket, but winning against New York, a little bit of revenge for Major 1. But we'll send it over to our wonderful desk to break down everything they saw in that game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I did not expect a hot 3-0, but that's how we start our day. Surge closed it out with 3 maps, and I was looking through. You dropped a map to Florida. You dropped a map to London. What was different about the squad playing against New York today, Allie?
Like I said, they gave them that map number 2 Embassy. It's one of Seattle Surge's better maps when it comes to search and destroy, and New York doesn't really have any accolades on the map. And then when it came to number 3, I think it was just the consistency for me, not only from Pred, but from Mack and accuracy as well. I feel like they both really impressed me, specifically in the respawns in this series. I think actually, again, he's been a player that's gotten a lot of flack recently, and when he was asked about it, it was like, you know what? I only care about my teammates' opinions, and I feel like in the series, he really shown that he can play to his team's strengths and put them in a favorable position.
I just thought in the series, like in some of the tense moments, like Seattle just clearly knew what they wanted to do. Like we think about Embassy on that map 1, like they have 9 reps in the season on that map going up against New York, who only has 3. So veto strategy, like it looks intimidating when you see that New York 3-0 record, but they were comfortable going up on it and clearly prioritized the right things. Early on, we see them break into kitchen, get a big chunk of time there. We know, we highlighted, that's where New York has been finding success there, and Seattle Surge doesn't allow it. I also thought the ARs did a really good job of that Embassy as well, just controlling street when it came to P2. And then we go into that S&D, as Ali was talking about, like a flawless search by all means, other than the only 2 rounds New York won were KiSMET clutches, right? So Seattle came out swinging, man.
Ridiculous stuff here from Seattle Surge, especially Pred, who drops a 40 bomb on us. Sheesh. As we close out our 3rd to the last match of the qualifiers. A 3-2 conclusion on control means it's a clean sweep, and that is going to put Seattle Surge currently number 1 in our standings. They're 4-1, our first team to get there, and they had it with plays like this. Let's take a look. It's our scuff play of the game. It's coming from a fantastic duo of Pred and Simp, the sophomores, getting it done in search. Let's start here with Pred and then go over to a no-scope. Allie, what do you think?
I mean, it's just some of the plays they're making on the map. The awareness is incredible, and that might be one of the first no-scopes we've seen this year.
I would be so mad.
No way. Good job.
I think he just no-scoped you. I'm not even sure.
That's
He just
so
no-scoped
lucky.
you.
Like, I don't know.
You're good. I'm good.
That was just kind of the story of the games today for New York. I don't know what happened. They're just getting a little bit lucky. Can they keep up this momentum, though? I tweeted out, is Surge a top 3 team, a top 3 contender going into Texas? 70% of the responders said no, Nameless. Do you think they're right or wrong right now?
I mean, I feel like there's a for sure case for that, right? They're 4-1. They have had a little bit of an easier split, I would say, but then they put the stamp on it with the New York victory here in a 3-0 fashion. I think they definitely are. The Search and Destroy 4-1 throughout this split in their matches. That is so impressive from a team who simply couldn't win one last stage.
Allie, final thoughts here on Surge as we take a look at the box score of our final maps. What did you think about the boys representing Seattle?
I think it was great. I think, map 1 really stood out to me as well, and the fact that they were the 9th team in the league in this split when it came to rotation, so they were lacking a bit on the fundamentals, and that's how they kind of opened up that Embassy hardpoint. But mid-game, they started to fix it. They started early rotating for that P2. They had 2 fantastic fantastic holds there, and even getting to that kitchen hill, they were there first. They did get broke right away, but they broke right back in. I think that's a testament to how strong that team can be in respawn.
And then also, when you look at like the maps in the series, how we kind of touched on the vetoes, like they decide to not square up on hotel and put El Asilo in the mix. They get a victory there. If they become good at Asilo, then we're talking about a team who is good on all 3 control maps, right? And with the Search and Destroy looking like this, how can you say this team isn't a contender?
This is one of the best turnarounds we have seen all season. Let's take a look at the standings and remind you the start here for the Surge. They were 1-3 in Major 1 qualifier, 1-4 in Major 2 qualifier. Now you're looking in a mirror at a 4-1 final record as they secure the #1 seed for now. We're only going to see 2 other teams challenge them for that position. One of those is going to be Atlanta FaZe coming up. Allie, we're taking a look at that leaderboard. A lot of shakeups. We have all 5 of those teams on the left side still competing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth throughout all of these standings, I feel like is what it's been, but I know we all just really want to get to that FaZe and OpTic match.
We're going to have like a 3-way tie possibly for first place.
It's going to get weird, and I'm here for it. Also, I'm here for what we got going with our friends at Upper Deck. Let's read it to you guys. Are you ready for this one? Start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckepack.com or just scan that QR code. What's your favorite card you got so far, Nameless?
Oh, man, we got a bunch of them. That Chino one that I got was pretty solid,
Mean
man.
Sheen, baby.
Yep. I also got a Garrison from Cold War. It's a pretty solid map card. Yeah, there's a bunch of different cards you can grab.
And, of course, Allie, while you're collecting your cards, you should also collect a few more players to follow. We've got watch parties galore these days.
We really do it. There's a huge list. I know everybody's probably tuning in to the Scump Methods watch stream or the flank on the side of Sumas, but there's plenty of other people live as well.
Yeah, make sure you watch Crim as well. We all want to tune into Big Crim 6, the goat up there watching, doing the watch party for the matches.
We'll talk about Crim here in a little bit. For now, though, I want to talk about the new Robo Trigger on the map. Pred is joining us live. He dropped a 40 bomb, and now he's on the microphone. Pred, how are we feeling as you are switching headsets? I will slow down my question to buy you time and ask you about this matchup. You played the Subliners and you walk away with a clean sweep. Pred, what was it like playing against New York tonight?
You know, it was a good series. I mean, we know they're a good team. I feel like we match up well against them. I feel like we have a really good matchup. So, like I said, for us, it's always been our S&D, and I feel like ever since we've elevated that, I think we're like 4-1 this split, and I feel like it just kind of shows what kind of team we can be once we sorted that game out.
Absolutely. I think S&D is definitely what kind of pushes you guys past that point of just being a good team. It pushes you to that championship level. And speaking of rings, I know you guys won Toronto last year, and I believe that was Major 3. I'm wondering if you guys are kind of feeling at that same level right now as we head into Texas this upcoming week?
I mean, yeah, the vibe's definitely in the camp, you know. I mean, we know it's Major 3 time. We know what happened last time, Major 3. We finished the split last year, I think 4-1 as well. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of in the works. We're kind of setting ourselves up for it. So I'm just glad that, you know, the way we've been practicing and all the hard work we've been putting in is starting to show.
Pred, we all know it's been the Search and Destroy that you guys have been working on, but it's not just that. What else have you guys been trying to figure out throughout this stage that you're proud of at this moment? Because I know you're always talking about the game plan on game day. What does that entail for Seattle Surge?
For us, we also we're trying to expand our hardpoint pool, so that's why we've been playing HyDra a lot recently. I know at the start of the year we barely played that map, but I feel like once we, you know, open up our hardpoint pool, start getting good at S&D, I feel like we're going to be a really good contending team. We just need to make sure we stay consistent at that, and you know, just don't drop off on the, you know, the practice and stuff like that.
Got it.
Pred, 2 questions. Are you happy right now?
Yeah, I'm happy, but I'm not really that satisfied yet, to be honest, because I mean, it's just an online match, but we obviously want to win tournaments.
I love that mentality. Final question for you is the Surge tweeted out your clip. It was you with the 3-piece accuracy picking up a 2-piece. What is this about the Nobu duo? Is that where you guys go to celebrate?
Yeah, we're the Nobu duo. We call ourselves something else, but obviously we can't say that on the live. But me and him, we're just we're the duo, Nobu duo.
Chat, if you know, you know. Pred, thank you so much, and congratulations. From 1-4, you finished with a 4-1 record here in the Major 3 qualifier.
Thank you guys, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Seattle roller coaster, man.
There we go, baby. It is all highs right now in Seattle with a 4-1 finish. As we look forward, though, we have an epic battle still to go. This is going to decide the fate of OpTic Texas, whether you're in the winner's bracket or starting in the loser's bracket at your home major. And there's tons of watch parties going on. As you mentioned, Scump and Methods are live, The Flank is live, and our good friend Krim, the greatest of all time, will be tuning in for this one. So make sure you're staying locked in. It's FaZe versus OpTic Texas coming up next.
He looks good.
How does it feel to evolve from one event being virtually unknown to another event being one of the biggest slayers in the game?
Well, I just play to have fun, and it just happened that I got good.
Gonna do it! That is it! Complexity takes out Impact!
First thing I think of, or anyone should think of when it comes to Crim, is winning. Lifting that trophy up.
Crim 6, man. Where do I even begin?
The most decorated COD player.
He's a 38-time champion.
EG wins it. They come back from it. What a crazy matchup. OpTic Gaming just let it go.
That hunger to compete, always pushing his teams to like get to that next level.
The guy was grinding day in and day out for so many years.
Making all the plays is Crim 6. The dynasty has been cemented. They are the greatest roster in Call of Duty history.
What a career. The literal GOAT of the scene.
Definitely the GOAT.
He's the GOAT of COD.
He's had a huge impact on Call of Duty.
He's been at the top for so long now. I mean, his resume speaks for itself.
Good God. Crim 6, cheeky little angle, and ripping heads to make it happen.
He has literally spent all of his time, if not just being on a dynasty team, always in the top 3, top 4 mix.
I came up against Crim 6 for the first time, and that was the moment I realized I need to get a lot better.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. King Kong got nothing on me. King of the jungle, man, young man rumble. See you hating on me, but you can't stop my hustle.
He would always roast me. When it started, when I was beating him in AW all the time, then he's like, oh, all you do is camp in corners. And he would always like roast me, and it always gave me that extra motivation to be better. And I feel like he kind of did it on purpose or something, because I think he expected greatness out of me.
He'd always be coming at the Tiny Terrors a little bit extra, so it was always a good little fun rivalry we had.
There's the final kill. Dallas Empire get it done. They are your 2020 Call of Duty League champions. Crim 6, now undisputedly the greatest Call of Duty player of all time.
We've, of course, teamed together. We won a world championship. We've had some great memories. I really appreciate, even getting to experience teaming with him.
Favorite memory of Scrim is definitely the Pro-Am that we won. That was a really cool, surreal moment to win with him. It's a different kind of feeling.
And they will walk away with the game as Crim 6 will channel his inner Doctor Strange.
When your back's against the wall, better fight back. Yeah, we ready to brawl, we wanna fight back.
The New York event, he's walking up on the stage. You're supposed to wear your trousers, but he says otherwise. Rips them off, runs up on stage, plays a series in his shorts.
Every single time before we went out, the way the guy hypes you up and everything, it's kind of, not many people can do it. And I think that's my favorite memories is like a teammate. And then outside of that, just watching him play when I was younger, obviously I looked up to him.
Favorite memory of Crim is probably the New York event when he decided to bring Crim 7 on as well.
Yo, Crim got something to say. Yo, Crim 7, you're coming to champs. I'll pay for your if you need me to.
I thought it was such a great idea. I think probably the best walkout performance we've ever had in CDL.
I wouldn't say it's my favorite memory, but Major 4 on Cold War. We're 2-0 up. We go to the bathroom. He's next to me and he goes, don't know why you're so happy. I'm about to reverse sweep you.
And he's done! Empire!
And yeah, they did end up reverse sweeping us.
I am vengeance. I am Batman.
Yo, you can see me as Batman, right?
Hell no.
Dude, I'm pale.
Robert Pattinson is handsome. You're just like kind of mid. Wait, but if you were Batman, you remember the old?
Dude, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he actually.
What's up, face? How's it going?
Whoa, whoa.
Nice shirt today.
Thank
that
you.
was a good win.
Play the Dragons commercial. Dragons! Dragons! Dragons!
The king is dead. He's dead. How was Kleenex getting behind us on Desert Siege? Tell me. Where?
Just running.
Well, first of all, you guys have nobody watching train side.
Nobody
That is
watched
a
train
terrible
side. He just
strategy.
ran straight next to the
He
wall.
pushed through train?
Yeah.
Watch the lane.
Right through
He
it.
pushed through train?
Yeah.
Scumpy. I want
Yeah.
it.
That's what I wanted to do.
Shreds. I'm gonna tear him to shreds.
Yo, everyone shouting stuff, shut the hell up, okay? You dirty little rats.
Hey, watch your profanity. Everyone loosen up. Loosen up, that's all we gotta do.
Hell of a career, absolute legend.
A lot of these top players that are starting to retire really are setting the bar for the rest of us.
Most winning Call of Duty player, and it's going to suck to not see him in the league anymore.
It helped push me get better, and I feel like he was a big reason why the team was able to progress. People started putting in more time and taking winning more seriously.
Krim, it was a pleasure battling against you.
It's going to be really sad not to see you at tournaments and play against you because you are easily one of my favorite players to play against.
Thank you for beating me at Champs. I love you for that.
If you see this, Krim, I'm gonna get you some dubs.
Best of luck with whatever's next. Great run.
Wish you best of luck.
We're going to miss you and wish you the best of luck.
You've done it all there is in competing. No one can ever take that away from you. Thank you for all the memories of beating me. It'll forever be in my heart. I wish you nothing but the best in the future.
I played for 13 years. 13 years.
Stepping up when he needed to the most, man. That's what makes him the most winning COD player of all time.
Appreciate it, guys. Love you guys.
Kiss the rings as we honor the legacy of dominance from Crim6, the undisputed greatest of all time when it comes to competitive Call of Duty, and one of the greatest players to ever touch competitive sticks. Look at these numbers here. 38 championships, 51 grand finals appearances with 13 of those in a row. 4 three-peats, that's 3 of only 4 in COD history, as well as 57% top 2 in every tournament he attended.
I think that one's most insane to me. I mean, over half the tournaments that he shows up to, he's placing top 2. I mean, that is an undisputed stat. That is just absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, when I think about Krim, it's synonymous with absolute greatness. I remember going up against him when he came back to the scene in Black Ops 2, just absolutely destroying everybody, dismantling that, team that had that first 4-peat and then getting his own 4-peat and then going on to become so dominant on multiple different rosters. Every time you went up against Krim, you knew it was just going to be a battle, and he just elevated everybody in the scene to another level of focus.
I think what's so crazy about a player like Crim6 is not only was he a good player in game, but he was a good personality, he was a good leader, he was a good veteran, he molded players, and no matter what game it was, you could count on the fact that he was going to be a top player in it. So I think that's what's most impressive when it comes to Crim6.
I look at the numbers and I am blown away. 8 ahead of Scump. 14 ahead of Karma, who's in 3rd place. And if you're looking at the current players, we go down to 9 for Arcitys and crew. Clayster's still in the mix at 18, but no one is catching up to that number.
I don't think anybody will ever catch 38 championships. Krim is the GOAT, man. That is, seeing that displayed on paper and the talent that was on that list, he has 38. That is unbelievable.
Now, personally, for me, my favorite thing about Crim6 is I remember when he was a Halo pro and the man would literally run away from interviews. He would just avoid the mic. To see him turn into a WWE superstar his final year in the league, that's definitely a highlight for me. But Nameless, as a former competitor, what are you going to remember about Crim6?
Yeah, just sheer dominance. I feel like, you know, people in the CDL era kind of robbed of like the prime Crim years. This was a guy that you feared going up against on the map. Like, he used to take over series that second half of BO2 and then throughout Ghost. He was the best player in the world. The man was unbelievable. And you could see here, these are the winning moments from the IW World Championship. This was an OpTic team. Crim had already got his World Championship with Complexity. Yep. They had failed 2 years to get that ring. So this was the final year. Like, if they don't get it here, are they cursed? They get that World Championship. And to me, this is what cemented them as the greatest team of all time and cemented Crim as the GOAT.
Yeah, and it's not like he fizzed out either. He went on to the New York Subliners and they win the Pro-Am and go on to make one of the craziest runs that we have seen in franchise history. They were down in points. They needed to make this crazy run to champs, and what a better place to do it than at their home major last year. They had insane walkouts, they had insane games, and they made the push and won the final series to get them into champs, and just an incredible run overall.
Yeah, and even on the tail end of his career, right, when the team was in turmoil throughout the beginning of the year, he still gets a championship in the Pro-Am and provided us with so many wonderful moments, like a fitting way for the GOAT to go out to have a Cinderella story at the end.
We want to say thank you, Ian Porter, better known by the Call of Duty community as Crim6, the legend. 38 titles, now officially retired. Crim6, thank you for all of your contributions, but mostly thank you for pushing everyone else in this league. This was a guy who tried to get in everyone else's head, who was always taking a mental advantage that he didn't need, because a lot of times they simply outmatched their opponents when it came to skill. Now we wonder what is next for Crim6. It's not competing in Call of Duty, but he is not done making content. The man has a watch party live, and it's not just shooter titles he's going to be covering. It looks like the man has eyes on getting behind the wheel, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, 38 championships got him this nice Porsche, and now he's putting it to use, Allie.
I mean, that's a gorgeous color.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking notice from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Take the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Here we go. Everyone is ready for the battle of the weekend. It's OpTic Texas taking on Atlanta FaZe. We've got a 3-1 record from FaZe, a 2-2 record for OpTic, which means OpTic must win this series if they want to avoid a loser's bracket run at their home major. Taking a look at the maps here, Allie. How do we see things breaking down here in the best of 5?
I see a lot of square up happening when it comes to this lineup. That hotel control, I'm a little surprised Texas is deciding to put into this lineup simply because they're the worst attacking team in the league right now. So they're kind of pushing their luck against a map that favors heavily.
Yeah, I will say El Asilo is terrifying, but it's like pick your poison when you go up against Atlanta FaZe. For OpTic, 3-0 with this team on that map, and Dashy and Huke are unbelievable, sitting at above 2.5s when it comes to El Asilo. I feel like it is doom and gloom when we've been talking about OpTic lately, but when you look at this matchup in these franchise history, the last 2 years, OpTic is 6-1 against FaZe. And throughout that time, OpTic has been in some very tough spots, and they still have had success against them, and it has been through Dashy. He has a 1.2 against Atlanta FaZe. So we'll see if he can turn up once again when they need it most.
6-1, but 5 of those with Scumpy, 0 with Dan Ghosty. Let's see if they can get it done today as we have our casters ready to kick this baby off. It's Landon, it's Study, it's game 5. Let's get it, baby.
I mean, we only hope, right? I mean, it was that exact way last time, Jay, at game 5. Last time these two teams matched up, as Puckett obviously put it, man, like it went all the way down the distance, and it feels like maybe this way could be the total opposite. I don't know, off of the recent series for OpTic Texas, questions are rising. Lots of storylines, as we know, buddy, but for OpTic Texas, man, win and you're into the winner's bracket, lose and, well, you're not.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. Lose and you're not going to be in that winner's bracket for your own major. So you got to completely forget about that loss yesterday versus New York. And you got to come out swinging, man. We got to get more discipline when we talk about a team like Atlanta FaZe, because those little mistakes that they were making yesterday, a team like Atlanta will be able to capitalize on it. When you took a look at our map Samoas that the Des presented, I thought Atlanta FaZe did a great job of just taking Team B, because that means that they're able to choose that second search and destroy, which is LSilo. It's great. They basically get to choose the control as well, and also the map forward. So I think if you are OpTic Texas, after suffering that difficult loss versus New York yesterday, you have to come out swinging early into the series, especially in this map number 1, because this is your best hard point. This is where you have to make it happen.
Yeah, well, we talked about it, right? After the loss that OpTic Texas suffered versus New York, so many people speculative on how this roster is going to perform. When they faced off against top teams, it's been 3-0 losses. Now they're facing off against the best in the CDL in Atlanta FaZe. Yeah, to kind of provide a little bit more importance, right? Giving every single storyline, hitting on it from every single direction. How valuable is this opening hard point specifically for OpTic?
Oh, it's everything, man, because this is what they need to win. They need to win this in order to have a ground to stand on. Because after that difficult loss versus New York, you need to get momentum any way possible. Playing your best hardpoint in this map number 1 is exactly how you have to start it. But it's not like they have been one of the best teams on this map. The most recent matchup they did play against Toronto Ultra, and the reason why they lost is because their setups, once they rotate, you got to make sure you're playing your life in that final 10 to 15 seconds, because if you die in that situation, you're going to spawn all the way across the map. That's what New York were able to do yesterday, break their setups down. But OpTic so far, they're looking like they're coming out swinging, man. 27 seconds already off P1. They don't have the spawns, but they have a lot of pressure already through Shandy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No spawns, but they've got the pressure indeed. Huke trying to get involved, looks to get involved in the fight. However, he eventually does hit the deck. Now it could be on to Dashy. We talked about the pressure that's on his shoulders, trying to adjust now with Ghosty in the lineup, trying to hit some snaps. Basically goes for the crossover, sets up Ghosty for the 1v1, but it is still a battle in the point. Everybody is being thrown at this point right now, Jay.
Oh, and OpTic, they're at least able to find a couple kills and now flip those spawns for Atlanta FaZe. So now ATL, they got to cut their losses. You got to get over towards Kitchen. This is going to be a huge one-on-one battle between Ghosty and Simp. Ghosty's going to be here first. He wins that first one, but there's 2 more players here for Atlanta trying to go for that trade.
Yep, Atlanta currently with the numbers. We'll see. This is an opportunity for them. However, Shotzzy ends up hitting a nice long-range fight. Eventually does get traded out, so the numbers still somewhat low for OpTic as they look to make the rotation now toward Kitchen. Can they lock this one down? A nice gunfight victory there for Bruce as he's able to take away 2.
Oh, that's big kills right there from Dashy. He finds those 2 kills. Atlanta FaZe thought that they had the numbers in that break situation. But eventually, OpTic hold the line. The setup is too strong as they are finding all the kills in the feed. They're not making any mistakes, man. They're not giving up their lives for free. Everyone's playing their corners. No one's trying to overextend to find some kills. So far, this has been a stellar hard point from OpTic.
Yeah, this is a scary start, man. I mean, we're already talking about the importance, the value of that opening hard point. You and I had the first opportunity of this OpTic Texas team versus LAG, where they pretty much came out nearly 100-point clubbed the Guerrillas in that series. A bit of a similar start. However, Atlanta FaZe, they get the break for the final 25 seconds just to make that scoreline look a little bit easier, or a little bit better, rather. But I don't know, Jay, for Atlanta FaZe, this is obviously the focus for them. We're talking about OpTic Texas in a multitude of ways, but on the other side of the stage for FaZe, pressure for them oftentimes has been questioned around how are the hardpoints going to play. It's the mode that arguably they've been the weakest on this season.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because if you think about their stats for every single game mode, hardpoint is the only one that they're currently sitting negative. They are the best team in search and destroy. They're around middle of the pack when it comes to control, but hardpoint is where they definitely need to step on up, because OpTic Texas, they're starting to run away with this, man. Fully set up, they're in control of the spawns. They're finding the kill when it's needed, but that's going to be all 4 dead in the feed. Final 30 seconds, Atlanta FaZe get the break, but they're not getting any time. OpTic still putting a lot of pressure on this hill.
We've talked about it a lot lately. Obviously, we had the cast yesterday and then versus New York. It feels like the strategy, the game plan is to try to play around the SMGs, at least maybe try and get that pace, get that aggression up. As so far through our first few hard points, it's really been OpTic Texas, as you said, buddy, kind of overwhelming the likes of Atlanta FaZe. And so far, it feels like at every single hard point, it almost feels like a 6v4 based off the way that they have been able to circumnavigate the map. But as we prepare for restaurant, a dicey one indeed when it comes down to hotel. It is OpTic there first. Atlanta, their first look at trying to break it. And we look through the eyes of aBeZy. A very good perspective to see. However, he's not able to clean up on the second. And from there, the pressure goes on to MC. But boy, does he love being in spots like this. It could be an early break from Atlanta now.
Oh, Atlanta figures they have more bodies. All they have to do is win a couple gunfights. Last play you got to focus on is Shotzzy. At least takes down 2. Dashy finds the 3rd, so you have to slow it down now. If you are Slasher, he's the last player here. He gets taken down. We know how scrappy the Dino Hill can be. It's all about the back and forth. As the trades are abound, but if you are Atlanta FaZe, at least you're setting yourself up properly. Going over towards that Plaid Hill. It's going to be Cellium. Nice and early off their rotation. Huge one-on-one going up against Shotzzy across the map.
Yep. We'll see if he's able to take it. Cellium on the stairs. Ends up getting spotted. That's going to be 3 Cellium. I'm not sure if he was aware of what he was balancing on when it came down to the rail. Regardless of it, Shotzzy wins that one. And from there, OpTic Texas once more put in the better position. They've also cleared them out of the restaurant, so they know where the next line of attack is about to come from. And it is a bunch of cutoff kills coming as well, Jay. This lead looks to get extended, especially if Shotzzy's able to clean up a few. However, Atlanta, they run straight to the front door and they make that objective theirs.
Yeah, they push right through the front door. Even with Shotzzy winning that huge one-on-one gunfight versus him towards Kitchen, he cancels that spawn, but the rest of the Atlanta players just push right on through the front, able to hit a couple attacks and are able to find that break. Now with Atlanta only being down 40 points, Cellium with some great shots to eliminate Shotzzy from that back position. Finds a snap on towards Dashy. So the final 15 is potentially going to go in favor of Atlanta. They sort of got themselves right back into this game. You just got to start winning some rotation, because that's 5 out of 6 hills that OpTic Texas on his first rotation of hard points. They were able to win it, so they start off with the initial time, and that's why they currently have the lead.
They do indeed. It is a welcoming sight to see OpTic Texas playing as well as they have off the first set of rotations, though, Jay. As we said, the opening hard point is everything, considering that you're facing off against the best S&D team basically in CDL history. Based off of record, you got to come through, walk away with the opening hard point. And they were able to win this Hotel HP last time that these rosters faced off. However, last time it was in game 4. Dashy dropped the 40 bomb, but right now it seems to be a collective effort across the board. How about the new addition and Ghosty, 17 and 13, about to have a minute and a half inside of the hill, doing everything right now for the squad. FaZe struggling just to even see P1 right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You usually don't allow a lot of time to go towards either squad when you're talking about the P1s in hardpoint in Modern Warfare 2. But OpTic Texas, with a great setup there, able to get basically a full 60 and blow this game wide open. Now it's Atlanta FaZe. They won the rotation towards P2 the first go around, but they just could not get the proper setup to hold it properly. OpTic Texas coming out swinging, full collective team unit, almost up by 100 points. They're not messing around today.
No, they're not at all. However, as we head toward the lobby, the lifeline potentially for the Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy making some sneak plays off of the last spawn that he had. Waits to hop inside of P1 to initiate that flank. And from there, Atlanta, a solid wave cleared here off the rip. But still 40 points to fight for. As we said, ones that could change the tide of this game. It is 2 to start from the new addition in Ghosty. However, from there, Atlanta trying to rebound. But you've got players everywhere. It just feels like for OpTic, they continue to swarm over at that objective, just trying to contest, trying to be annoying. As we conclude things over at this lobby side, Atlanta will walk away with the scrap, and now we head toward the kitchen. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding in a big spot right now with OpTic Texas.
Take it down. Hurry. Pull, 2 hitting through 3 side door, guys. 2 side. One more. I think they're both there. One into the back. One off. What's gonna be front? We're spawning out. 2 front, 1 back. Back door, watch out. I have your side door now. I have side door. They give me time. Back door. What's that? No, dude, top bed. He's alone on time. Just freezer. Oh, you guys spawn out front. He's going freezer. One's going freezer. I wonder what's it back. I'm gonna put it together. Just keep finessing it. 2 on time. Yeah, I'm getting a freezer. TV dead. I stunned him side. I stunned him in time. I'm gonna help. Which side? I gotta break this shit. Yo, I'm coming. Give me a sec. He's just staking. I got you. Yo, one at a time, MC. One at a time. There's 2. Both one shot. They're both one shot. Go fast. They're both one shot. Go fast. Yeah. I'm missing one. One is new. It's fucking aBeZy. He might be bottom bed or something. Or info. Yeah, 2 on new. Got one. Nice. One more main. One shot. Could be bottom bed, by the way. Abe could be bottom bed.
Yeah.
All right, these boys are firing. Jay, like I said, the last time that you and I casted over OpTic on Hotel Hardpoint, it sounded exactly like this when they were taking it to the Guerrillas. And right now in the opener, you hear that same level of communication again. The boys are yelling. They are screaming after every single kill that they get. Dashy going on a run. Shotzzy as well. His opportunity for 5 ends up coming to a halt, but they can be happy with the lead that they have, but they still have to be careful. 30 points gets Atlanta right back in this.
Yeah, 30 points gets Atlanta right back into this. But back to the comms, man. You can hear everybody roaring. OpTic knows what they are playing for. A winner's bracket spot at their own major. You don't want to start off on losers. And you saw that 3-piece from Dashy and Torch Kitchen. Batman came to play today. Already sitting at 25 and 20. Final 15 seconds is going to go in favor of OpTic Texas. Closer and closer to that 250-point mark. But now off the rotation. Atlanta FaZe are going to have more bodies, so they're going to be able to set up properly around this diner hill. OpTic, you just got to take your time, wait for the trades to come in, set up the perfect play.
And that could have been it. Simp ends up finding the trade, also stays alive. It's going to allow for Dashy to now have to go and hunt for information. However, he's found himself pretty easily inside of the restaurant, a decent spot at that. Right now for Atlanta, it's just a matter of trying to find these trades as Shotzzy comes away with 2. Ghosty finds the 3rd, and from there, it is another break now for OpTic Texas. They've got restaurant without a doubt held down, but the streak comes in from the top. aBeZy able to utilize that for the break. Atlanta still hanging on.
I don't know if you feel Atlanta, but this feels like the same exact scenario that we saw OpTic Texas play when they played against Atlanta FaZe the last time around. It was 250 to 248. The pinch comes in from aBeZy, so you're able to get this final 10, but it's all about these gunfights over towards next. There's 2 players from OpTic Texas who spawn across the map, so it's the last 2 guys that have to go big. Huke at least gets 1. Now it's all left up to Dashy. He drops. Atlanta FaZe, they win that rotation. They should be able to set up.
And this is huge. This next gunfight very well could decide the game, especially if Atlanta is able to get set up firmly inside of the hill. Cellium has got some trophies. You see Slasher setting up the crossfire on the backside of the map. Huke gets dealt with, and watch that scoreline begin to fly. aBeZy now sitting on 6 as we run into a stalemate. Dashy locking down the objective, but it's aBeZy who's on a cable, come away with 1. It's a 1v1 now inside of the point. Atlanta holding on as that nade will land. Atlanta are about to tie the game.
And they can't win here. Atlanta cannot win here. They have to try to chain it towards P1, which has been the hill that OpTic Texas have found a lot of success. But ATL, they're finding all the kills in the feed. OpTic Texas spawning out towards bedroom. They're still trying to put pressure on. Only 5 seconds left towards top plat. Tie game. This is going to be a photo finish.
This is indeed. It's a 4-point game as we fly in for P1. Is this about to be the comeback here for Atlanta FaZe? Surely for OpTic Texas, you cannot squander an opportunity, a chance like this, as here comes the streak. It's 2 for 1 trade in favor of Atlanta. However, Dashy, Shotzzy able to come away with the few. OpTic now inside of the point. aBeZy ends up getting found out. It's a 1v1. Dashy's able to take it. Back and forth we go. Who can walk away with the opening hard point? It's going to be free time. Who's going to jump in? It could be Huke's chance. It could be Huke's chance. And there you go. OpTic Texas with the wildest ending of a hard point that we have seen in a while. Mimicking perfectly the last time we saw these 2 teams match up. Last time it was a 2-point game. This time it's a 3-point game. And in both occasions, it is OpTic winning the hard point. And boy, did they need that opener, Jay. Good God.
Oh my God, Lando. What a photo finish to that map number 1. OpTic Texas kind of scrambled when you got over towards that plat hill, but they did a great job of just contesting from the front, not allowing Atlanta FaZe to win off of that plat hill. They forced it to the P1, where they have had success all map long on soaking a bunch of that time. I think OpTic Texas did a great job of just not all dying at the same time. It was Dashy who was staying alive in towards double arch. He finds 2. aBeZy found 2. The Atlanta FaZe were getting the close spawns in towards kitchen. Everyone was flying around, but once OpTic were able to find 3 kills, they get on the point. They know where the spawns are coming in, and they eventually close out what was one of the best harpers we've seen all year, and definitely a needed one at that for OpTic Texas. Now up 1-0 in the series.
Oh my God, we got to take a look at our scuff play of the game, which is just instantly going to be the end of that hard point. I mean, Jay, we can talk about it. OpTic, they were up. Like, it felt like they're about to close out the game. Atlanta FaZe, they stay alive. Walk us through the ending moments, because I'll tell you what, man, I enjoyed commentating that, but it was just absolute chaos the entire time.
Absolute chaos, brother. This is what it comes down to. aBeZy uses that streak. Cellium picks up a kill onto Ghosty towards couches. But then they find 2 kills. So you're thinking Atlanta FaZe are going to have the numbers to put themselves in that position. But the close spawns for OpTic Texas towards Diner, they come in. OpTic are able to find a couple kills. aBeZy finds 2. But you see those spawns for Atlanta FaZe, they're still towards kitchen. This is where it falls into Dashy. He stays alive in towards double arches. When he finds 2 kills, sets up that kill for Shotzzy, and he's still holding down this position. That's the biggest thing. If Dashy dies here, it's a more difficult play that he has to win. He doesn't drop. He goes on that 4 spree. He allows the openings for OpTic Texas to get on that point to eventually close out the game. Atlanta FaZe almost had one of the most insane comebacks we've ever seen, but OpTic Texas, they ice up at the end and they take map 1.
That's all it takes, right? That is all that it takes. A 3-point hardpoint game, nearly a collapsing comeback from Atlanta, and a 41 bomb out of aBeZy for the L. 41 and 28. That was not good enough.
20 assists
to get it
20
done.
Assists out of Ghosty. Look at that.
All right.
Hill
like
time.
John Stockton out here, Jay. Magic
Yeah, hill
Johnson
time.
numbers.
That guy's hill time, putting bullets down. Like, he was doing everything that OpTic needed him to do on that map number 1. And with him putting up those numbers, even though he ends up negative, just soaking up that hill time, putting down bullets to set up your teammates to pick up the easier kills. What a performance from the rookie right there.
Jay, I refuse to believe that man went negative after 20 assists. Like, come on. That guy was having a field day out there in terms of helping out the squad mates. But tell you what, man. All right, I feel like we kind of got thrown into the series just like that, but take a look at our maps and modes. OpTic up 1-0, a spot where you and I, right, we have a lot of chats coming into the series. We're discussing it, we're talking about it. A must-win for OpTic Texas for a multitude of different reasons, but the biggest one is because of Atlanta FaZe. They currently find themselves on a CDL record 11 search destroy winning streak. Wild. The reasoning for that obviously is because we've got that LSCLO search destroy up next. Goodness, man. When we talk about the records for both these teams, though, I will say OpTic does like this one as well.
Yeah, they do. They're sitting at 3-0, going up against Atlanta FaZe, who have a 10-2 record. A lot more reps for the Atlanta boys. But if you are OpTic Texas, the last couple of times you have played this, it's always that one guy that usually just takes over. The very first time they played it, it was Dashy going 13-4. The second time they played it, it was Huke going 14-1 with a 14 KD to take over that game to win it 6-1. And then the last time they recently just played it versus Minnesota, it was a full team collective effort. Everyone stepped up. They dominated in a 6-1 fashion.
Oh, God.
And if they can do that again, take down Atlanta FaZe. When you talk about search and destroy, these are 2 guys that can definitely do it for their respective squads.
Yeah, absolutely. We're taking a look at the Major III qualifier numbers from both of those superstar SMGs. aBeZy, we saw the KD there. We see the records now on our screen for Atlanta FaZe. The reasoning for why that opening hardpoint was so crucial for OpTic is because they're going to have to end, as we said, a CDL record winning streak. Can Atlanta FaZe keep it going? Moving into the Texas Major, it is possible. Can they make it 12, or could it be the shocker of a lifetime? Texas maybe winning the search. We will see. We jump into round 1. Atlanta FaZe kicking things off on the attacking side. It will be Simp with an objective on his back, and he'll look to get that one down nice and early.
Oh, yeah, there's no trophy Simps to work with, so you know no OpTic players are going to be in towards the site. Cellium starts it off. aBeZy finds a second, so already in the 3v2 situation. Dashy and Ghosty have a lot to try to make up. Dashy's going to get spotted, but still a lot he has to try to win. And big gunfight makes it a 2v2.
The big gunfight victory there for Bruce. However, Slasher able to bring it not to a 2v1. It's going to have to all be on to Dashy. Can he walk away with the final 3 kills? He's got 15 seconds to work with. He's got aBeZy in his sights, but it will be aBeZy who's able to take that fight. Atlanta FaZe, Jay. All about aggression in round one. Get the bomb down, chow out. Cellium loses a big gunfight there versus Dashy, but thankfully for him, he's got aBeZy to back him up.
Yeah, that's just a perfect play call right there from Atlanta FaZe. They know that early into this map, especially in round number one, there's no trophy systems to work with. So you use your tax to open up that site. No one's in there. You get the bomb down. You play the 4v4 retake. And both of these guys are stellar. On some LSELO search and destroy at getting the first blood. That time around, it was Cellium to start it off. Eventually leads to Atlanta FaZe taking the first round.
We'll see how OpTic Texas attempts to reply. It's Huke and Dashy, the only ones finding kills in that opener. aBeZy, well, we talked about it. First blood king and showing the reason why he firmly holds on to that title. No sign of losing that crown anytime soon. Answers for the first. Shotzzy out of the fight, and from there, OpTic Texas have to stall the push.
So now in the 3v4 situation, Huke's at least able to even the numbers, making it 3v3 by taking down aBeZy. So you have a lot of time to work with. Do they decide to wrap this bomb over towards B? That might be the play cause. Dead Silence is invested from Huke.
This is free.
To be able to get this bomb plant down for free. Now it's going to force Atlanta FaZe to retake in a 3v3 situation.
I love that call. See how it works out. We talk so often about with bomb down on attack. A few opportunities squandered yesterday versus New York. Can they right the ship this time? Now versus Atlanta. Ghosty making things that much easier. He's got the sound cues on Slasher. Easy gunfight there for the Røkkr. As now it is all on to Simp. 1v3, 25 seconds to go, and he will get cleaned up. Ghosty going big at the end.
That's just good work right there from OpTic. Even after getting first blooded, Huke finds that kill onto aBeZy, and then no hesitation on the rotation towards B-bomb. You get that bomb down. You have Ghosty, who's playing that solo island player, catches the last three players from Atlanta FaZe off that rotation, and is able to close out the round with 3 kills. OpTic tied up at 1 now.
Like we said yesterday, I mean, so many opportunities that were squandered on the Fortress S&D versus New York. They had the bomb down. It was a 97 win percent that they allowed to go the opposite direction twice. That time, as we said, righting the wrongs. The series from yesterday. It's aggression to start off this round, but it's 2 OpTic Texas players who are ultimately traded. And the N for 1 of Atlanta FaZe, they're only adding on it that much more. Shotzzy once more out of the fight. Ghosty, who was the superstar to kick off, rather to end out that round number 2, now has got to do it all in round 3. 1v3 to boot. Thankfully, he does have the weapon of choice. Team Slasher to start.
Oh, big kill to take down Slasher. Now you are getting a couple sound cues to where a location of another enemy is. Time is starting to tick. Simp just wants to stay alive, and that's good work to at least play your life in that situation. 20 seconds left. Ghosty at least has to find one to try to hop this bomb.
How about the snap? They're on to Cellium. The positive, though, for Atlanta is not only do you had 2 players alive, but you had 3. Simp can just play the time. Good looks there out of Ghosty. I'll tell you what, man, I think I want to see the Vaznev in his hands more often.
Hey, he's got the snap, man. He's basically the flex player for this team. If you're going to whip out a 3rd SMG, I'd definitely rather have Ghosty with it than Dashy, because we know what kind of AR presence Dashy does bring to the roster. You don't want that guy to switch weapons whenever he gets that opportunity. But Atlanta FaZe find another first blood. That's so far 3 on the map. They take full control of bottom mid. They get the bomb down. And they play the clock beautifully to close out the round. Now up 2-1.
And to touch on it, Jay, I mean, what do you think has been the biggest method of success for Atlanta FaZe, right? Why is this particular team on this winning streak right now?
The reason why is because their SMGs have no hesitation when it comes to their plays. And then when your ARs are left in clutch situations, Cellium is going to hold down the power position. Slasher's going to wait for his Dead Silence to hit that pinch. They just have a great coordination on team plays when you talk about S&D.
Speaking of coordination, take a look at player number 8, Slasher. Finding himself on the flank. Normally, as you said, it's the SMGs hitting the routes. This time, it is Litigo. As you can see for Atlanta. Making a bit of noise. Shotzzy, however, he will answer with aggression. Huke ends up finding one onto Simp, and so Slasher, he's trying to get here, but his SMGs have fallen, so the pinch basically is no longer one. Still, can he find one? No, not gonna happen. Huke, the fast reactions there on the Slasher, as we said, was waiting for the longest time to come away with the pinch. However, his SMGs will fall. Huke is styling, and OpTic answer back in 2-2.
So far, all attacking rounds. This time, OpTic Texas were able to start off the engagement to find that first blood. With Shotzzy working his way up the middle of the map to take down aBeZy. Big player to take down because aBeZy can cause you some problems. So Shotzzy takes care of him. Simp tries to go for the trade. Huke finds the second. And eventually they close out the round by finding a final couple of kills. OpTic Texas tie it up at 2. Like I said, it's been all attacking so far.
About to start from Huke again, man. 6 and 2. He's got those new settings. He's feeling great. Funniest thing, man, is that he's number 2 and number 3 in KD this season on LSELO Search and Destroy. And his stint with LAG and so far with OpTic Texas, above a 2 on both of those lineups. Obviously, LSELO Search Destroy. It has just fit his playstyle so well. A crack of the whip as we see Dashy pull up the sniper for the first time. Able to find one onto aBeZy. However, after that, it's been all Atlanta. Shotzzy eventually makes his presence felt as he goes for the quick flank. Bomb is going to be down, and Shotzzy did not spot Slasher.
Oh, I don't think Slasher spotted him either, so Shotzzy still has that dead silence. He can potentially work on a deep flank, and the timing might work out perfectly. You got to get this kill before Slasher's going to get the Qs, but he's going to be able to find it. Makes it a 1v1, can't win it. Oh!
It was a square up at the end. I thought for a moment, Jay, like we saw Shotzzy in that first little angle. Didn't see Slasher, just catches the corner of him. And I love a fight like this. You got both players in the same spot on the opposite sides of the map. Simp versus Shotzzy. And it is Simp who is able to take it, and just that little gunfight now has elevated Atlanta FaZe to a round in response. It has just been round after round. It's Atlanta, OpTic, and now Atlanta again, up 3 rounds to 2. Simp sitting on the 3 spree. We'll see if he can increase that and maybe start to threaten for a few streaks.
Yeah, Simp's just trying to be the guy. Just gives the information to his team of how they're going to try to bleed on this play. Last round it was Slasher to go on a deep flank. This time it's aBeZy. He finds that first one onto Dashy. Now they can set up the vice script, put them in the trap, but at least Ghosty's able to take down Simp 3v3 now.
You can see what Atlanta is trying to do. With that flank, they're just trying to keep them all inside of roughly the same position. And we know with Duril yesterday, you can absolutely shoot through some of these walls, the couch included. Cellium looking to try to find that angle. Time continues to tick away. Ghosty's at least able to answer for one. Cellium gets involved in the fight now. It is all down to Shotzzy. Position, no, but he gets out of dodge. And with that, he can play with the objective, as that is going to be all he has to rely on. One player is going to be on the defuse. He has to make a run, but Slasher is on it. Can Shotzzy get here in time? Goes for the dolphin dive. Oh! Did he get it? No, he does not. So close. Finds both kills, but Atlanta FaZe laughing their way to a defuse. Jay, that was just milliseconds away.
Shotzzy almost just made the play, Lando. He almost made the play because Atlanta FaZe, they knew that the bomb was planted for stretch. Yeah, that small moment. That small moment going through side doors eventually what cost him. Wonder if he does decide to go for that dive, able to put his gun up a little bit quicker. He's able to take him down, but Atlanta FaZe, no hesitation on the defuse, able to take the first defensive round. Now go up 4-2.
Shotzzy a little frustrated quickly. Gets into that gunfight versus Slasher, says, we'll make this one count. But as we know, so far, this feels like every time a team has got a first blood, it has been quickly traded. And right now for FaZe, they do have quite a bit of arrows established to make that bomb rotation into that B site. One player is here. One man is here, and that is going to be Dashy. You see aBeZy hasn't yet spotted him, however, isn't able to come away with anything despite having a very valuable position, so he gets taken down. And now it's on to the SMGs of OpTic Texas to make the retake.
Oh, but Huke at least finds it. That first kill with the nade. They get the information that both plays in towards the site. This is an SMG battle. Shotzzy makes it a 1v1.
1v1, and it's going to be Huke this time, who's able to come out on top. It has been an SMG square up in so many of these rounds. Just a few ago, it was Simp versus Shotzzy. This time, it is Huke, who's able to come away with the swing round for the team, as they are able to make it now 4 rounds to 3. OpTic staying in it.
That's a very, very big round right there from OpTic Texas. I thought once Dashy puts himself in that position towards back rocks, if he just simply does not shoot Off the first play at any spots, he has the potential to make the play happen and pick up all 3 kills. But once he gets taken down, it was all on Huke finding that first kill onto Cellium, making it a 2v2, and then trapping the last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe in towards the site. Played it patient, worked out perfectly. OpTic take the round, now down 4-3.
Take a look at aBeZy. Hitting the routes again. Shotzzy, aware of, he goes for the dolphin dive, but it does not matter. aBeZy, as we said, it's come down to so many 1v1 fights. aBeZy escapes with 1 HP as Simp will do damage on the other side of the map. Shotzzy and Huke are nullified, but Dashy at least able to make that man count look a little bit better. Bomb is down 2v3.
2v3. Slasher pops that dead silence to work this deep flank. You get the information onto Dashy. You're able to pick up that kill. Simp is already on the bomb. Ghosty not gonna check it. And Atlanta FaZe are able to take that round. Now puts them at game point. But you got to think about how that round started, man. That first one was so crucial from aBeZy, taking down Shotzzy with all the information he was able to pick up on. He knows that there was only 1 player in towards the site. They find that trade. They instantly hop the bomb. Ghosty has nothing to work with. Atlanta FaZe put themselves now at game point.
Yeah, I mean, not only, if Shotzzy's able to win that fight, as we said, aBeZy escapes with 1 health. If Shotzzy wins that fight, not only does he take down the first blood in aBeZy, but he also gets information that Slasher is making that flank. He at least slows down progress from half of Atlanta FaZe in that round. But as we said, so many little fights that have equaled out to the scoreline that we see for the moment. 5 rounds to 3 in favor of Atlanta FaZe. Can Dashy Sniper be the difference? As Cellium able to take him down. Dashy has got the long range weapon and he wasn't even able to see MC. Huke 1v4. Can he pull off something crazy and keep this game going? White flag by no means out. Gets a bit of info, but the same thing can be said for Atlanta. Cellium on the desk gets taken down. 2 more to go.
Now it's a 1v2 and you have dead silence to work with. So Huke is definitely in a position to make this clutch happen. He's just gonna go for the chow. He finds the first, can't snap onto the second. aBeZy able to close out the search and destroy for Atlanta FaZe. Huke almost made that possible though, man. He almost got it done. But Atlanta FaZe close out the surge and they extend that S&D win streak to 12 now.
Good God. Atlanta FaZe come away with the dub. I'll tell you what, man, that was wild. I know that, obviously you can critique the way that he challenges in that 1v2, but it's just Huke's play style, man. Just to go for the chow, it is absurd. He brings it into a 1v1 at the end, puts up 11 kills, but it's not enough. As you said, Atlanta FaZe coming away with another search and destroy win. As this one, I don't know if it's gone the way that we necessarily expected. I mean, the questions were obviously on OpTic in terms of if they could win the hard point, but you just knew coming into this series, it feels like versus, really when it comes down to Atlanta FaZe, there is nobody that can test this team right now in search and destroy. And that does make you concerned a bit. If your OpTic now puts that much more pressure on the respawns, we talk about, maybe a future game 5, all of the things that play a factor into it. As we said, Jay, OpTic Texas just trying to make winners bracket.
Yeah, OpTic Texas is trying to do whatever they can to not start and losers at their own major. That search and destroy was all about the first bloods. Atlanta FaZe got 6. They lead to 6 W's. That's eventually what was the causing of the game. Tied up at 1. Now we got to control, man. Well, it's going to be a banger, man.
It is indeed. This series has been fun. It's been spicy up to this point as both teams battling it out. Atlanta FaZe trying to improve the record. And as we said, OpTic Texas trying to make winners bracket at their own major. When we come back after the break, we are headed to Hotel Control. Stay with us.
man on the roster as they take the main stage. The storyline is here and the run continues. NY versus Florida. Yo, Ali, I can't wait.
Make some noise for Polex, HyDra, KiSMET, and Crim7. Crim6 to the stage! Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your New York Subliners!
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to OpTic Texas versus Atlanta FaZe. Lando and Study on the call for what has already been a very, very fun series up to this point. It was a crazy hard point that led into Atlanta FaZe extending their S&D winning streak now to 12 games in a row. Already had the record and now trying to flex it that much more. But on the flip side, now for OpTic Texas, Jay, as we jump in for this hotel control, talk to me about this team, the history with this lineup when it comes down to this map and mode specifically.
Oh, this map and mode specifically was a battle the last time both of these squads did match up. You think about a map like Hotel Control, it's usually all about the attacking rounds. That's where you find a lot of success. If you can sneak out of defense, that's even better. But the last time these guys matched up, all 5 rounds were won on the attacking side, and it was OpTic Texas able to win 3 of those to eventually close out the map. They haven't really had a lot of success in Control when it comes to like winning attacking rounds, but they got it done last time. They needed to do it again.
That's exactly right, my friend. That's like we said, hotel control, another square up between these two teams. But now on the likes for Atlanta FaZe, a roster that obviously likes themselves some hotel control, a 9-5 record. But doing the prep for this series, Jay, one thing stuck out to me. Atlanta FaZe on the season, they have got 7 losses overall. The common denominator for every single loss so far this season, a control loss. So this is your opportunity. This is their kryptonite. If you can come away, much like you did last time, with a hotel control victory, this is the method. This is the way that every team has been able to do it so far versus FaZe. Can OpTic Texas replicate their success from last time? Or can Atlanta FaZe right the wrongs? We will see as we jump in here for game number 3, the swing mode indeed. It is OpTic Texas starting things off on attack as they've got their sights set at that B zone off the rip.
And that's a beautiful break off right there from OpTic, because they sent 2 players through mid, 2 players through bedroom. They find that first kill and already completed that first swing and over towards B. They only have 2 players on the point, so it's not going to go as fast, but they're finding all the kills. Atlanta FaZe only have 1 player left in this position. It's going to be aBeZy. He has to try to go big with attack in hand. He finds 1. The trade is not there, and that's going to be already done and dusted. B point out the way. OpTic doing exactly what they need to do already on the attacking side.
Well, okay. I was going to say, aBeZy's flanking. He's called out to his teammates. Guys, I'm on the flank. They're like, yeah, you're the only one. He's like, wait, what? What just happened? Absurd stuff from OpTic off the rip as they make that B zone theirs in nearly record time. And now, I'm going to tell you what, man, we've seen some crazy comebacks happen, or rather crazy holds happen from the defensive sides, but we know it, right? And once you're in that A zone, you start to get a few bodies, you get those close spawns. It is definitely not going to be an easy next minute and 40 seconds for FaZe.
Definitely not. Just have to make sure you're slaying, holding down that kitchen control. And players that are watching the pinch, just play your life as long as you can, because you know the pressure is going to come in from the back end. And Shotzzy's working his way all the way through the backside of Jules. He's trying to spot Slasher with a great angle, trying to go for the nade. Not going to be able to connect, but he does get that information. This can potentially cause Slasher some problems, but he shuts down both players. Both players get shut down towards the flank, and that's already the first push shut down on the side of OpTic.
Oh my God. Shout out to the Observer team for that one. Slasher continuing to be a menace. You can see what that one gunfight does. Slasher was on a sliver of HP. He stays alive, and from there, he begins to roll. Now on 4 in a row, eventually checked. But that moment right there stalled so much time from OpTic Texas. Now 45 seconds to work with. It's a 2-man army looking to make the flank at the same time. Simp behind enemy lines, looking to cause some chaos himself. FaZe up big in terms of the lives. However, for OpTic, their first opportunity to put a body, to put some feet inside of that objective, but it's quickly answered with another Slasher kill.
Yeah, this is a big situation. If OpTic can find a couple kills, Dashy and Shotzzy combined for 2, but you still have to worry about aBeZy, who's maintaining kitchen control. Only 20 seconds left on the round, 15-9 and lives remaining. OpTic have 1 more good push. It all starts with this gunfight. aBeZy's able to win it, and at least the trade is there. Now OpTic have full control of kitchen. Ghosty flies through connector. They can stack this point.
They absolutely can. Simp, he goes for the dolphin dive. Any kill would be huge. He eventually drops, but it's a team kill. It is a team kill, so that zone will not move as fast. Will that be enough? Can they get OpTic Texas over the finish line, or can Atlanta make a dent? Slasher goes for the dive, and it will be a round 1 victory for OpTic. Goodness sake, Jay, it felt like they could not jump in. They finally get their window of opportunity, and they seize it. Wild, wild stuff again.
It all started with that kitchen control. Huke finds himself on the backside of kitchen. He's able to take down both players. Now at that point, you're giving OpTic the opportunity to just sprint right on forward to get on towards the point. But it's not only Huke's 2 kills, it's Ghosty flying through connector, winning that huge one-on-one, which relieves all the pressure on the side of Atlanta FaZe. They spawn all the way across the map. You get that kill, you stack the point, you close it out. OpTic able to close it out in the final 10 seconds to take the very first round.
History repeating itself already, Jay. OpTic
already.
As we said, they had those 3 attacking victories. It was 5 for 5 in attacks when these last 2 teams matched up in the Major II qualifiers. And as we said, history on history. Atlanta FaZe trying to do the exact same. Can we see 7 straight attacking round wins between these two rosters here in Hotel Control? It's already off to a great start here for FaZe as they walk away with a few final kills. Cellium is going to be contested, so he drops. Big 1v1 win for Shotzzy. You can see how close Atlanta was to wiping away that point. And given their spawns, they'll now focus their attention at A and really just try to stop that clock.
Yeah, you already got 2 segments over towards that B point. So now let's get A out of the way, but you have to find a couple kills. Huke and Dashy combined for 2. There's now only 2 players left towards the diner. They're just trying to contest it. Huke with the snakes, able to line up the first with the tack, relieve that pressure, force aBeZy to get off the point. They take care of him. But while they were putting a lot of pressure over towards A, the last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe are able to close out towards B. So now extending time by a minute. OpTic have to hold the defensive strong at A for 2 minutes now.
They do indeed. Oh, interesting situation that Ghosty finds himself in. I was going to say Slasher in the inverse spot from where he was last round. In such a pesky player on the defensive side, and now it is Ghosty who is here to hold down this angle with the tack. He's got 3 players to deal with. How can he handle it? Exactly how you'd like him to. Finds 2, gets the comms on the 3rd. Dan Ghosty locking the spawns up.
Oh, Dan Ghosty holding on the flank, and Huke still putting pressure in towards Kitchen. But with that trade coming in, now there's only 2 players left on this side of the map for OpTic Texas. You are getting a close one, at least for 1 player in Huke. But these gunfights are going to be big. You have to win the trade battle. Huke and Dashy started off. Ghosty finds the 3rd. Now there's only 1 player left here. It's going to be aBeZy. aBeZy does take him down. But now it's all on to Shotzzy. With Shotzzy picking up that kills, the close spawn still coming in for OpTic. They're able to flood right back on it.
Guaranteed. Some interesting spawns for Atlanta. You did have player number 5 in Cellium. Spawn close in Kitchen. Meanwhile, the other 3 over toward parking. So it is going to establish another pinching opportunity here from FaZe, but it's Shotzzy and Huke almost at the exact same time win those gunfights. So that is 1 lane cleared. The pinch by no means is going to be established. Slasher, we'll see what he can do. Last time he was thwarted by Ghosty. This time it is by Dashy. 25 seconds to go. FaZe, can they finally get a break?
FaZe need a break. They do the same exact thing that OpTic just did, but no, the pitch comes in for Shotzzy. Ties it perfectly with that dead silence. Takes down 2. Huke finds the 3rd. He finds the last player up, which is going to be Slasher. And now you see those spawns for Atlanta FaZe all the way across the map. This is going to be a defensive win for OpTic Texas to now put themselves in a commanding 2-0 lead, man.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. It does not get much better than this. Obviously, you're up 2-0. Even if we get to a round 5, I mean, you're up 6-3 currently in segments. You're about to add on to that coming into this next round. And they just outslayed heavy as well, Jay. I mean, we may not even see, obviously, a round number 5, but just the way that you've started off this game, you've already put yourself in the best situation possible, not just to close it out early, but in case we do happen to extend ourselves a little bit further. Goodness sake. OpTic have answered back so far in the control. So far, they have been absolutely deadly here in the respawns. And Shotzzy does fall off of that spree. We'll see if OpTic can close it out here, man. Can they just continue to win attacks versus FaZe?
They're putting a lot of pressure over towards B as well. You do have 1 player in Simp going for the super long flank. Gonna flank his way all the way towards top bedroom. So he's going to be able to at least take 1 player down. Great pitch comes in. He's able to eliminate both and shut down that early pressure over towards B, only allowing 1 segment. But now you got to make your way all the way across the map. You know that the spawns for OpTic Texas are going to be all towards Kitchen. So what can aBeZy do in that position? He eventually gets dropped. So OpTic Texas are able to get on that point, stop that clock.
It's the biggest focus, obviously, as we've seen so far. It's about getting that objective captured quick, whether it be or whether at A hotel offers you a myriad of opportunities. OpTic Texas seizing that right now inside of the restaurant. A few close spawns, and then Slasher instantly takes down 1. He eventually does get found out, and now here comes a bit of contest from Atlanta FaZe. They've got players coming in from multiple directions. The same thing can be said for Shotzzy, but as the dust settles, it's another big gunfight, 1 for Bruce. The only player nearby will basically guarantee that that objective will be captured. Extra minute added on to the clock, and all the weight now falling on Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe now have to set up around that B point. Want to make sure you're maintaining over towards bedroom side. They only have one player in that position, which is going to be Slasher. He eventually does get sniffed out. So with Shotzzy picking up that kill, Dashy's now going to spawn towards back flat. You have to win these gunfights. If you are aBeZy, he gets snapped on by Ghosty, and now OpTic have the pressure. They can close it out right now.
Yeah, and they're getting those close spawns as well. You see player number 3 in Huke. He's going to try to go for the cutoff. You've got a great situation set up. That's going to be 2 ticks. 1 more to go before this game is already done. Shotzzy and Huke trying to clear the way. Oh, it's a 1v1. Simp at least able to delay for now and keep Atlanta FaZe's hopes alive. If that 1v1 goes differently, Jay, that could have been game right there.
Oh, yeah. If he wins that gunfight, the close spawn's coming for OpTic Texas, and then eventually the stack can come in. They would have been able to close out the game, but big gunfight from Simp. So now extend this game a little bit longer. Now OpTic is trying to set up the perfect play, trying to work their way all the way through the backside. They do find a couple kills. They know the position of Slasher. They can't take him down. They're trying to take care of him. They do a great job of doing so. And now this is where you have to gun up. You have to iron up. You have to play for these kills if you are Atlanta.
Oh, Dashy
no.
Escapes with 1 HP. OpTic Texas currently with numbers, and as we said, it is just 1 more segment. Are they about to lock this one up right now? Is it about to be a 3-0 in the control? And yes, it will be. Remaining flawless on attacks versus FaZe. And that is how you answer. That is how you reply. A shocker here in game number 3. The mode OpTic has been struggling on mightily. 2-6 in their last 8 coming into it. But versus Atlanta, they turn up a 3-0, 2 attacking wins, and now up 2-1 in this series.
OpTic just had the perfect game plan, man. They start off on the attacking side. They win their initial gunfights. They're able to take down B and then rotate over towards A in the final 10 seconds to take the very first attacking round. But then when it came down to the defensive side, a 2-minute hold over towards that A point is what eventually allows them to close out this game the way that they did, man. Every time, it was players holding down their position, knowing that they had to win huge one-on-ones. And then we take a look at the highlights, man. OpTic was just all over the map. They were putting a lot of pressure on every single angle that they needed to. When it came down to those crucial moments when they had to win the gunfights in certain positions, they did just that. To dominate this control the way they did, now puts them up 2-1 in the series.
Tell you what, man, they need to be playing more hotel control.
Without question, man. Without question.
They just have Atlanta FaZe's numbers. Jay, that is now on the season 5-0 on attacks in control versus FaZe. I mean, like we said, the records have not been great, but versus Atlanta, OpTic Texas just turns up, man. They just turn up. I know Ant or Nameless was talking about it on the desk. The 77th career matchup between FaZe and OpTic, but in the CDL, whether it's been OpTic Texas, right, in Vanguard, and so far in this season, they hold a 6-1 record, trying to make it 7-1 en route to winner's bracket at their own major. And as we take a look at our box score, Jay, what number sticks out the most to you?
Honestly, everyone's numbers. Everyone played well. Shotzzy, I'm pretty sure at a point in the game was like 3-10. He ended that second round 10-11. So he only died 1 time in that whole scenario where he was popping that dead silence, working the flank. So just right now, OpTic Texas, they're looking like a complete team. They're not making little mistakes. Every time someone needs to hold down their position, they're not overextending. They're not over-challenging. They're playing great Call of Duty right now. As we take a look at our maps most presented by GMC Hummer, very close hard point to start. S&D obviously is going to go in favor of the Atlanta FaZe because they have just been a terror in that mode. But then to win in a 3-0 versus Atlanta FaZe on their best control map, that's a statement, man. They have a lot to play for. They're trying to keep Vegas out of that 8th spot. They're trying to secure winner's bracket at their own tournament. And so far, they are playing so damn well to make it happen for them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We talk about all the storylines. It's almost impossible to cover every single story coming into this matchup between OpTic and FaZe. But another underlying one, as you called it, partner, is that if OpTic Texas lose this series, Atlanta FaZe wins. That means that Las Vegas Legion, the Legion really just in general, for the first time in franchise history, will lock up a winner's bracket position moving into Major 3. Incredible stuff, as I'm sure Clay watching this, and he is biting his nails more than he ever has, looking at the fact that it's a 3-0 here in the control. And I don't know about you, man, but it just feels like it, right? At this moment, coming into this Mercado hardpoint, I know OpTic are coming off of a great 3-0 win in the control, but it feels like it has to be done here. I mean, Atlanta FaZe, looking so solid in Search Destroy. I know that you know it very, very well. That Mercado in Game 5 fits them so well. It feels like if OpTic Texas is going to win this series, it has to happen right now.
Yeah, it has to happen right now, in my opinion, because if you get to that Mercado S&D, Atlanta FaZe are the best team at that map, #1 in every single category. Where you're talking about the attacking, where you're talking about the defending, and even the first bloods. They have some crazy KDs as well on that Mercado S&D, but we got to get to some Mercado hardpoint first. This is a map that usually Atlanta FaZe do find themselves a lot of success. The only team that tends to take them down on this is 100% that LA Thieves roster. And the reason why it causes them problems is because LA Thieves, they win their rotations and they're able to set up properly and also find breaks. So if you are OpTic Texas, the best rotation team on this map, but they struggle in their breaks, you can't fall short. You have to make sure when you're rotating, you're putting yourself in the best possible setup you can with 30 to 25 seconds.
Yeah, we know. We've seen some very, very punishing hardpoint performances from Atlanta FaZe here on Mercado. They get going. We could very well be seeing a Game 5 faster than we think. But to kick off this hardpoint so far, it has been OpTic Texas with 22 uncontested points. Right now for Atlanta, they're looking to make their way up the right side of the map. Shotzzy, realizing such, bends the back gun up, trying to play for P2. The money hill up next. However, he's got 2 more players left to go. Trying to hit the nice movement as the battles will look to begin. Atlanta in a 3 versus 4. What can they make happen? Shotzzy over the top. Can he fight?
Oh!
Yes, he will. A big gunfight to win as Slasher drops. OpTic will hold on to Cantina.
And that's beautiful patience right there from Shotzzy. To not get a little bit overzealous and go for that ego chow towards top flat. He waits for the pinch to come in, but eventually sets up the break for OpTic Texas to win that rotation over towards Cantinas. But now Atlanta FaZe are putting a lot of pressure over towards Hedge. All of OpTic know exactly where they're coming from. This has been a flawless start to this hard point as they are cutting them all down.
You can see it right now for Huke. He just picked up the tack. He says this thing works pretty well. Dashy on a beamer right now toward top Cantina. This is about to be a flawless start to this hard point. Quickly for Texas, 20 seconds to go. And Atlanta FaZe, understandably so, are just gonna have to rotate. They just have to go for the rotation. And now you cannot afford to lose this. FaZe already, Jay. They need a reply and a big one at that.
Yeah, they need a full 60 hold. Right on towards the 10 hill. They are getting a couple close spawns toward the backside of that alley. But it's all about the setup. And OpTic Texas is so far putting a lot of pressure on the map. You're going to see aBeZy spawn all the way out towards gas, but his teammates do a great job of finding all the kills in the feed. Able to shut down that first rush from OpTic Texas. As now they're going to be forced to push through back alley, push through dark, and Simp's ready for it.
Simp is ready. However, the trades are in. 40 seconds still to fight for. aBeZy able to dolphin dive, stay alive, remain with this team that now will open up the opportunity for Slasher to walk away with a few kills. Texas's heads are turned, and Slasher strikes again, runs out of ammo, but surely it's Ghosty that's going to be traded, and yes, he will. Atlanta FaZe, they needed every single second, and they have got it. Very much so back in this game, but now the rotation, the headbutt that's about to go down in Barbershop. Who can come out on top in these opening fights? Slasher again trying to lead the way.
Slasher and a little bit of help of Dashy is able to put them now in the trade advantage. He's just going to push their way right through back alley. You're going to have one player in Shotzzy spawn all the way across the map. So he's trying to find the player that's coming off of old. But so far, OpTic, 3 stacked in towards the hill. Dashy with the tag 56, doing it up close and personal. Can't find the kill. Cellium trades with 2, but OpTic still hold on. Close spawns here for Atlanta, though.
Oh my God, this is just wild hardpoint so far. aBeZy eventually breaks in, but how about
the fights that are won from both Dashy and Cellium. Crazy gunfights in close quarters there with the tack, as FaZe getting some much needed seconds right now here in Barbershop. aBeZy able to win that fight. And as the final 20 will come to a close, Atlanta FaZe will tie up the game.
Oh, it's great work from Atlanta to find that break over towards Barber, but now it's going to force OpTic Texas off that rotation. This is where you had 20 seconds to put yourself in the best setup, but look at the close spawn. It actually comes in for Slasher towards back 10. So do they read his positioning as now Atlanta FaZe trying to break through the back end?
Oh, Shotzzy is able to find him. I was getting ready to say, as you called it, man, Slasher in a very valuable spot. He ends up getting taken down, and now OpTic, they've got a full-on setup here. Cellium eventually drops in the back. Thankfully, at least it's a nade to kick things off. However, trades on trades. Dashy able to clean up a bit of work in the backside, and from there, Texas, they've got this position. They are having a few players spawning out toward middle, so this is delaying Atlanta. It is also not allowing for OpTic Texas to have all that many numbers inside of the point, but they win their ones, and from there, Shotzzy has got a streak. Now moving into Cantina once more. It's a great opportunity.
Oh, man.
aBeZy for free, and now they've got a close spawn. Shotzzy and Dashy, they are here.
This is where OpTic can start to pull away with this game. You just have to win these gunfights to win this rotation over towards top Cantinas. It's now all of Atlanta FaZe putting pressure on through the back alley. But there's only 3 players here from OpTic, and every single player finds a kill. The last player in Slasher, he drops. And what a perfect chain from OpTic Texas from 10 towards Cantinas is now going to force Atlanta FaZe to try to execute a break on one of the money hills on Mercado Hardpoint. OpTic are just growing this lead more and more as time goes. Shotzzy unfortunately does get turned on, and the break comes in for Atlanta.
And Jay, there's still 40 seconds. I mean, there's still 40 seconds for FaZe to have. I was getting ready to say that could be the hardpoint that pretty much ends out this series, and right on cue, FaZe able to stay alive. 20 seconds still left at Cantina, and Ghosty wants it. Right now for the Røkkr, they're trying to set up for new and be prepared for the parking lot, but FaZe able to make quick work of him. Still down in this game, but boy, does that lead look that much better, as they'll be down by 20 coming into this next hill. Can Texas hold once more, or is it going to be more chaos? I'm definitely assuming it is going to be the latter. Chaos indeed. Texas here early. Can FaZe make the break?
Yeah, Texas here early. It was good work out of Dashy and Ghosty to find those initial 2 kills when a teammate spawned all the way across the map. But it's Atlanta FaZe with pressure through every single angle, are able to find 3 kills. Last player up is going to be Shotzzy. You take care of him, you're able to get on that time. And now with your teammates spawning over towards back alley, you know exactly where OpTic are coming from. It's all about these gunfights. 30 seconds remaining and towards the parking lot.
Yep, FaZe are aware. They know exactly where every angle of a player going to be coming from, and when you're trying to make your way through this side of the map, it is just so difficult. Such long lanes of sight, as Huke eventually does get involved in the fight. Is there a beautiful rig too? You will take that time, obviously, if you're Texas, but Atlanta did a good job off the start to at least not allow for that hard point to be a full 60 as we reset and fly back in now for the second side of rotations. 181 to 145. It is going to be a battle for the bottom side of the map once more, my friend.
Oh yeah, that's what it all comes down to, fighting for this green control. Not really soaking up a lot of this P1 time because you're thinking big picture. You want to get that better side for the next hill. And so far, OpTic are doing a great job of just slaying out to hold this positioning. Now they're able to get on towards P1. Shotzzy just finessing around towards back alley, finds another kill. They're putting them in the trap right now. If you are Atlanta, you got to break out, and they do a great job. They find all 3 kills, and now the spawns are going to flip. This is the best case scenario right now for Atlanta.
Every time Atlanta FaZe is in a spot where they cannot allow for another kill to go the opposite direction, they end up finding that timing, and now they are the ones who are in the more preferred spot. OpTic Texas have reached 190, but for Atlanta, this hard point last time around is what got Texas such a massive lead, and now it could come back to bite them. FaZe flipped the map on its head, and now they've got a chance to bring this one back. Toward the back alley we go. Cellium, turret-like, eventually drops. 2 players.
Oh my!
It's Dashy and Shotzzy who are able to lead the way as they jump back in themselves, taking it effortlessly.
That's beautiful work from OpTic. Great coordination for everyone to attack through back alley. You win those trades, you find the opening, then you take down the last player on towards the point. They get the break on one of the money hills on Mercado hard point as Shotzzy flies around, finds 2. And with only 25 seconds left, now you're going to force Atlanta FaZe. The 2 players that are here have to contest this, but everybody else has to rotate. And there's a couple players from OpTic trying to cause them problems already.
They are indeed. Ghosty, he could pretty much guarantee the game right here. As Huke goes flying forward, he's now out of the fight, and that's going to halt Ghosty's progress. So FaZe able to stay alive. Scrap points awarded to OpTic Texas. What's the number going to be? 238 to 158. 1 break is all it takes, and it could be off of this streak, Jay.
Oh, and the streak is used for the information. He's trying to let your teammates know exactly where they're coming from, but there's no trophy. No trophy. Shotzzy finds the kill. Huke finds another. Last player on the point is aBeZy. He goes big. He finds 2. It's all on aBeZy. He's still staying alive. He finds all 4. Oh my God.
How in the world did aBeZy just stay alive? Shotzzy threaded the needle, but aBeZy takes down the entire team. And with that, Texas a bit terrified, a bit dazed, realizing that that score did not improve based off of that hill. But still, 12 more points to go. Can Texas close it out now?
There's 12 more points. Just got to put yourself in the best setup you possibly can to hold down towards Barbers. You are getting those spawns. It's going to fall into the hands of the player that's sitting in towards top cantinas, cutting these players down. This is it. OpTic got a hold.
And they managed to do it. Simp, the first line of defense. Can he jump in? No, he does not. 5 more points. Is this going to be it for Texas? They find 3. They find 4. And there you go. Winners bracket bound. OpTic Texas comes away with the dub. And have your moment, Dan Ghosty. Have your moment, Texas, to talk all the smack that you want. Beating Atlanta FaZe again. It's becoming a hobby at this point. 2-0 on the season, and with that, OpTic Texas now have another life come major time.
What a performance from OpTic Texas, man. Talking about the roster change at the beginning of this stage, it's been up and down. You get a win, you get a loss, you get a win, you get a loss. But the most important one came in this series versus Atlanta FaZe. You have to get this W to secure that winners bracket at your own major. And they come out today, play absolutely lights out in all the respawns. Clutch up at the very end of these games. They fix the fundamentals going into today, and they get it done in 4, man. What a performance from both of these teams, but OpTic Texas just wanted a little bit more. They had that extra fire because they knew how impactful this series could have been. And they get it done, man. OpTic Texas secure their winners. They take the series. And what was a wild one, Lando. A wild one indeed, my friend.
Jay, just, my God. What a game, what a series. We said Texas are going to have to be flawless in the respawns, right? They're going to have to go 3 for 3. You're not going to match up well versus Atlanta FaZe in the search destroys, and they were able to do it. So many questions were on this OpTic Texas lineup. They're not going to be able to take down these top caliber teams. They're not going to even be able to show up today versus Atlanta FaZe. They come away with the dub. That has got to feel good for every single player that sits in the starting lineup. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. Another banger between OpTic and FaZe. Puckett, take it away.
No game 5 today, says OpTic, as they close it out with a 3-1. Taking the hard point to finish things out. Nameless, I want to start with you. We knew the pressure that was on OpTic today. Where did they come through?
I mean, everybody turned up, right? We look at the SMG duo. We didn't see any crazy fundamental breakdowns throughout this series. And this OpTic team, man, it just seems like when OpTic Texas, this organization, is going up against Atlanta FaZe, they play so much better. And we saw that in this series. Dashy, once again, in the respawns, puts up a huge performance. Also, like I said, the SMGs today, they were sound. Can they be consistent? It seems eerily similar as the last performance that we saw during the Stage 2 qualifiers. 4-1 with a big win over OpTic Texas. or with the big win over Atlanta FaZe, excuse me, going into the major, and they get it to secure winners bracket. This is very important though, right? Like they're going into their home major, and under this type of pressure, this is huge, sort of replicating what it's going to be like in front of that big.
And thank you, because now we get to see them on Thursday, right? Everyone was worried you're not going to see them until Friday in the losers bracket. We're guaranteed to see them on opening day of their own major.
Yeah, everybody, I think, took a giant sigh of relief at the end of this series. I bet the Scump co-stream did. I bet all the OpTic of the Green Wall did, the entire facility, even the team themselves to secure themselves winners bracket heading into their own major. Because I don't think anybody wanted that situation, you know, heading into where we don't see OpTic playing on Thursday. And I have to tip my hat specifically to that map number 3. It is one of Texas's better controls, but like I said, going into this, they were the worst attacking team during this split. So to come out on a hot 3-0, that is a huge win for the OpTic Texas camp.
117,000 tuning in on the Call of Duty channel, and that doesn't include any of our watch parties. You can tell the fans are invested in this rivalry. We got to talk with the man who just clutched up for his squad. We got Huke joining us, and Huke, it is great to see you crushing and search and destroy again. Tell me about this series, though. You guys had all the pressure in the world. You lose, you're in the lower bracket. You win, you're playing in winners on Thursday.
100%. It was a big confidence boost for the squad, for sure. I mean, much needed win. I'm glad that, you know, everyone stayed, like, in our lane that match and just fucking teed up, right?
Yo, Huke, can you tell everybody to calm down?
I cannot hear anything you're saying.
You guys can hear everyone?
No, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Not fine.
It's okay. It's right to be excited after such a big win with so many implications, you know, especially the struggles that you guys have gone through. I want to talk to you about this series just because of that listening in that map win. First of all, one of the best hard points I think we've seen so far this season, one of the most intense. You guys clutched it up in the end. In the comms, I mean, you were screaming. What kind of energy were you coming into with this match?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of just like the vibe I've been on, I guess, recently. I'm having fun with these guys every single day, having fun getting better. So that's really all it is, just pure passion. That's literally it.
Huke, I want to ask you, and you mentioned like having fun, grinding in practice, stuff like that. You know, when a lot of times you guys have had your shortcomings, it's been some crazy plays where you guys are either ego challenging or just making some mistakes, and particularly with the sub duo with you and Shotzzy. What have you guys been working on or talking about after these matches to make sure that these things don't happen? Because today it looked like it was a little more cleaned up.
Yeah, I think it's just consistency in playing our game. I feel like whenever we're communicating well, none of that really happens. It's more using teamwork and shit like that. So we're a new team, so I feel like once we get more time, like all that stuff will feel way more smooth in game and look better. You know?
I hear everyone else still celebrating in the background. I gotta ask, who is most excited after that win tonight?
Definitely. I mean, Ant just had a huge game for us, so he's pumped up for sure.
All right, we will let you guys go celebrate. Excited to see you on the watch parties. I'm sure you'll be hanging out on the couch. Anything you want to say to the fans before they join you in person on Thursday?
Hey man, fucking Major III coming up. Get loud, man. Thank y'all. Yeah.
There we go. I don't know if we can use it in marketing, but I like the quote. Thank you, Huke, for joining us tonight.
All of production.
Absolutely.
Right when he dropped that.
It is so crazy to think we are just 4 days away from seeing this team on LAN. And here's a look at where they're at in the standings. Remember, top 8 starting winners bracket. 1 plays 8, 2 plays 7. And right now, if the LA Thieves and Breach didn't play, it would be the Thieves playing OpTic in the opening round, back-to-back majors.
I know this match is going to be lit, but I just got to say, nobody is more devastated at that loss than the Vegas Legion. My goodness, that's painful, man.
Sorry, Jim. We missed you, Clayster, in the winners bracket. Best of luck down there. Here we go, though. It's time to remind you all to pick up your gear before we get to Texas. It was snowing recently. You may want a hoodie. Rock your squad. Go to shop.callofdutyleague.com. And of course, as always, if you're coming into my ranked lobby, you better be wearing one of these things. And I hope it's one on the left side, because I really like what I'm seeing out of the people rocking Subliners gears. Those SMGs on my team, they know what they do. They know where the next hard point's going to be.
Dress like HyDra, shoot like HyDra. There
we go. That's how it works. Excellent stuff so far. We have just one more match to go here at our Major III qualifiers. When we return, Boston is 3-1. Yeah, 3-1. They're challenging for a top seed as they take on the 3-1 LA Thieves. The final battle after this.
Yo, can I get this file, dude? This is cool. Oh, no, no, no!
Anyone should think of when it comes to Grim is winning. Lifting.
Oh, we got Bance, dude. No way,
man. And a day in and day out.
Dude, I might actually cry, bro.
2-0 up. We go to the bathroom. he's next to me and he goes, don't know why you're so happy. I'm about to reverse sweep you.
Damn. I appreciate it, guys. Love you guys.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Round number 2.
Welcome back in, everybody. It's Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we are gearing up for the final qualifier battle before we head to Texas for OpTic's Major number 3 on the 2023 season. This one is going to be an excellent way to finish because it's between two squads battling for potential number 1 seed at that major. LA Thieves 3-1, Boston Breach 3-1. Let's start with the Thieves, though, Allie, because this is a squad that on land ran it all the way to the grand finals. Then they dropped their first match to Vegas. Since then, back-to-back-to-back victories.
I mean, what's insane about this story right now for me is the fact that LA Thieves is traditionally a team that always get better when we go to majors. You can always expect them to make a run long term. And what's crazy right now, though, is that they're doing well in the qualifiers as well. Like Chris just noted on, they're on a 3-win spree right now with a 3 over Minnesota, a 3-1 over Seattle, and a 3-1 win over the Atlanta FaZe. They got their revenge, and they're heading into a matchup right now where typically they are favored, undefeated up against the Boston Breach, and they're going against some similar maps as well.
We were talking in the green room the other night. If you had a 1v1 for your life, who do you want to be fighting that for you? Someone said Envoy, Nameless. What is it about this guy in Search and Destroy that you trust?
He's just icy, man. Like, the guy situationally, he's diff, dude. Like, he's making great plays. You can put him on an island, and he's going to get you that kill when you need it most, right? So Envoy brings a great dynamic to Search and Destroy, and what seems like this LA Thieves have fixed their Search coming into the stage.
There was a ton of energy from the Thieves after their last victory. Octane is celebrating with the squad, and that's what I like to see because they could be celebrating once again with the number 1 seed. I just got confirmation from League Ops if they get the win. Huge. The same is true for their opponents. Let's talk about Boston Breach because they're in this position once again. They didn't get it done for their last Boston Major. Now they could lock up a number 1 seed coming in here tonight. Allie, how does Awakening, Nero, Vivid, and Beans get the job done?
I mean, last time these two teams matched up, it went to a Game 5 round 11. That's back when Boston Breach was on like a 6-loss spree in Game 5s. And, well, they finally have one under their belt. And, you know, that's no slack to methods because the last time in that series, he did drop a 1.24. So some shoes to fill on the likes of Beans. But also in the sense of their Search and Destroy is looking a lot better in this situation as well. So I think the Boston Breach have a good opportunity right now. I'm just worried because they are off of a loss to the Florida Mutineers, who's one of our not-so-good-looking teams to split.
All right, there you have it. Quick update from League Ops. If Boston wins, they're number 2. Seattle gets number 1. If LA wins, LA's number 1. Enough about numbers, though. It's time to get into the games as we have our casters. One more time, Brycey and Ton. Let's kill this.
Thank you very much. Yes, our last game before the major. One last chance to get all the practice in these teams need before we settle it on LAN. Ton, how you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling like the next game we cast is going to be in Texas, baby. I'm excited. But I'm really looking forward to this game. Really looking forward to this game. We said we were talking about our games that we had coming up, and this was the one we had the eyes on. This should be a really decent matchup. Thieves looking good as per usual, although saying that online Thieves has kind of been up and down, but the Boston Breach, the new look with Beans, has looked solid throughout as well. It's a really hard one to actually figure out which way it's going to go. If I'm honest, it's kind of the same as game number 1 and game number 2. It's hard to predict, but that's how we like it. Surprise me. Hotel Hardpoint is going to be coming up first. Hotel Search and Destroy second. LSELO Control obviously third. And if we need them, we'll see HyDra and LSELO in maps number 4 and 5. I think it's difficult. I think the only thing that I'm leaning towards is that Boston have never beat Thieves ever. So that's a pretty good stat line for the side of Thieves. They've got to be feeling confident. But other than that, both these two teams' form is looking pretty similar, you want to say. They're in really close positions. But Thieves will want that first seed. They will absolutely want to get a hold of that. You want to make it as easy as possible at the start of your route through that winner's bracket. Hard to decipher though, Bryce. I'm not too sure which way this one goes.
No, me either. It should be a good game regardless. Today has been full of good games. Long may it continue into the major. But both teams will start off here on the hard point. And yeah, probably the most important thing for me is the franchise. Even though they were a little bit late to the party originally, Boston have never taken down Thieves.
I think it's a hotel. Both teams really poor at rotating in general. LAT though, of course, we know that this is a typical trait, I want to say, because their breaking has been so good. That's what's making them pretty decent at hardpoint, of course. Envoy up towards the couch's side. Awakening and kill. Posted up nicely. That trophy will help him out. The kills will flow through. Look
towards these spawns, though, you've already got Octane all the way back towards that side, but Beans is actually going to gun him, so that's an opportunity now for Boston, who are starting to get spawns over towards the P2 side, as well as a decent chunk on P1. Good start for the breach.
So can they just hold off this rotation? Envoy just punching his way through in a reception desk. You can see the rest of Boston getting into position for it as well, with Beans holding the cross and just gunning. Is he going to be the difference maker in this legacy matchup? 5 streak for the beginning, looking for the 6, but Octane will shut him down.
Yeah, it does eventually fall. Beans typically has struggled on this map in his small sample size of a career at a 0.77. So far, so good. Drazah with the kills over towards the Spar side, though, and holding the back spawns is still the Boston breach, but Envoy finds a way through, as he so often does. That's 2 kills to his name, none for Vivid so far, with the 6 deaths alongside of it. Boston breach are broken far too easily, but the breaks of Thieves come so seamlessly in their wins in hard point. A nice break from them, but looking towards this rotation in 20 seconds, who's going to come out on top?
Just still a bit of a battle over it. At the moment, you can see there is a back spawn, actually. Does Envoy go for this? No, looks like he's just going to get out of there. On the other side of it, Kenny all the way around, but Vivid has him locked in. Can he win this gunfight and get out? He is going to eventually get onto the board. Rotation secured for Boston.
Yeah, good time to get your first kill. That one would have been a little bit disastrous for the side of Boston breach, but they'll take the rotation considering they had P2 control. Coming out of it pretty much where you were after P1 is... Okay, you'll take it, because you've got P3 spawns. You've got the setup with kitchen, and it is a deep, deep setup as well. Beans ready and waiting here in the restaurant, and he is cooking right now. There is 1 and 2. Number 3 following, not quite. Octane's the only one to find a kill back. LA Thieves, not quite close enough yet.
And they're trying to just get a pinch in before they know that the push is coming through. Restaurant Awakening, waiting for the player to go out of the corner, and will be done by Octane before he can do any more. Vivid gets the trade eventually. More players flooding in from both sides. Can he get him 1? Looking to get the second, but we know it's a snake off in the kitchen. Nero eventually will find the kills, and they're above the pressure. I'd say that, but one more player coming through. Eventually, Nero does shut down that push.
Vivid, for all that he's been struggling, finding important kills, albeit 2 of them. Important nonetheless, helps his team get a good amount of time there. Rotation over towards this side, a nightmare for SMGs. You're pushing through bottom bed. Yeah, good luck. Octane already on what we like to call the godheady. Insane shots coming out of Beans, though. He will find 2. Awakening here to try and break through himself as well. Boston breach very much slaying across the board. LA Thieves not quite at the races yet, but a couple of kills coming through. This should be a good hold.
Well, they do have it. This is time they need. Boston trying to make a play towards the back, but Vivid runs straight into Drazah. No joy there either, and now they're going to go the long route. Envoy already finding the player up top bedroom that was setting up. Nothing for Boston. Nowhere for Boston. And LA Thieves just farming kills.
Yeah, they play that really nicely. Envoy pushes over towards the bedside. And then all of a sudden, you start spawning over towards Jewel. Boston breach through the gauntlet here now. Bit of bad timing as well, as Kenny will find 1. Doesn't see 1 behind the... No way. No shot. Awakening. Eventually does take him down, but gets traded. Boston get absolutely nothing there. LA Thieves, they bridge that gap quite significantly over towards P4. Oh my god. Okay.
And there are some gunfights going on, if you can call them that. Pretty one-sided, but we are over here with many, many players. Kenny, long range with a Vaznev, not going to work, has to stay alive, waiting for teammates to reinforce. It's a big hard hit, and Beans is going to be on the cut as well. We're seeing him play this position over and over again. He is slowing down Thieves whenever they encounter him.
It feels like Thieves have had a long way to go before they've even touched the Boston breach setup. Good expansion from breach, 2 kills for Vivid, but the trade's in the favor of the LA Thieves. They'll find a way through. 30 seconds left here, over towards P5.
And Boston trying to break, looking for a way past Thieves. Let's see how they break this down on the comms though with a listening. Boston breach.
I need 1.
Miss one.
I'll hold you.
I won.
I
can't wait. My bad.
Yeah, he's couches.
Right.
That's what we're looking for. I'm backing up, Joe.
I've won, buddy. Help. They're going first.
They're gonna go through. Help him, though. Yeah. I have your help on the soul. I have your 1, Joe.
Sun couches. I'm pitching cat.
I'm pitching cat.
Octane's hold. In the corner. Octane's hold, missing 1.
Moving for Josh. Kenny.
I ball mid, guys.
I'm on time. Yeah, I said Cammy. Nice. I spawned up front. They might spawn like weird. I can finish 1. Oh my god! We're for 1. Drop.
In top bed.
I'm one of my top bed. Nice. I'm pushing up kitchen.
That's fun, I think.
Maybe couch. One big careful, Ben. Dub. Can.
Yeah, he's on top.
Below me, man.
You good.
Nice. 4. They're off spawn. I have your kitchen, Ben.
Oh, we on top. Watch out, on bar. Octane's on bar. He went by mid.
I'm just holding caution. I'm just holding caution. Get this time.
Well, my goodness, Beans is baking. 170-92. That might have been the difference. 20 and 12 on a 4 streak himself. They have been just winning rotations and going to town.
Yeah, really nice rotation out of the side of Boston Breach. They choose to force through the bedroom side. They lock down kitchen. And things have looked pretty ever since Nero will get caught out here surely by Kenny and does so. So we head over towards P1 again. But yeah, the rotations for Breach have been solid. And when they have found those rotations, they've expanded out of them so far. LA Thieves have struggled to get anywhere near these hard points. So there's not really been a great deal of trading going on. There's not been much contention. It's been all Breach. When they find the rotation, they're looking at it.
HyDra on a 5 streak himself, staying alive. Fortunately, teammate comes in above it as well. LA Thieves, they know they've got a long way back into this game, but to try and stay alive on P1 as long as possible, and then hope that they can find a gap to get through. But again, Beans winning another gunfight. Thieves need not only this time, but a rotation to bring themselves back into contest.
I mean, for an AR to have, what, 37 engagements, we've just done 1 rotation of hills. Incredible from Beans. Envoy will deal with them towards the back, though. That was a gunfight he could have done with winning. The Thieves now finding a rotation over towards P2. This is a good opportunity for some solid time. Oh.
Well, world champions they are, and Kenny now on a 5 streak. Could they finally be heating up? Let's find out with the LA Thieves. Listen in.
I have your one. One's in the back for sure. One shot back steps. White door, naded and zig. Naded zig. White steps. That's one close. Okay, I'm gonna shot. I'm here with you, Cam. I'm here. Luggage rest. Lane in the Zig pillar. Oh, Zig pillar. One shot Beans. He's absolutely behind Zig pillar. One's white door. Close right white door. Zig pillar. Close right white door. Zig pillar. You should stay new, Sam. Yeah, one's out. No, me. That's all to it. We're good. Yo, get this 60. We're back in the game. Lobby. Going full spreading out. Lobby going P1 right now. Get it back in. I spawned out. One more lobby, I think. I'll say. I spawned in new. Wait. I spawned in new. End up. They could be your mid. Okay, try to 6 me. Back to 6. I can see on the bed. Lobby. One shot. Listen, lobby. One shot. Just hold the land. Lobby to land. I got it. We gotta get the 7. Yeah. I'm in hill. Hold the There he goes. I'm laying close. Yo, I'm still a call out. I have a streak for new best.
And the Thieves trying to figure out exactly how to defuse this puzzle. But the puzzle is no more. Now they've got to figure out how to hold an almost flawless game. 134 to 237, and here come Boston.
Beans trying to find a push through. Will find one, cannot find the second. Awakening here, though. The LA Thieves have been thinned out over towards the kitchen side, spawning up towards bedroom. The reinforcements are on their way, but Boston starting to stack themselves up. They know it takes one decent break and the game is theirs.
And there's 3 more. Another one from Kenny. Is the dream alive? Is it a possibility? Will be one of the greatest comebacks, but they have to just do everything right. And, well, Kenny isn't missing. But can they not miss a beat here, Ton? It is such a difficult task.
Really important gunfight won by Envoy over towards the kitchen side. Keeps that 10 seconds or so away from the side of Boston Breach, so they're still 13 points away. You need a good break here for your Thieves. Make it 10 seconds for the Boston Breach.
And Kenny's calling in the cruise missile, but will it be enough?
Gotta be
the
fast.
rest of Boston have spread out. They're looking for the player. Beans finds one, and that is going to be taken down. It does nothing. Beans finds a second. Beans finds a third, and that may just put them down. LA Thieves, with 2 seconds left to go, actually do get in the hard point. They find 3 themselves, but surely this game is all but written into history.
You would think so. It's becoming insurmountable for the side of the LA Thieves. 2 points for Boston. It's one little break is all they need. Vivid through the front door will find one. Beans finds another. Drazah is the only one to answer, as does Envoy. 1v1 for Awakening on the point, and he gets absolutely gunned. Envoy will hold it down. 10 seconds to go for the Thieves over towards that old hill, but the rotation is here for Boston.
Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything you've got going for you. LA Thieves need a miracle. Boston just need to do nothing as they win the game on the rotation. And it is a performance out of them against LA Thieves. There were questions about Beans when he first entered. His first game in the CDL was not great, but that's why they brought him in. That's why he was on their sub bench.
Fast-paced AR gameplay coming out of Ben Beans. a really good performance. And honestly, it slowed down in the second half as well. But the interactions were absolutely off the chain. 34 and 21. Just holding down the cuts where he needs to, winning the gunfights inside the hill where he needs to. The most hill time on just about Nelly on his team will be Nero picking up the most, a few seconds off. That's a huge game from him. 27 non-traded kills, and bearing in mind who he's going up against: Octane, Drazah, Kenny. All really good ARs in their own right, of course, in their time, especially with Kenny. But that was a big performance from Beans.
Yeah, it really was, and we even heard it in the comms. Beans was roaring. And that kind of momentum, that kind of enthusiasm and passion cannot be matched. Boy from Colchester did good.
I like how you got that one in there, yeah. Used to and Rab in the little Colchester clan. I see you. There's no pros from Newcastle. I've got nobody to have fun with anyway. Kenny and Co trying to get back in this one. And honestly, it was relatively close for the first couple of hills. But what I said about Boston throughout was that their rotations look pretty solid, and it was something that we were commenting on before the game. Relatively slow from both these two teams in terms of rotations previously, but for Boston this time around, when they got that early rotation, their setups were so good, especially towards Kitchen. It felt like they had a setup further out than anybody else, and that just spawns Thieves further out. It makes it harder to get yourself through towards these hard points as well. You've got to slay your way through a couple of waves of Boston players, and that's ultimately what makes it so difficult. A great job from Beans, a great job from Boston. It really will have Drazah and Co scratching their head. What went wrong there? Have to review that one afterwards, but you've got plenty of a series left to go. Search and Destroy coming up next. Big game from Beans.
Yeah, it is. And while we're on the subject, realistically, this isn't just about Beans, but probably about any rookie we actually talk about in this CDL on their rookie year. I kind of never expect a rookie to do well, at least in their first game, right? If you think about a lot of the rookies we've been seeing this year and players coming into the CDL for the first time, nerves is always going to realistically be a factor. The entire eyes of the world will be upon you, so it's probably, you know, not always very fair to kind of judge them before we get to see them for a little bit longer. Obviously, Beans having a good performance in contrast to his first one, rookie, but it's the same thing for Ghosty, right? The amount of pressure Ghosty's been under, yeah, and I think he's risen to it.
He started to rise to it, yeah. I know we were commenting on him specifically, and of course on Beans, but it has taken them some time to get into it. I think, you know, the less pressurized situation is probably on the Boston team, in absolute fairness, but Beans really has escalated his performances ever since that first game. And Search and Destroy is one of those game modes where he really does thrive as well, so I'm really interested when we do head in towards Search and Destroy in map number 2 to see how things are going to go down. But hey, look, that was really good from the Boston Breach as well, and to dispatch Thieves on a map like Hotel like that, big statement in map number 1.
It certainly is. The other part of this here for Boston going into the major, last major, their major, was a disappointing event for them. Not only did they not have a good time, but we lost the face of the franchise. Methods did retire. Anything they can do to do better this time around. They win this game. I believe they go second seed, Ton.
Yeah, that would be correct. With Seattle sitting in first. Of course, if Thieves win it, they take the first seed. Somebody lines up against OpTic on the main stage on that Thursday. I think it could be one of these teams, of course. So that's one that do you want to avoid? Do you want to quieten the crowd? I'm not too sure. But looking towards the Search and Destroy, Kenny and Vivid. I'm interested to see how they manage to work things on Hotel. Can they be the ones making the plays for their team? Offensive KD out of Kenny is absurd. 2.1. He's the man trying to find these rich, trying to lock down the bomb sites as we head into Hotel. Boston's picking the Search and Destroy after you just beat LA Thieves on their favored Hotel hardpoint. You gotta be feeling good if you're Boston, but looking towards the record, 6-3 out of LA Thieves did not feel too bad on that one. Boston with a really good first blood percentage, but something that they've struggled on this map with those first bloods, when they find them, the conversion is low. Second in terms of first bloods, but second last in terms of converting it. So that's going to be a struggle for them. Can they tighten up there as we head into Hotel Search and Destroy? Must win for Thieves here, I feel.
Well, let's see. A little bit favored. Beans with a sniper. Not catching anybody double desk quite yet. Expecting somebody to pop their head up, but hasn't seen anything.
And I want to say that Thieves may have done their research on that, because he has had a lot of success with that sniper over towards it. Oh, well, you ain't done your research though, Envoy. Easy kill for Beans. Holds the angle, doesn't see anyone to the right, so, well, okay, they can only come for a couple of different places. Let's lock that down, find the kill. 4v3 scenario for the Boston Breach.
Just waiting to see if anybody appears catwalkers. The game slows to a crawl. Thieves hoping for a gap before they have to commit. This may be a rotation back over to A.
Boston are sitting really tight here, though. Not much action. They'll start to move now, though, as some information is presented Vivid's way. I think he'd be hearing somebody over towards the couch's side. We can see that Kenny is in that position. He is going to get taken down, though. The info was good enough. Bean's in an awkward position, but the rest of his team dealing with the rest of Thieves. Get shots in from Nero to close out round number 1. A convincing one at that as well.
There are a lot of aspects to this. Maybe LA Thieves left a little bit late, and I've spoken about this time and time again in the past. This strategy can work if you can find a kill. It allows you to basically pull the defending team apart. But if you don't find it, if you lose a kill like you do and you've burned that amount of time, all of a sudden you've lost map control, you have to check your corners. It can become a daunting prospect for you. A lot of teams do it because it can be the safer route, but we'll see if there are adjustments going on in this S&D. At the moment, though, Boston get first blood.
Look at this from Thieves. This is fast. This is very fast into the middle of the map. Just complete control. What's Boston's play? Thieves seem to be ready for it.
Kenny's moving. Kenny is moving. He's looking. He's going to find the first as well. That's first blood. But on the other side of the map, Boston are trying to take control.
And this is a bedroom stack from the side of Boston. Nero can find the second. It's absurd. Drazah and Octane get sent back into round number 3. That's when we'll see you next. But that bomb is down. Bedroom control for Boston. This should be 2-0.
Kenny, though, finds one, brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Bean's waiting for the push. He's on the horizon. Kenny versus Nero is a big gunfight. Kenny gets out of that. Nero's super weak. On the other side of it, Beans is going to find Envoy, who was flanking. And now Kenny in a 1 versus 2, but no time, surely. Heads out towards it. Beans will be the first player that can see him. And he's going to get that kill easy enough.
Yep, see him, hear him. All of the above. And I really like that from Boston. I couldn't quite tell where they exactly had it planted for, but it seemed like it was planted for bar side, but then they pushed into bedroom. Of course, you can watch it from both sides. It's no problem. Gets himself in there, and Nero just plays his life. He's shouting out and he's weak. Probably hears him pushing from bottom bed, and Beans is there to the rescue. Big kill that came on through, but Nero with the 2-piece is going to be the highlight moment there. Very well played. Thieves are all at sea at the moment. Boston Breach seem to have all the answers for any question that they pose, but this is looking like a faster A hit. Beans here with just the tack this time.
Trying to throw the needle, waiting for Owakening to come through. Calls one out, doesn't take a shot, but will throw the stone out. I think he actually hit a player. But they know this one was going down. He actually bangs the doors open. He's going to see the player. That's an easy pick for him as well. The cover just wasn't where he wanted it. Beans knows he's going to be chowed. Looks for the kill. Envoy will fall at the same time. And Octane's like, where have my team gone?
They're all dead, Sam. They're all dead. Phenomenal from Beans as well, but it's too easy. I mean, there's a lot of different places to watch towards bedroom, but they would have called him out bottom, probably not expecting him to get up the ladders and just peek it so quickly. That bomb's going down for the left-hand side, so you can kind of hold it from bar just that little bit easier without showing yourself to that mid-map, but it is that undoes Thieves this time around. Boston Breach look pretty much unstoppable here. Thieves need to wake up sharpish, Bryce. This one could be over fast.
Yeah, looking a little bit shell-shocked in this game. 3 players on a donut. Boston, confidence will be riding high, but they need to stick to the game plan. Already, though, first blood here, but it will be traded back by Nero. Down to a 3 versus 3. Octane coming out of fire. Beans has found him. And now a big fight up top. Drazah will bring this back to a 2 versus 2. Exactly what Thieves needed. Get the numbers on side.
Oh, and Beans was ready for it. Cruise missile now acquired. But still, not a lot of control here. Not a lot of information for Boston. They know where Drazah is, but that's about it. They didn't know where Envoy was. They do now. Awakening dead. Beans 1v2.
Beans.
So loud.
Yeah, no dead silence. This, obviously, sitting here, there's a little bit of an angle for him. He's hoping that Thieves make the wrong move.
There's Drazah hearing that. He's surely hearing this. As he stomps his way up. Hold on a second.
Oh, he's called it ace, isn't it? The door's ajar, and he is struck.
15
Still
seconds.
no dead silence.
He just doesn't have time here. He's going to have to try and catch Envoy off guard because he's not going to have time to plant. He's not going to get the opportunity, surely. Envoy takes his time. Beans, very little you can do there. Did well to make it a 1 versus 1. 7 is the streak, and it is ended by Envoy, who ends the streak of Boston rounds. That was looking very, very scary. If Beans clutches that 1v2 to make it 4, it's all but curtains for the Thieves at that stage. Crucial round for the LA side.
And you got to think, maybe Beans wished he had dead silence. But saw the door was ajar and kind of just went for it. It's a very well-known hiding spot. But yeah, no time. LA Thieves, though, desperate, have got one back on the board. Can they make it 2 with this attack?
What's the play this time for Thieves? I mean, it may well be distraction tactics here. Over towards B, make loads of noise, jump into the site, kill Nero. Oh, okay, yeah, we're planting over towards B. Where's the bomb? Absolutely nowhere to be seen. Octane now making his way over towards the restaurant side. Thieves are just going to try and lock this down.
He goes the first nade. Awakening does not want to get picked here. He's waiting for his teammates to come through as well. Vivid wins a gunfight down to a 3 versus 3. Kenny's got a nade in the face. That's the other one down. Octane looking towards the back, but Bean's already locked in. And that bomb, it took a while to get to the B site, will now have to go back.
I thought they were going to be baiting and switching there, to be honest, in a certain kind of way. Send 2 players over towards B. Oh, look at us. We have kitchen control. Just leave A alone. Nobody going over there. That's what I thought the play was. Thieves would have then transitioned over towards A side. Now it's a somewhat desperate pop of the dead silence and try and make a play from Octane. What's the plan?
With 20 seconds to go, he's going to go for a late B push. Envoy.
Oh,
this is huge. He's going to find one. Going to find the second,
wow.
and that is outrageous. Vivid left alone at 1 versus 2. Boston thought they had this in the bag, but Envoy finds the third. And LA Thieves are patient, and it pays. Unbelievable.
Christmas comes early for Envoy. And I want to say that Nero gave that up about 0.5 seconds before he pushed it through. Comes back to help his teammate over towards back kitchen, which in hindsight is, yeah, look, as soon as he turns around. It's actually Beans in Awakening, sorry, not Nero, but you get it. Good timing. Envoy, the root man, indeed does get paid that time around. 3-2, Thieves back in.
And here's Octane with the sniper. Big fight back goes down here as well. Envoy gonna find a first blood and gets out clean. Thieves, they took 3 rounds to arrive, but arrive they have.
Ooh, be careful. Octane yet to get on the board, but he's sharp with the scope. Now the advantageous position. What's the play for Boston, who seem to have lost a bit of that wind that was in their sails? They were feeling confident. 3 rounds in a row. It was nearly 4 on the back of Beans, but since then, Thieves clutching up in a couple of scenarios. As mentioned, Envoy now on that 6th spree. Cruise missile quiet. Make that 1 apiece. Plenty of info here for Octane. Yes, okay, he does hit the shot, doesn't find the kill, but the info is there. Are Thieves now ready for this push over towards their side?
Okay, he's already going to find Nero. The first kill there is done. And Boston, with no time and outnumbered heavily, need a miracle. Awakening finds the first, but they've still got to get this bomb down, Boston. Envoy going to be on the flank. This should be an easy read for him. Finds Beans. Awakening. No bomb, no time, no friends. He knows where he is. Long range Vaznev isn't going to work out for him. Easy cleanup.
Nicely done from Thieves. You find 1 kill, dip out. Stuns out to slow them down as the flank starts to come on through from Envoy. Call comes through. Awakening already did it to rights. Drazah will find it. Back and forth stretch now. 3 rounds in a row for both these 2 teams. Thieves clawed their way back into it with a couple of clutch moments in the previous 2, but that was nice and clean.
And this game could swing. Boston got 3, Thieves got 3. In that exact order. Now, which way do Thieves go? It's looking like an A hit. Envoy watching the flank, I think.
He's going to get himself out. It's a big push over towards the A side. Vivid will get dealt with in lower side bedroom. Beans will take down Drazah though, but that bomb is still in the hands of Thieves. Kenny with a hold of it crucially. I think if Drazah dies over towards that bomb site, it's a different story, but Beans just still giving the shoulders over towards bedroom, slowing them down. Boston now in a bit of a better position. Good shots from Octane.
Octane sniffing out his challenge as AR King. The old lion versus the young cub. And both players ready for this engagement, but Owakening will actually be the player that makes the difference. Finds Kenny before he can plant.
The two is concentrating on Beans over towards top bedroom, which they do so with Octane. He'll find the shot, but it's Octane from mid, Owakening from mid that initially shut down that bomb push. It's not going to shut down Envoy this time, though. Don't think he has a trophy there. The stun is in. Envoy might be dead.
And Owakening again from this angle. But Envoy has bombed down, and the dead silence is active.
Cruz as well.
He is moving.
Now this is difficult because he can just shoulder this. He can just shoot onto the bomb carrier. Oh, Owakening though holds the angle. I think the grenade would have killed him. But Owakening, a minimum of 3 in that round. Envoy in the prime position there. Top bedroom where they got the bomb down is a brilliant place to be. But Owakening holding the expected angle. Boston Breach retake the lead.
See, Awakening's just done so much work in that mid-map. Finds the final kill to Nero as well, but they were stressed out trying to figure out exactly where Envoy had gone. Boston edge out a small lead here. 4-3 now in this S&D.
Tight rounds. Very tight rounds. I said they were too busy concentrating on Beans over towards the bedroom side, and rightfully so. The man's sitting it in 4 right now. It was Owakening with the dagger in mid, but this time in mid is Drazah finding the first kill onto Vivid. Can Thieves now convert this into a round? This is a fast retake. Yeah, Boston haven't actually moved on the side. Look at Thieves. They're getting very aggressive here. Boston are ready for it.
They are surrounding. They are stacking. Nero is in a little bit of trouble. That block is all the cover he gets, but he gets a kill anyway. It goes down to a 2 versus 2. The problem is the bomb is down by A. Beans having to slow down because Owakening has popped Eddie and found a kill as well. Now Octane in a 1 versus 2 with a sniper.
It did feel like they were ready for it. Oh, and he was just about ready for that. Owakening escapes with a haircut. Octane's going to go back to it, but Beans on Overwatch. This bomb will surely go down.
Well, Beans trying not to get taken, but he has been. Bomb planted 1v1. Octane for the 1 versus 2. Has the Vaznev, has the sniper. The dead silence is also active. We know it's not active for Owakening. As Octane runs the route, goes all around, gets it. Oh, wait a second. Octane trying to look for this last kill and will find it. The 1 versus 2 to bring it back to a 4-4. He hits the long route with the Deddy.
All smiles from Sam as Octane will tie things up. It's a nice 1v2. And I want to say it's maybe just a little touch overzealous from Beans to even be checking this. I know he's just throwing shoulders. In the end, it is a good shot. The timing just beats him. But then on the flank, things get a little bit scary, but Owakening can't shoot what you can't see. Octane as elusive as ever. Thieves finding themselves back into this game. It's been such a close search and destroy. And he has really needed to step things up because he had a poor start to the game. So now head in to round number 9. Both these two teams evenly poised, looking like a B hit coming up from Thieves.
Here the crews.
That's from Envoy.
We're looking, trying to figure out exactly where everybody is. Curls it round, does nothing. But it has given Thieves map control. They're about to hit the back here in a big way. Owakening is going to fall. The rest of the Thieves now swinging to action. Nero has to get out of there. They're looking for him.
Oh, they didn't get the info on him. They didn't realize he was there, so they go searching. Stays alive, finds the kill.
There's silence popped. He knows a player's here as well. He wouldn't have heard it. We did on the stream. Gonna find the kill, but eventually taken down. Beans down to 1 versus 2. This time he has the sniper. Can he find revenge as he also has dead silence?
Oh, ships in the night. Beans is going over towards B. Thieves are out of there.
And Beans may call this now that he knows that nobody's here. Gonna take a route himself.
Cruise? Question mark?
Don't know if it's worth it at this point. He might just try and catch Octane on the out. That's what he wants. Which way does Octane go? And he misses the shot! He wanted that for a 1v1, and now LA Thieves are going to know.
I mean, there's no way that Thieves can lose this now. He has to check every corner towards the back. Thieves set up bedroom side. Many a shoulder will be thrown. And now for Beans, you gotta start moving. 23 seconds and accounting. This is such a hard 1v2.
Convinced somebody's here, but nobody is. I don't know if you just saw Octane there, maybe just a second. There's a player in lights. The player in lights is sitting. The bullets will go down. Beans just left with no options. And this game will not stop being close. They will not stop trading rounds.
It feels like when Thieves are finding their first bloods, the conversion has been really, really solid. Using their numbers to their advantage for the most part. I mean, it's been so close all the way through. Coming down to very small scenarios, going one way or another. But so far, so good for Thieves, who were 3-0 down. The last 6 rounds have went 5-1 towards the side of Thieves.
Here we go. Trophy down already. That stun didn't hit where he wanted it to, and Envoy trying to make a match happen, but Kenny's going to be here. Octane will find one, and he tries to get out. Beans running, but no good. And Awakening now has to take on 3 members of Thieves. They thought they had the advantage, but Thieves run it up and haven't stopped.
It's been so convincing. They've matched them blow for blow all the way around the map. Awakening now pretty much dead to rights. This is going to be the map over to Thieves. One apiece in the series.
A disappointing ending for Boston. They must have felt so confident coming off with a hard point and into the first 3 rounds of the S&D. But that's where it went wrong. LA Thieves refused to be broken and fired back. We have a game in our hands, Tom.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like it at first. You know, map number 1, convincing from Boston. First half of this search and destroy, looking pretty good from Boston. But Thieves eventually turning up into this game and have tied the series up after 2. We'll be heading to El Asilo control, but that is so much better from the side of Thieves. After a disappointing map number 1, they'll be feeling good in this series now. Brycey, it's all to play for.
It really is, and bearing in mind that seeds do matter going into the major, that's what both teams are playing for. Thieves want first, Boston want second. We'll have to find out who actually ends up winning away ton. How are you feeling, though? How do you think this is going to go?
It's hard to say because Boston looked unstoppable throughout the first map and 1/2 of gameplay. They looked phenomenal, whereas Thieves really stepped it up towards the latter stages of that search and destroy. So I'm expecting the Thieves come back here. I'm feeling good about them now. I'm all over the shop, Bryce. I don't actually know.
All right, well, let's find out what happens in the control after the break. Don't go anywhere. More Call of Duty action right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with LA Thieves versus Boston Breach, and we're ready for another wonderful game. But we have our scuff play of the game is a wonderful 7 streak by none other than Envoy.
Yeah, had a really good search and destroy and started to turn it on when they were 3-0 down. I mean, this one is presented so beautifully for him as well. There's the 2, and he finishes up the 3rd as well as Vivid. Stun in hand. Ain't gonna help you against the Rootman. Once again, the Dark Prince just doing his thing in search and destroy. Very well played. Gets them into a map number 3, not behind, which is nice. But heading into control, this is a strong map for the side of Boston when we talk about El Cielo. Sitting at 5-1 currently, the LA Thieves at 2-2. So Boston on their best control. No more hotel for them to have to worry about. These two may well be the influential players on this map. Envoy setting of the 1.18 and the 1.16 for the side of Nero, but what is one of the more impressive stats is a leading statistic from Nero in the league in terms of kills per 10 minutes, 23.6. He is getting mixy-bricey.
Yeah, aggression will matter. But the truth is, as we go into the major, both of these two teams are looking to be regarded as some of the favorites to win the tournament. For Boston, that did not feel like something I would be saying a month ago. And we are waiting to see if they can do the business on land. LA Thieves, as we know, can.
Well, here we go then. How's Boston's attack going to be looking at? Currently, they're best in the league when it does come down to it. 64% of the time they're winning their attacks, which is impressive compared to the average. Kenny and Octane, no. A good start for the side of Thieves. Want to force them away, but still some presence here from Nero.
Oh, a little bit of fighting going on here as Nero finds a kill. Both teams just wait to see where that initial push will heavily hit.
Oh, wow.
That is a huge shot from Nero, though, taking that player off of radio tower. It opens up the rest of his map. His AR should be running up there fast.
Envoy find the kill over towards Bean's top office, though. Will slow down this push from Boston. Get out of the system. Octane now. Over towards the backside will be pressured by Nero, who has just been constantly keeping that pressure on. Nicely played, and he's just a thorn in the side right now because Thieves have to deal with him, but also with the rest of the Breach who are pushing over towards it and capturing it as well.
Nero seems like he's covering every part of this map. Looks for the player, takes the shot early, looks for him still running away, catches him. 4-0. Still not a point captured. Eventually will jump on to support his teammates. And I think it looks like they're setting up for a hit here. Although maybe just to catch the players on the out because A is already gone.
Drazah just about cleaned up onto Nero. That would have been a disastrous gunfight. Beans over towards the backside will get dealt with as well. And see Boston quite often liking to put a lot of pressure over towards that plat side. Get control here. You can shut down the spawns. You can manipulate the spawns for the side of Thieves. Did he see him up top mountain? No, he didn't. Shots fired. Awakening just about out and surviving. And just staying alive in this position is just as good as finding kills.
I found a couple. These are important. LA Thieves, though, gonna have control around Great Awakening. Spots one, takes him out. They're now going to be calling, where on earth is Envoy? And sorry, where is Kenny? And he goes down. This is big here. Boston have an opportunity to at least get a tick forward. The rest of LA Thieves are about to just throw everything they can at this point. But too many trophies down.
Envoy actually managed to get a kill there when he really shouldn't have. Is this setup going to be broken? It's not looking likely. Down to Drazah to do something on his own. He is going to find one. The second would be something quite miraculous, just trying to slow it down. I just don't think Thieves are going to be there in time. Envoy is here to try and be the hero. That'll be the round. Boston Breach. So seamless in their transition from A to B, and the round is over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, got to give credit to Nero. Just being difficult for LA Thieves to pin down. Only died once that entire round. 2 back-to-back 4 streaks. And he was basically just punching and moving, getting a kill, running away. I know a lot of the times you'll see, especially in ranked play, players go, oh, get on the point. It's not always the way. Get the kills, get in a good position. And Boston have done exactly that on their first attack. LA Thieves looking to answer back.
Thieves now find themselves behind onto the attack on their most vetoed control map as well. Not a great spot to be in, and Nero just doing the same job as he did in the previous round. but just on the other side. Just moves over towards top green rather than top lockers. And he can just be a nuisance from here. And that's all you got to do. For all you SMG players who are playing a ranked player right now, that's what you've got to do as an SMG. Just linger up top, whichever side you're on, and cause as much havoc as possible. Thieves have found a break through them. Envoy in the prime position to force Boston Breach back.
Envoy looking, but it will be taken down by Awakening. Boston swarming over this A side. Drazah running scared and almost turns and burns Nero. Doesn't pay out. Octane going to be looking for the trade. Knows where he is as well. Gets him out. This forces Boston to come back into this area. They have to keep contesting this.
Kenny finds a kill on the Vivid over towards the B side, and that might just encourage the side of Thieves to push over towards it. But no, it is still going to be B. Secure this, get some extra time. Nero goes for a check. Octane will say thank you very much. That should be it over towards the Thieves side. I don't think Boston can stop this, but they may well just try to pin them in this position. Beans goes for the contest. We'll try to slow it down, but there's inevitable. Thieves grab a hold of it.
And they're still fighting around this area. Drazah looking for Awakening, who he has seen. Where has he gone? As they go back and forth. I think they can hear each other. Awakening, though, eventually takes the right angle and gets it. LA Thieves currently in their spawn. It's a long way back to B.
Shots into Envoy, having to back down. That's a big route to try and find a way through over towards this field side. You can see Nero inside the bar. Oh my god, gets snapped onto by Envoy. I would like to hope that he was weak, but Envoy will find the kill. Octane will find another opportunity here for the side of Thieves.
Oh, we'll have to keep moving. No, there's a little bit of pressure, but going to see Vivid, and isn't actually able to finish his dinner. Looks for Nero, though. Nero guns him. What on earth has Nero put into his Vaznev today?
He's having a grand old time. There's a second one onto Drazah as well. Slowing them right down. Octane now dead. Boston. The trenches are dug. Can Thieves find a little bit of a breakthrough? Nero at 15 and 5. We said the engagements have been high. Envoy will deal with him there. He actually has had to put an AR on just to find a route through here. Vivid now in a lot of trouble as well. All of a sudden, it's only actually Awakening left near the site.
Nero waiting to see if anybody tries to farm him off the spawn. Awakening waiting for the initial push. Beans will take down Kenny, and a turn and burn before he can do anything more, but Octane's still alive. The hopes and dreams rest on these two, while the rest of his team is respawning. Drazah finds a big kill up top. Nero already finds Kenny, of course he does. Vivid finds a second. It must feel like a lonely place for Thieves. They are fighting in isolation.
Yeah, they've got to get rid of Drazah, and they have done. LA Thieves, it has been a staggered push, but they've got one more opportunity. But there's only got one player in any sort of position to do something. Envoy up top will try and slow it down. What Boston are trying to do, which is force them away. Beans will find the kill. That'll be the round. Boston so resolute in their defense. Octane may well have the gunny. He ain't gonna get there in time. Big hold from Boston.
And I think, again, you have to speak about Nero. Just ridiculous. Some of the gunfight, of course, he gets the final kill. Well, he's 19 and 7. That is not where you want a Semtex to land.
When it's your day. Nicely done from Nero. Keeping up those engagements. And as said, he's kind of just playing those positions that we talk about so often. If you're an SMG, you get in their face. There's no point in sitting back or doing anything like that. He gets himself in a position where he can flag from. If Thieves find some success on the front foot, he's already on their back foot. 19 and 7 from Nero. It's a hell of a 2 rounds from him.
Respecting the tickets. They're trying to make a move. Dead silence is popped. He's looking for the play already. Guns down Kenny. It's moving a little bit different today, Nero. This is ridiculous. Gives it a tap. Tries to outplay him with timing. His teammate will get the kill regardless. And now Boston are on the B.
They are just flowing through Thieves like water right now. Vivid and Co now set up. Nero holding small as well. This is a nice setup from the side of Boston. Nobody towards the back tin side is going to be the only issue. Beans on a swivel will get gunned by Envoy. Nero there for the trade. B is gone. Unless Drazah can pull a rabbit out of the hat. Has slowed it down here. Nade's starting to come in. Can Drazah find anything? Can find another. Is B going to go over? Challenge coming through. Vivid staying alive. B secured.
Boston looking to put Thieves to the sword in record time. They are not missing a bullet versus them today. Awakening, another big gun. Now comes the big fight. Bean's going to get a second one. The problem will be Octane. Sitting up top radio tower. Has to stay alive. Needs to slow this push down.
He will find the kill onto Awakening, but will get traded. Beans gets him off, and now all of a sudden for Thieves, it's panic stations. Nero, 21-8, looking to improve onto it. Yeah, I dare you to come and challenge this one. Good shots from Kenny, though. That is attack. Octane will find Vivid. A small amount of pressure regained for the Thieves side. They can now force their way out. Boston have a few kills to fight through here, Bryce.
Awakening really wants radio control, hasn't got it. The rest of Boston a little bit off the pace. They are not here in numbers. Nero will find one, but he needs to try and stay alive as long as possible. Not going to happen. Thieves will reinforce this point now. It's a hard break for Boston. They're going to have to split up. They're going to have the flank. They need to find the kills before they can do anything.
Kenny staying alive will be crucial. Envoy gets caught out as he tries to help Kenny out with good shots coming in from the ARs. Kenny, Octane combining well. Nero the only one in any position to do anything, and I think he may as well just stay alive where he is. Try and disrupt the floor that Thieves have found themselves into now. There is one inside of Lockers. And this is where he can disrupt Octane. Inside the point, just trying to hold it down. 12v13 in the lives department. 45 seconds for Boston. They're really struggling to make much of an inroad here. Good hold from Thieves so far over towards their side.
Part of the Boston is until they get a little bit of radio control, it's just not going to go their way. The ARs on Thieves will play that position all day. And they are just picking them off. Like I said, it's going to be a bit of a split across the map for them as they try to find the kills, but they aren't finding them. Can Nero be the hero once again? He finds Drazah. Glimmers of hope, but again, he's going to be on the flank, cutting down reinforcements.
Boston with a little bit of mid-map position here. 14 seconds, that timer will be stopped. Kenny on the flank is surely going to be an issue. Good shots coming in from Awakening, though. It is going to disrupt them. Octane finds Beans. Vivid will be taken down. Last chance for Boston.
Nero finds one in the point. Octane still alive, taken out by Awakening. Oh, Nero gets a second. That cruise missile from Kenny might have to come in. He's going to throw every nade he's got. The rest of Thieves are running here as fast as they can. Trophy surely down to the point. It's going to be a Boston stake as they get every single member in. And that's Thieves done on the control. Somebody tell me what Nero was doing today, because he was outrageous.
Absolutely frying the... It's the couple of entry kills that are just silly again. He's loving this side of the map. Outrageous, as you said, from Nero. We're gonna have to check the stats after that, because that felt so good from him. We said the kills per minute were high. A league leading 27 and 11, 23 non-traded kills. The damage belongs to him. A really, really good game out of Boston Breach, and that is why you don't play them on the LSELO control. That was flawless.
More than flawless. Not really an awful lot you can say, but yeah, Nero was the X factor. Shooting like a god. And it's all summed up with the fact he landed a nade onto the forehead of Octane.
I mean, when you dial Bryce, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the guy was just absolutely spitting. 8-1 at that stage, just never slowed down. I mean, you couldn't keep up with 8-1 in fairness, but he was just doing his job. Getting into places where he can try to make plays. He's not there to be the tip of the spear by any stretch of the imagination. He's past that tip of the spear. He's further ahead. He's the knife in the back more than anything. And he was the one opening up routes for the rest of Boston to find a way through. It looked like a really good hold from the side of Thieves over towards this A site in the final round. And it was for the most part. But Nero just starts to good when needed. There was one. And yeah, he gets a hold of Kenny as the grenades out as well. Sorry, it was Envoy. And that was pretty much it. Yeah, okay, you can call in the streak, but we're just going to stack it. The trophy's down anyway. And Boston, a 3-0 on a control, has got to leave them feeling very, very confident heading into map number 4. We'll be going over towards HyDra, which is a nice pick from them, but a casual 2.45 from Nero against Thieves. Solid outing.
More than a solid outing. A few more kills, and he might have had half of his team's kills, but that was pretty ridiculous. Shots hit 314 versus 313. That's kind of crazy, but realistically, the rest of the team didn't have to do much other than play the objective. Nero was here, he was there, he was everywhere. And now we go on to HyDra. Do Boston finish it here? to Thieves take us to a map number 5. It ended on a map 5 last time I believe these two teams played.
It did. It was a Thieves turnaround, if I believe correctly. I'll tell you. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a reverse sweep from the side of Thieves. So look, I mean that's not on the cards obviously with the mine as a search and destroy. But what is on the cards is a HyDra that Boston have looked great on. Overall in the season, they are the team who have played it the most out of any of the teams in the CDL. They are 2-0 on the new roster. For me, it really has been Beans and Awakening on this map specifically. The ARs really do tend to eat when it comes down to HyDra. You're going to need to see a huge game out of Octane here. He's going to need to step up because he's had some, I don't want to say off maps, but he hasn't necessarily been at his best by any stretch. Whereas Awakening and Beans have looked solid. The ARs looking great. The SMGs have looked, well, even better when it came down to the control. But yeah, some despondent faces in the Thieves camp.
Well, they just have to win 2 more maps and they won't be so despondent anymore. They can go into the major as the number 1 seed, but they do have to win those 2 maps.
Tall order, if I'm honest, especially heading into this HyDra. Boston have felt super confident on it, and when you think about Thieves and you think about that Hellpoint game, their breaking is so crucial to how they play. They're happy for other teams to find a rotation. Specifically, they're sending a 12th in rotational numbers when it does come down to HyDra, but when it is so hard to break kills on this map, will that punish them? That is my worry.
We'll see. We will see. The best thing is, we'll always get to see more at the major, whichever team does end up falling in this game, but I'm looking forward to it. Map 5, just before we hit land, would be beautiful.
It would be nice. I don't think we're getting that though, mate. I really don't. I think
fully on board with Boston.
I think Boston have got this on a lot. Rotational percentage and holding percentage isn't necessarily huge for them. Neither is the break. But look, I mean, when we talk about break percentage on this map, Thieves are sitting at 32%, which is 3rd. It doesn't happen often. It is all about the rotations and the holds. And when you're sitting at 12th in rotations, that's got to be a worrisome figure when it does come down to HyDra. They're sitting at 4 and 3 overall, but it is, for the most part, their most vetoed map. And now they're going up against a Boston Breach team who are very, very solid at it. All signs point towards Boston, which means we're going map 5, Bryce.
Well, before we get there, here are our team standings heading into major number 3. You can see Seattle Surge currently 4-1, Thieves 3-1, Boston 3-1. Underneath that, Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, New York Subliners, OpTic 3-2. Then we get our 2 and 3s, Guerrillas, Legion, Ravens. And then we get Mutineers and Røkkr right at the bottom ton.
Yeah, Røkkr sitting at 0 and 5 is probably quite a surprising statistic. But speaking of, let's have a look at the bracket. A bracket run for Minnesota Røkkr will be something quite special, but this is how things are shaping up at the moment. Of course, the empty spaces on the bottom side haven't been filled up until some teams lose, but the Thursday schedule starting to populate. Guerrillas, FaZe, OpTic and Ultra all awaiting a definite opponent. We'll have this towards the end of the night. If Boston go on to win this series, they will slot into number 2 seed. I'm trying to figure out where that would put them in terms of the bracket, and Thieves would drop into slot 5. So, of course, still in the winner's bracket. Oh, yeah, look, it's all over the shop. I don't know. I'm not going to try and figure this out. This is League Ops shop. I'm not hired to figure out who's going into brackets.
Yes, you are. This is exactly what it is. Everybody is figuring it out themselves. But obviously, still a lot to play for. Teams to be determined, preparations to be made. And that's probably the key thing for them here as well. They've got a few days, maybe 1 or 2 VOD reviews in it, maybe some scrims. But then everybody is heading to Texas, ourselves included. And I'm looking forward to it, Ton.
I'm really looking forward to it. I'm wondering how many barbecue spots you're going to pull me to be honest with you. I'm curious.
All of them.
Every event we ever go, look, if everyone needs to know, any event we could go anywhere. Bryce would be like, let's go for barbecue. Now we're in Texas. Can you just get your quota of barbecue over and done with? I'm happy for it. And then we don't need to go for barbecue in every single city that we visit.
Look, 2 things, right? Because this game is starting. 1, American barbecue is the greatest food on the planet. And 2, my taste buds only recognize that food. So that's where we're going. End of story. And if you're listening, give me a good barbecue place. Send me a tweet. It'll be great. I'll enjoy it. Let's get back to the game, Ton. Let's stop talking about my culinary habits and figure out what should be happening. I believe we had a player resetting the PC, and then we'll get straight back into this game.
Icing tactics? Oh. Look, I mean, if there's a time to do it, no, then not. A couple of crashes here and there. It do be that way sometimes. But Thieves need something. Need something to go their way. Because, I mean, Kenny is just... he looks... I'll be honest, Bryce, he looks knackered. just be rubbing his eyes the entire time. Maybe he's not up for it today. Thieves, though.
I think...
look, I mean, they're in a tough spot there. Brought it back in the search and destroy, but this could have feasibly been a 3-0 for the side of Boston. They've looked so impressive.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that's kind of the key thing. I think, except for this game, Thieves are one of the favourite teams to do well or be in the grand final of the major. We know that this team is stuck, and after what could only be described as a horrible first 3 quarters of the season last year, Thieves slowly but surely progressed into the titan that we knew them to be. This time around, their only loss was to Legion in the qualifiers on the road to Major 3. But they took down FaZe, they took down Surge, and they took down Røkkr. But a breach may be a step too far, judging on how this game is going.
Yeah, I mean, make it make sense, though. I mean, for Thieves, you beat 2 really strong opposition. Of course, Røkkr not having the best of stages, and then looking towards Legion, who have been hit and miss themselves. You lose to them, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you are. I mean, they still could get first seed after what they would say to themselves if they looked at that record and they looked at their opposition. They would feel like 4-0 would have been a nice spot for them to be in. But third time has indeed been the charm when we're loading into HyDra. Can they close this out in map number 4 to force a map number 5 against Boston? Or do Boston move themselves up into that second seed? Be a good spot for them to be in heading into the major.
Let's see. Is it decided on hard point, or is it map 5 written into the clouds? We will find out as both teams head for this P1 to begin with. Thieves on the slightly preferred side, because P1 to P2 can be money.
Oh, the massively preferred side. P2, statistically the best holding hill on this map specifically. Good kills coming in from Boston, though, to kick things off now. A little bit of pressure going to be put in over towards the dome side. Vivid expecting a mid-push, doesn't get it. But Boston Breach clawing their way towards those P2 spawns, which they will desire a lot.
They really do want to make this push. They don't want to give up any of the time on P1. You are right. It is difficult to break P2 at the best of time. Beans here, though, alone, waiting for more players to come through. Another one gunned. And Boston smell blood in the water. They're moving.
Spawn out. Spawn out. This is an opportunity for now for Boston. As soon as they spot that there's players behind them, they're going to start moving a little bit quicker, but that's big kills coming in from Kenny. May well be early in the game, but those are going to be influential. Envoy cleans up the third. Now it's only Awakening in the spot to do something about it, but a thorn in the side of LA Thieves, who are now setting up over towards P2. The spawn's out because Awakening is so close. Boston with an opportunity here again.
And Awakening makes the play, makes the kill. And they're opening this up now.
Spawns.
Boston swarming around, trying to make it as well. Nero will get one. It's only going to be Kenny left, and he goes down to Nero. And it has been a rough start for Thieves.
Did he see him in the water? Somebody on the outside. Drazah here. Octane up on the mound as well. Vivid just trying to survive. Envoy will find him. 2 easy breaks coming through from both these 2 teams. All of a sudden, Awakening got a 5-3. The last one left is a clean break for Thieves. Boston, though, for all that they didn't have that rotation, stop Thieves getting the majority of the time here. That is still a win for Boston, all things considered, but the flip's now coming in over towards P3. Big gunfight towards the back.
It's huge. Octane got a little bit of reinforcements, but Awakening peppering him up. He is heavily outnumbered here, Awakening. Thieves are committing serious resources to it. That nade to cause a few issues. Doesn't get hit. Drazah flies around the corner. Again, flies around the corner. Awakening going for the chow. It's slow, and Drazah eventually finds it. Secures the back spawn.
That's 10 free seconds and counting. For the side of Thieves now over towards P3. It's been a wonderful hold so far. Drazah holding the back, making sure nobody flanking, making sure nobody from Boston spawning there, and they are being forced so far out. Kenny pushing forward at 9-3. The LA Thieves are coming into map 4 with an absolute vengeance. Awakening will slow them down, but that is 30 uncontested seconds for the side of Thieves over towards P3.
Perfect from Thieves. Still bullets flying in from Boston. As they look to just get it down, and Beans will find 3. Scrap time for them, maybe. They know where the spawns are going to come in. They don't really want to push it too far. There is also a big rotation battle about to happen. Kenny flying around to the back rock. Takes a little dip.
Oh, this has worked out wonderfully. He's found himself towards the back. Nero was looking for him, but no info now on Kenny. Surely they gotta know he's behind them. Spawns out, starting to come through. Kenny will find one, he will dip out, he will just try and survive. Beans will find a kill, but reinforcements do not exist. Nero still spawns towards the back. How on earth has Beans won that? Drazah now here as well. Oh my word.
Just when you think a team has locked this one down, the other team pulls off a madness. And it is fighting both sides at this point. Neither team feels comfortable to get time for it. It's going to be a spawn out for both because of how close they are, and the spawns are blocked. And eventually Beans gets caught timing. Drazah finds a kill. Kenny gets a second one. LA Thieves forcing the front of this hill through pure aggression as they clean Boston out.
And it just feels as Kenny just finds 2 absolutely massive kills on rotation. There's been some really good rotations out the side LA Thieves, which is something they've really struggled on this map. Struggled on in general on hardpoint. But if you're counting, I feel like that's... feels like 5 out of 5. I know last hill they didn't get the majority of the time, but they are here now over towards P5. It's a nice setup again. Boston Breach have been slow on the rotation. They haven't been winning the gunfights at the important times, and it's been hurting them. But can they find a break here over towards P5? It's looking unlikely. We're all dead already. Thieves are racking up some good points here.
And what was looking like Boston starting hot has turned into Thieves going crazy. Kenny eventually getting caught on the push out. There is a push coming through the back from Nero. He finds a kill and takes this away from them. Envoy going to be just destroyed by Beans as well. Kenny now coming in for revenge. Jumps down, a little bit of a wobble. Nero wins the gunfight. Wow. Nero takes down 2. I don't know what's going on with him today.
And that will actually stem from Thieves pushing over towards P3, trying to get themselves set up for the P1, P2 rotation coming through. Awakenings will win an important gunfight over towards the dome side, so that will primarily give Boston the good spawns for P2. But it was Thieves rotating over towards P3 because they pushed through their way through that. It was spawned towards the back for Nero. He breaks it wide open and gives Boston Breach some good time on the final hill of the first rotation. We're now heading into towards the second rotation of hills. Boston the ones in the more favorable spawn position. Keeps getting points over towards P1 though.
Kenny, there's a huge gunfight, 6 health, and going to be off to the races, but the rest of the Thieves come gunning forward, and now Boston basically have to take a back step. Can't even be thinking just about P1. They want the time off, but they also got to be careful. They do not want to give away P2 from here, and they win everything in the kill feed.
Yeah, nicely done from Boston. The important ones over towards the mid-map are what count for P2 spawns. 15 seconds to go. Drazah will skate out of tin. And now Boston lose a couple of gunfights at influential moments. They will keep a hold of the spawns. They have somebody up top dome. But can they lock it down? Considering a few gunfights just did not go their way. Vivid picking up some extra time. Somebody is swimming. That's going to be Envoy.
I try to look for it, Kenny. That's a big fight for him already. The rest of the Thieves looking to pounce. Keep an eye on the spawns. It's spawn in for Thieves. It's spawn out for Boston.
Can you win the gunfights on the back foot? Beans spinning around, can't find them. Octane and Drazah working that so well, but it's a team effort on that flip. Thieves will find it again. Rotations have been great. Breaks have been phenomenal. And Thieves are, well, not necessarily walking away with this, but they're in a comfortable spot right now. Boston have got no answers to the questions that are being posed.
Yeah, it's raw horsepower from Thieves coming in. They just keep breaking everything. Boston keep trying to set up. They had this on lock and have not got the majority of points as Envoy goes to work. And Boston will now try their luck over towards P3. They want the back spawn. They want the time. And Beans is going for the cut down water.
2 easy kills. No problem for him to deal with. P3 now looking good. Boston Breach, for all that it's felt like they've been second best throughout every single facet of hardpoint here in map number 4, they're still within touching distance. They've kept it close. Things have been scrappy on occasion, meaning Thieves haven't been able to capitalize too much on some of their success. Kills though, which way they're going to start going. Drazah will find Nero. The challenge is maybe a little bit overzealous as now Boston are reeling. Here come the Thieves. It's Drazah off the top rope. Still towards the back is Boston. Still spawning there, but Thieves are in the point.
And this is Thieves every single time, just brute forcing the front of hills, killing anything that comes into them as well as Octane takes on Beans and down he falls. They're still spawning out to the back. It's perfect for Thieves. And eventually, Boston should be able to punch their way into this for a little bit of scrap time, but that's it. No turn to get back into it. And they have a long way to get across this map. Thieves are holding all the cards.
40-point game. Still doable here for the side of Boston. But as we mentioned, as they were setting up for P3 there, they've been second best at pretty much everything. But through thick and thin, they've kept it relatively close. Thieves have still got the job to do here. Good shots from Kenny on the cross. He's 25 and 14. He's been so influential. But Awakening finding one towards the back. Is this a potential break here from Boston? It's looking clean. Octane still towards the back. He should be sussed out. Spawn up for Thieves though. Can Octane continue to lock it down? Finds a couple. Spawn up for Boston. The only one there is Awakening. Spawns at the back though. They will lock down some decent time here. But all of that for 25 seconds, Bryce.
There's 25 seconds they need. So 25 seconds they'll get. On the other side of it, on the minimap, keep an eye. Vivid is hoping to be the spoiler here. Last fight going over for scrap time over it. It will be Boston. And they're going to spawn good as well. This is a little bit chaotic from both teams. They have players all over the map.
Vivid does get spotted out by Octane though. Crucial that he found that kill, but spawns over towards the P3 tin side there for Boston. Thieves. They've broken 200. They can win it here. They would do well, but if Octane is shooting like this, it's just going to be so difficult for the side of Boston. He'll lock down the spawns on his own. Awakening will find them, and that will not be an influential spawn as Awakening then finds a second. Spawn up for Boston towards the back. Bright potential here.
This entire hard point is chaos. Teams are flying in. Spawns are going wild. Who comes out on top? It's just about the gunny. At the moment, Boston are inside. 28 seconds left to go. And Envoy trying to find his way around. The rest of Thieves are trying to back him up as more gunfights are wrapped over the map. Envoy flies, finds Vivid, wins the gunfight. And Octane eventually will lock this one down. They cannot win it here, but it's still a fight for scrap time for Boston, who've just bought at the back. This could be disastrous. It's a race to P1.
Yeah, they're going to get their boots on now and get over there very, very quickly. Octane and Co will start to lock down this P2 time. But look at Nero on the rotation. He's wanting to get dome control for his team to help out over towards P2. Thieves are going to be about 25 seconds away. Boston have stayed within touching distance, but Thieves starting to extend at the right time here. P2 spawns belong to them. P1 belongs to them. They're about 15 away from sending us to our map number 5.
You see the rest of them have to move. Awakening's been stuck in ruins forever, mate. You're going to have to move and go mid. You have to help your team out because you're not going to get P2. You're not even going to get P1 if you can't move. And eventually Awakening backs his team up. A lot of time burned. It will be a hard break for P2 if Boston don't find any sort of progress.
And Thieves are probably going to sit tight. No, they're going to overextend. They're thinking about it over towards P1. They're going to go for the aggression. Nero and Beans will find the gunfights. Envoy will be able to soak up maybe a little bit of time here. Spawn out there, spawn out actually from Kenny. He's not going to get the spawn, so he's not going to be there to help his team. Next few gunfights are massive, but it may well set up a pinch. Thieves 9 away.
Octane holds down the first push. The rest of Boston heading straight towards the hill they're in. Drazah out towards the back point. Just looking for one as Envoy will get it, and that is going to be it, surely. There's no way you can get all these gunfights gone down. Vivid will fall, and Boston will not see this out. We're going to our map number 5. It's a repeat of last time between these two teams. Will the result be the same?
And just such a stressful hop. It always is when it comes down to HyDra. But that one just felt like Thieves had it by the reins the entire time. But Boston, with a never to say die attitude all the way through, it felt like they were never winning a rotation. They were never finding a break, but they kept within touching distance. It was such a strange one. I would love to see the stats and how it broke down, but it just never felt like Boston were in any position to come away with the more points at any hill. Vivid not having a great game there in terms of like, yeah, okay, you don't want to talk about kills too much, but in terms of the damage, he has to be there to try and find the rush, but he was shut down at every single moment. The ARs, as expected, had a good time. But even on the Thieves side, the SMGs, when they needed to, were great inside the hill. Envoy was 1 minute and 41 seconds. 16 non-traded kills, but a lot of those would have been inside of the hill to find those crucial points. 12 objective kills to his name. There's a big reason as to why we're seeing LSELO search and destroy at map number 5.
Yeah, crazy Harper. I will tell you, most of the way through that, I couldn't tell who was coming out on top. It seemed like a player would hold, they would get broken, the other team would fight back. Realistically, high octane the entire way through HyDra. Less about flanking and rotations and more about who had the best gunny on the day. Well, we're going on map 5. One last map before the major. Don't go anywhere. This break is our last one. We will see you right after this for more action on the Call of Duty League.
No, I'm not. He's top maps balcony. Boost.
On site, on site.
Nice. Which guy did you kill?
I killed Gates.
Dude, I couldn't wallbang.
Where's he, Jordan? Where is he?
Stage.
Nice. Boot to nice.
It's on me to kill him.
Last guy unknown. It's oh my god!
Oh my god.
And there you go. Tweet using the hashtag CDL ranked plays to submit your top plays. That was obviously probably a future Hall of Famer, Nade Shot, running it up himself. And I wish my teammates were that good. But let's get back to the game. If you are just joining us, this will be the very final map before LAN. No matter what happens, LA Thieves versus Boston Breach are going into map number 5. The S&D decides it all.
Now that I think about it, the TAC kind of looks like the HBR. It does.
Why, brother? Why?
It does.
I'm sorry, Nade. Anyway, let's concentrate on this one.
Man, let's just get in the map number 5. Look, the Thieves have been playing this map a lot. Sitting at 4 on it, yeah, okay, the record doesn't necessarily suggest that they like it, but they've lost 3 round 11s on it. They are not as bad as the statistics say. 4 on 8 doesn't look great, but Thieves fans, be encouraged that it ain't that bad. I'm curious though, Boston, really poor in terms of map number 5s in general, which we aren't going to quite get into, but of course that has changed since Beans came into the roster. Maybe the curse lived with methods, I'm not too sure. This one's still all to play for, but yes, as mentioned, Thieves 4 on 8 doesn't tell the full story.
Well, I'm curious, who has the ice? Who is the composed team? A dramatic difference in seeding for both of these. And say what you like about seeding, does it give you an easier game considering who's on the other side of the bracket? For Boston, I believe they win this, they play OpTic.
To be honest, man, I don't think there's any easy games in that wins bracket.
There aren't any easy games.
Because you just never know what you're going to get. You never ever know.
Well,
oh, okay,
we'll have to see.
Wait. We've just been told. So was that for? Sorry, production. Clarify. Who that was for Boston if they win. Okay, so if Boston if they win, they play OpTic. If they lose, they play FaZe.
There are no easy games in the CDL.
None. Literally
none. Apart from Røkkr at the moment, maybe.
Apart from Røkkr at the moment, yeah. But even then, I mean, who knows when Røkkr turned it on? Look how good they looked at the Boston Major until they lost on the final day, and ever since then they haven't won a series. Don't know what to tell you.
Very true. They're on a 7-game losing streak. But hey, at the Major, magic happens. And enough of us waffling, enough of us talking and bleeding your ears with our... It's time for the final map. The S&D has arrived. 2-2, these two teams remain. Who comes out on top?
Well, here we go. Just been informed by production, actually. Whoever loses this game, your prize, the winner's bracket, start against Atlanta FaZe. That's good enough motivation for me. Is it for these two teams? I don't think they'll really care. Well, heading into the search and destroy. Slow start now from the side of Thieves. Quite happy to be passive and just predict some aggression from the side of Boston. Vivid's caught between the rock and a hard place here.
Envoy finds it. The first blood. Stays alive as well. Looks for more. Slowly but surely having a little peek. Did Awakening here, and Nero will find one onto Octane. Envoy, and the timing! The timing is crazy, but fortunately he gets away with it. Does Beans go for the chow?
Sitting tight. Boston trying not to offer it. Oh my goodness! I think you might have put a couple extra into Envoy there just to make sure, or just to let him know that he's been spot on. Can he now? Left in a 1v3.
Is this possible? When this bomb goes down, Boston will snap into action. All they have to do is trade. Their silence popped. Kenny needs those superpowers. He's gone back in the bomb site after getting out. Oh my goodness! Just destroyed Beans and now runs away. Looking for another one. The nade goes down. Kenny still has dead silence, flying back around. That bomb is being defused though. Kenny moving mad through the door, finds the first. Can he get it before he's in the bomb? But Nero gets the ninja off in time. Kenny almost with a 1 versus 3. Throws back his head in exasperation. Tried to be the hero, but just not close enough.
Just not enough time. He plays this to perfection, if only half a second too slow. By the way, what happened to Beans? He got deleted.
Yeah, fairly certain.
It was an absurd start to it. Great round number 1. Boston will be just about happy. But here we go, round number 2. Boston's attacks have been quite strange. When they manage to find a push and a plant over towards any of these sites, they're only 50% of the time winning those rounds. First blood over towards Kenny. Nero will fall 4v3 now for the side of Thieves.
Just backing off a little bit. Now Envoy. Looking, he heard somebody. Everybody crash walking around the map, and oh my goodness, Beans will take him down. This is the second time in the second round. Now, down to a 3 versus 3. Boston still yet to make a move and commit to a bomb site.
It's got to all be kind of an awakening here. Yeah, he's going to find Drazah. That will open up this side of the map. Now Boston can kind of take over. Is it a push through towards B? This next gunfight is massive for both these squads. Kenny's popped dead silence. They will have no information, meaning he finds the kill onto Awakening. 2v2, time running out.
That will go down. Still has the dead silence though, Kenny. It's already been popped. Got the kill reset. Looks for it now. Looks for Beans, but Beans is equal to it. Octane in a 1 versus 2. Looking desperately to find anything as his dead silence slowly ticks away. Flying around for it. Finds the first. Gets the dead silence retake as well. Beans versus Octane. A 1v1. Octane's moving a bit mad. He's flying about, and Beans again holds the irons, and Octane cannot believe it.
Oh, he's dropped him fast. I mean, Octane has flown in here as well. And he's just ready and waiting. 4-1. A frustrated smile from Octane.
So close. Might have to say, LA Thieves, stop being in the clutch position. Probably go a bit better for you. Although they have been wonderful attempts. It is very entertaining.
I'm sure they're really not bothered about that. I mean, they're 2-0 down. It's been close. Beans, sniper out. Stone out. Be careful not to peek this if you're Thieves. Yeah, they choose not to. Probably a smart decision.
And they've got away. They know that that is a very common place for players to keep an eye on. Drazah is going to find an easy kill onto Beans and gets away with it. Another first blood for Thieves.
That's just far too easy for Drazah to find himself in this position. Yes, okay, dead silence. It's a great catalyst for finding yourself in these kind of spots. Vivid was able to even the odds though. 3 versus 3. Kenny, dangerous spot.
Shooting very, very well. Awakening is going to fall. Advantage now to Thieves. Don't have bomb. They need to find a way to get it, but they got to get past Vivid and Nero.
Bit more information for the side of Boston Breach now. Vivid has got to be the one for them. Nero just trying to hold down the spawn. He's seen Drazah. Vivid's got to be the play. He's popped dead silence. He's going to be making a move in a second, but Nero is here to potentially be the catalyst. One in front of him. Oh, they line up so well. And again, Octane left on his own.
How is there another clutch here on the cards for Thieves? It has been an outrageous time. Where did the bullet go? It doesn't matter. It's over, and Nero will get the kill. I don't know what's happened to Thieves, but all their luck has been taken away.
And this just works out perfectly. He turns around and checks the door as he's running through it, takes some bullets whilst he's shooting the player on the bomb. And Nero will take those absolutely no problem. These have been stressful rounds, but 3 of them went towards Boston Breach. But remember the previous search and destroy. Thieves are not out of it until the game is over. Boston were 3-0 up in that first search and lost it 6-4. Thieves still in this game.
You are very correct. It's kind of crazy. I swear Thieves are getting first bloods. Just no conversion at all. Octane almost got another one there, but now has to back up, already taking a few bullets, hits the deck, still under a bit of fire. Eventually, Kenny backs him up and takes Vivid. It's again a first blood for Thieves.
And look at Drazah, because he knows there's a couple of players towards the back. He can start putting some pressure on. Awakening now in a really dangerous spot, but the AR in that gunfight, 9 times out of 10 gonna win it. You would think Envoy, 9 times out of 10 gonna win that, but Nero guns him. Now a 2 versus 2. Awakening nowhere near the site, needs to get over quickly.
Better for Thieves this time. I have at least 2 of them to try and get this. Checking out the site. Haven't found anyone yet. Awakening going to find the first. Another clutch now for Octane. He finds the first though with a sniper. Nero versus Octane. Can Octane finally get a clutch in the bag? Nero goes for a shoulder. Oh, and he's looking the wrong way. Nero again. It's no clutches for Thieves.
So many 1v1 situations just not going their way. And Nero checks it. Octane not even on the defuse, just holding the angle, expecting someone up top. Nero 7-1. He has had a hell of a series for the Boston Breach. If they can keep this up, they are genuine contenders when we head over towards Texas next week.
Okay. For Thieves, they've been finding the first bloods, putting on an impressive performance, but just no rounds. Get a first blood this time, Thieves, and convert it. But at the moment, Nero is off. Aggressive position from already. Vivid will find the first blood this time. It's Boston with the advantage.
And it's absolute map control for Boston. Vivid up here. It's something you see in your nightmares. It's not where you want anyone to be from the Boston Breach, but Vivid here. Alongside Nero as well. Beans and Awakening just playing this one nice and slowly, but what is the play now for Thieves? You can see Drazah like trying to make a move around to see maybe the catalyst was something for Thieves now. They need around here. 5-0 would surely be too far, but Awakening will find Kenny. It's a 2 versus 4.
And Thieves have had their fair share of practicing clutches on this one. Can Envoy make a 1 versus 4? No, he cannot. Down they go. It has not been a good S&D for Thieves.
It's their pick, mate. They're 5-0 down. That's gotta sting. Considering you pull it back in the hard point on what was looking like a Boston-favored map. So now it'd be 5-0 down on map number 5. Not a spot I expected them to be in here. Boston are making this look easy.
Is there a full sail waiting in the wings? The Thieves fans, you'll hope so. Drazah finds the first blood and the second. Finally, Thieves, a little bit of luck, a little bit of gunny. And a round, potentially.
Surely this time, as Drazah will find another. Awakening. I have no words.
I'm saying nothing.
I have no words. Oh, the man is absolutely gross, but he will need to be the biggest of wakes to find the 1v3 here.
We are calling for Titan Wake. A 1v4 would end this in heartbreaking fashion for Thieves. And he's snaking nothing. There's the corridor. And he will eventually fall.
I mean, the first shots are ridiculous, but a really good round from Thieves. The aggression down the air control side. Drazah finds the opening bloods and finds another couple in the game as well. So Thieves, a little bit of a lifeline here. But it would have to be the full sail. Every single round, just take them one at a time. And I think what will lie and give them some sort of confidence, there has been moments where just a 1v1 goes a different way. It's all of a sudden a very, very different scope. They just have never went Thieves' way. Look at this aggression from Boston. Can he back down?
Is alive. And that's the thing that matters. Nero playing a very aggressive position. Awakening. Looking for the needle. But Nero finds first blood. Instantly got back there. Drazah finds a second advantage. Now the Thieves.
Potential B push on the cards, but they will just actually push in over towards the A side. This is going to be information. The stun should come through. Vivid with the shots. Doesn't find the second. Beans in the mid-map is going to be an issue. He will find one. 2v2.
Waiting for his health. Knows he's got time and teammates. And just the angle there to not see Drazah come through the door. Looking for it. Already going to see one jump over.
Vivid's making a move.
Kill, but Vivid on the flank. It's got a pistol and it's not going to be enough. Beans now looking for the last player. It's a gunny from Beans. It's body shots. And that'll be it. It ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. 1 round for LA. Boston Breach take this series 3-2. They will go into the major second seed. And oh my goodness. I mean, it's a smile from Octane, but I believe it's in disbelief.
I think it's 3 or 4 different 1v1s that every single one goes to Boston Breach. On another day, that's a Thieves win already. That has got to sting. The first bloods, there was 5 of them from Thieves. They won 1 of the 7 rounds. That has got to sting.
That is really poor conversion. Dreadful. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
Thieves will be a little bit dismayed by how that one went, and so will any of the fans. But Boston, they walk away with the win here. They take down Thieves for the first time in franchise history and secure themselves the second seed at the major in just a week's time.
And deservedly so. That was a really good performance. You know, ever since that first game with Beans, things looked shaky, but since then, Boston have really cracked on. They look like a team that could go all of the way. I'm really interested to see how they do in Texas. Great way to finish the online stage, though.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, the only thing I love more is our desk, who are going to break down this game for us.
Thank you so much. And I'll be honest, I did not see this one coming. Boston Breach is coming into Texas with the #2 seed overall. Seattle Surge now going to be celebrating the #1 seed in LA Thieves. Well, we'll have to find out where they're going to land in the bracket. But let's talk how we got here, Allie. It was a 1-3-5 victory for the Boston crew. What did they show you tonight?
They showed me they could win game 5s and that they can beat LA Thieves, who historically they have yet to do. So as a franchise, this is a huge revenge match when it comes to the Boston Breach.
The first?
The first? This is the first!
It took you 6 to get here!
It's the first, and you know what? I think it has to be that opening hotel hardpoint. That was really impressive for me. Last time they played LA Thieves, they lost this map 250 to 220, and it was Beans going 34-21 for a 250 to 188 win. And then we had to that hotel. Those first 3 rounds were really impressive out of the Boston Breach, but I do have to tip my hat to the LA Thieves for making that in-game adjustment. They got 7 of the first bloods on that map, so you would like to assume that they upped their conversion right there in that map #2,
right,
because that is what they were unable to do in that map #5. They got 5 of those first bloods and yet still lost 6-1.
How does that happen, Nameless? Was this just a troublesome map for the Thieves? Were there in-game errors? How did Boston walk away with that final search and destroy?
I mean, when we talk about this final S&D, I mean, early on it came down to a couple really tough 1v1 scenarios. We've seen Kenny almost clutch a 1v3 and just some unlucky peaks. We saw Nero get through the door, get a 2-piece on the bomb site. So all in all, I mean, Boston Breach is making some really good plays on the map, some great adjustments, as Ali said. When I look at this series, it's in the vetoes, and it comes down to that control. I love what we saw to Nero. My man was 27-10 behind enemy lines, absolutely frying with a sub in hand. That's where they have a big advantage. And when you look at it, LA Thieves won the coin toss, and they forfeit picking Team B, which allows Boston to do that. And now Boston know when it comes down to it, they can beat LA Thieves.
Yeah, and I think Boston were a little bit outside of that bubble of conversation of being a contender heading into Texas Major.
Yeah.
I think there were some question marks. This map, I think, kind of solidifies that. But some nitpicking mistakes, a little bit of some prioritizing. They need to work on that HyDra hardpoint, but they look good.
They do look good. And since adding Beans into the roster, they are heading in with a top 2 seed to their first major together as a foursome. We have Nero joining us live. And Nero, I got to get your thoughts on this matchup, starting with that game 3. Nameless just mentioned it. We were in the green room saying Nero is everywhere. He is crushing this map. What was working in control for you guys today?
Well, the Reese started pulling out a 30 AR in the LSL control, so it pretty much gave me the green light to do whatever I want, like anywhere on the map. So it was I don't know, I feel like I was just in the zone that map. I did everything I could, I did it right, and they couldn't gun me, so.
Yeah, they couldn't. Congratulations on the win. How good does it feel to finally beat LA Thieves?
Oh my God, holy crap. What are we? 1-4 against them now. 1-5.
Something.
About time we beat them.
Bad.
Holy.
Yeah, but you got your
Every
revenge.
time we
That's all
play
that matters. That's all that matters. But back to a normal question. Where do you guys feel kind of your biggest strengths are right now heading into the Texas Major? Because you've now solidified that second seed as well.
Yeah, our strength is definitely our control. Our control got, I wouldn't even say it got a lot better because we were good with control with Zen, but our control is definitely like, I don't know, the control. That's definitely our win money. Yeah, 100% is.
Nero, I can tell you're super hyped right now, so I'm just gonna ask you, I wanna know, what are you guys looking to fix headed into the major? Because it seems like you guys are almost there to become contenders here at this next one.
We need to fix our clutch moments on hardpoint, especially like rotating a little early to the hills. I feel like at the HyDra, we were just on the back foot on literally everything. No spawns, no hills, no nothing. We were breaking a lot, so it's definitely hardpoint, like rotation-wise, and that's about it, really.
Nero, final question for you is, what are the plans right now for Boston as you head to Texas next week? I know the matches start on Thursday, but when do you guys get in and start warming up?
We get there Tuesday, but we warm up Wednesday. We scrim and stuff Wednesday, so that's our schedule. I just can't wait for the OpTic Major. It's gonna be a blast.
Well,
always is.
Speaking of the OpTic Major, I just got word from our producers. It is official. You will be playing OpTic on the stage to
really?
open
First round?
winners bracket round one. How are we feeling about that?
I don't know. You usually don't want to play the home crown team first series of the day, but we gotta do what we gotta do.
I don't know the timing of it, but I know it's in that first matchup. So best of luck, Nero, and the rest of the breach. We'll let you go enjoy the time with the team.
Thank you. Much love.
That is Nero, the SMG god for the breach tonight. He was laying it down across all 5 maps, and they walk away with our #2 seed after all of his efforts. Let's take a look at all of our teams. All 12 of them will be in Texas, but only our top 8 are starting in the winners bracket, and that A spot belongs to the Guerrillas after a 3-way tie. OpTic's win today, though, is going to secure them the 7th seed, and you are going to see everyone there on the left matching up in our winners bracket together. Here's how it all breaks down. Allie, our first look at it. Here we go.
What we got?
Versus Guerrillas, FaZe versus Thieves, Breach versus OpTic, and Ultra versus Subliner. Do you want to be in the top half or bottom half of that bracket?
I don't want to be anywhere. That's a rematch. FaZe versus LA Thieves once again in our match number 1 and
Ultra
over there in
Subliners
winners.
too.
Oh.
Yo, that match was actually huge. Boston getting that win is crazy for the bracket.
I mean, I'm worried about whoever has to play London Royal Ravens when you drop down, if I'm honest to you, or Vegas Legion. I mean, that is a terrifying elimination bracket too.
Chat is getting interesting right now. Let us know which matchup are you most fired up for, because you can watch them all live. We will be going live ourselves at 1 p.m. Eastern, so tune in for headquarters on day 1. It all kicks off March 9th with Ultra versus Subliners, Surge versus Guerrillas, Breach takes on the home crowd and Texas OpTic, and we close things out with a battle, the rematch from our Boston finals, Atlanta FaZe going up against the LA Thieves. I want to thank everyone for tuning in throughout this Major 3 qualifier. It's been a blast. Final thoughts here as we are now headed to Texas next week, Nameless.
There is no clear-cut favorite. That's what we've learned from this weekend. Nobody's going into this event with a massive edge.
Allie, 3 weeks of qualifiers. What did you learn?
See you guys in Texas. That's what I've been waiting. I'm excited. I'm ready.
There you go. Unfortunately, I will be at Shimmy's wedding. We're going to have reflections on the desk. He's going to kill it. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll catch you down south for Major number 3 on Thursday.
Let's go. Yeah. Rambo rap, Sambo scrap, heart like Geronimo rap. Go black, I just move on them, advance on them, groove on them, then dance on them, put a trance on them, with this tool on them. Tell all my young MCs, what's the move on them? Mass tragedies when I grand move on them. Put in long hours over strong flowers, the money's all ours. This is all power. We getting it. We getting it in. I said we getting it. We getting it in. Slam me across the clock, the work really begin. We getting it. We getting it in.
Just don't line up with me.
Y'all know what it is. You know what it is out here when we really getting it in. It's what we do. A great day like the crack of dawn and start morning. Pouring victims on rooftops. drive through mornings. Song like a hawk eyesight. I spit a night, locking in the pictures like a pit dog fight. I won't let go to press retro. Spit death blows, in other words, flip murders. Get burgers, sip murder. Split my service pistol down. Spring cleaning, the team scheming. See the beam gleaming. Some people miss the point, so I plot till they get it. Then I back out, pull out, cop and spit it. Got the letters off your hometown fitted. Don't be captain of your shit, why you go down with it? I'm like a brand new being, how I slow down with it. Feeling like Rambo, being low down with it. Spitting on it like pop, everybody want it. But it's me against the world, everybody's the opponent. I'm getting it, we getting it in. I said we getting it, we getting it in. So that's what's like the work really begins. Cause we getting it, we getting it in, getting it in.
Come on, man!
Till you're the best. I actually start pulling out a 30R and Doe just does it all now.
Oh, go B. Oh!